Hey guys, welcome back. This is Snazzy Yawa all-time favorite. Today we are gonna see, what if Goku trained Deku? So let's move on to the video. The scene opens up with quick screenshots of Son Goku, Shizuki Saga Shimikomu, Yu Daiki wo Tametagozen Goji. Scene changes to Izuku in the middle of a bright golden light as he slowly looks up to see the martial artist, Hijukaden Tatsum wo Kamu, Asu Wadaki da. Izuku slowly reaches his hand out towards Goku. The day has come. Goku slowly looks over his shoulder to see Izuku. Guitar solo. Screenshots of Ichako, Tenya Katsuki, Sayu, Ijiro, Minoru, Momo, Denki, Kyoka, Hanta, Fumikage, Yuga, Mashirao, Mina, Rikido, Mizo, Koji, Toru and Shoto appear on screen. Before it stops at the logo My Hero Z. Keshite Akanai Yoru Mo, Fury Tuzakit Yamanai Aim Mo. Kono Rakyudemanai Sekai Nai wa Randayo. Izuku looks up at the rainy sky for a brief moment before frowning and walking away. Sukashi mo hendawanai no. Madaromi nai ashai wo tereriteru. Anata wo semid iru wake janain duyo. As he keeps walking, Izuku thinks about all the notes of every hero he wrote down. Hitori kuasu nai asobu. A serious Izuku is looking away from a serious Katsuki, as the background shows them as little kids. Sokoda. The two heroes in training scowl for a moment. Amwe Agata Kodo made Hijiru no Ka. Izuku and Katsuki turn around and collide their fist with each other. Tamura Shigaraki appears with a dreadful glare in his eyes. Goku clenches his fist before throwing a punch. Karami o Maikyu. Sor demo Yukutiyu no? Goku dodges and parries attacks from Nomu before the two trade punches, causing the ground to shake from the intensity of their fight. Chiyasaki Tabibito ga. Kanaderu Hajimari no Kane Nona. Kurogiri expands his head as he covers the screen with a black foggy mist. The fog disappears as villains appear, only to be taken out by Shotazawa aka Eraserhead. Yuku Atimo don't know. Hantu wa Koenjanai no. Achako puts her hands together before floating in the air while smiling. Tenya performs a roundhouse kick with his legs. Sayu bounces into the air while carrying a nervous Minoru with her tongue. Shoto then slides on ice he creates with his ice quirk. Fumadasu sono ippo ga kati yukeru sa. Ijiro hardens his skin before punching the air. Katsuki creates explosions in his palms. Izuku runs forward and then throws a punch, while his fist glitches between his fist and Goku's. The day has come. The scene cuts to Class 1 standing in front of UA High, with All Might, Eraserhead, and Goku behind them. You can be a hero, with Kai. Izuku Midoriya was not having a very good day right now. It was all fine this morning when he was watching a group of heroes fight off a villain. But when it came time for school, that was when things started to go downhill for him. In a world where 80% of the population possesses a superpower, dubbed quirks, he had no superpower and was dubbed quirkless. This caused Izuku to get bullied for most of his life because of his quirkless nature. All of his classmates from preschool to middle school have made his life hard. However, he was bullied the most by his former best friend, Katsuki Bakugo. Katsuki and Izuku used to play together a lot when they were younger, but when everyone else in preschool started to develop a quirk, things started to change. Katsuki's quirk was called Explosion, which allowed him to create powerful explosions from the palm of his hands. He was praised by all of the other students, and was treated with respect. Unfortunately, that only ended up making his big ego grow into thinking that he was so amazing, that no could ever measure up to him at anything. He started to think that he ruled the playground and was all invincible. When the other kids ended up developing quirks of their own, none of them were as good as Katsuki's, and he started to boss the other kid around. When Izuku didn't end up with a quirk and was dubbed quirkless, Katsuki gave him the nickname Deku, which translated to defenseless Izuku. Not only that, but Katsuki ended their friendship by using Izuku as a punching bag for his quirk, and physically harmed him. This went on for years, and Izuku lived a tragic childhood like a shounen protagonist. Which leads us up to today. The homeroom teacher that Izuku had revealed that not only Katsuki was applying to get into UA High, the greatest superhero high school ever, but Izuku was also trying to apply. Everyone in the classroom laughed at this since Izuku had no quirk and had no chance at becoming a superhero, or making it into a high school for training future superheroes. In Katsuki's mind, he knew the same thing, and even added that Izuku would die in the exam. But that just wasn't enough for Katsuki Bakugo. He needed to rub his superiority complex in Izuku's face once again to feel satisfied. He and two of his lackeys showed up in front of Izuku after class, and using his quirk to burn Izuku's notebook, before tossing it out the window. He even said that Izuku should jump off the roof and hope to have a Quirk in his next life. It was crystal clear that Kitsuki only cared about himself and didn't know what being a true superhero meant, because a real hero in training won't say such a thing. It was a pretty bad day for Izuku so far, but he dealt with this on a daily basis for the last 10 years, so he wasn't going to let today stop him. He'll find some way to get into UA High and become a superhero like he always dreamed of. I'll become a hero and prove everyone wrong, especially Kakin, Izuku thought to himself as he clutched his fist. He was now walking home through a shortcut under a bridge. However, as he was minding his own business, he hears another person's laughter in the movement of liquid. Izuku turned around and saw that a sludge villain was in front of him with an evil smile on his face. "You'll make a wonderful disguise, kid," laughed the sludge villain. Izuku's heart stopped in fear as he didn't know what to do in this situation. He never expected himself to be cornered by a villain and attacked, but since he lives in a world that's full of them, it was bound to happen sooner or later. But he never prepared for this. Izuku started to struggle as the sludge villain started to cover him in his slimy body, but he wasn't strong enough to break free from his attacker. Am I going to die? I don't want to die. I can't make mom cry again. I have to be a hero and prove everyone wrong. I need to help others. Someone help me. Izuku mentally panicked. Hey, pick on someone your own size, slimy. Both Izuku and the sludge villain's eyes looked at the direction the voice came from and saw just who called the sludge villain out. It was a man with spiky black hair that was quite tall and looked to be about 175 centimeters. For clothing, he wore an orange guy that was secured together by a blue obi that was tied in a knot on the left side of his waist. He also wore blue wristbands that covered nearly his entire forearms and boots that clasped together on the front of his shins. He also has a kanji on the front left of his shirt. Let the kid go, coward, the man shouted once again. The sludge villain took offense to that insult. Who are you calling a coward? He yelled as he let go of Izuku and started to make his way towards the newcomer. Oh no, now he's going to get hurt because of me, thought Izuku as he looked at the sludge villain heading towards the bystander. To the surprise of both of them, the man just disappeared in thin air. He then reappeared behind Izuku and put a hand on his right shoulder. Later, ugly. Both Izuku and the stranger disappeared from the scene and left the sludge villain on his own. And it was safe to say that he was less than thrilled at this. Curse you. I lost a hostage thanks to that guy. I'll need to find a place to hide for a while, until most pro heroes call it a day, he thought to himself. So the sludge villain started to look for a place to hide, until it was safe for him to come out and grab a new victim for him to use. With Izuku and the stranger, the two males suddenly appeared in a flat grassland that was out of the urban area where they were seconds ago. The two of them were now safe from that slimy mess, and Izuku could now come to the fact that he almost died, was rescued, and was teleported to a grassland. What the hell did we? What's happening? Asked a confused Izuku. I just teleported us away from that guy so that he won't find us all the way out here, said the man with a smile. Izuku then started to calm down a bit now that he was safe from that sludge villain, and he has this man to thank for it. Thanks a lot for saving me, Mr. Goku. Call me Goku, replied the now named Goku. Thank you for saving me, Mr. Goku. I would have been dead without you, signed Izuku. You were lucky I was in the area when it happened. I'd hate to think about what would happen if I haven't. Kohei, what's wrong? Asked Goku as he saw Izuku's depressed face. Oh, it's nothing, replied Izuku. But in reality, he was bothered by the fact that he couldn't defend himself against a simple villain, and needed help from someone who probably wasn't even a hero. He was beginning to think that maybe Kitsuki and all of his other classmates were right about him not being able to become a hero without a quirk. He was starting to get really depressed about all of this now. Goku decided to find out what was wrong with the kid and placed his left hand on top of the boy's head. He then started to use his abilities to read his mind and find out what's troubling him. You should probably just give up. Your son is quirkless. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm sorry. Deku the quirkless wonder. There's nothing you can do. Deku, you think a quirkless loser like you has a chance? Don't enter UA, nerd. You know there is one way you can be a hero. You can only hope to be born with a quirk in your next life and take a jump off the rooftop. Izuku looked up at Goku once he saw that he removed his hand from his head. Goku's face had a stern look on it, the kind you find on someone that's greatly disappointed in someone they trusted. Izuku got a bit scared and took a few steps back away from the man. Goku then turned around with his back facing the green-haired boy, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku froze for a moment when he heard Goku say his name. name. How does he know my name? I never told him? Why do you want to be a hero? Asked Goku in a serious voice. Izuku was alarmed by the fact that Goku knew his name without him introducing himself. But now Goku had somehow found out that he wanted to be a hero as well. Why was he asking him for his reason for wanting to be a hero? I just want to help people who are in trouble and save the lives of others. I spent my whole life looking you to superheroes because of all the good they do to make this world a better place. My classmates all think that I can't be one because I don't have a quirk. But I promised myself that I'd never let anyone stop me from achieving my dream of becoming a hero. Goku let the words of the young boy sink into his mind for just a moment before he asked another question. What if the person that you look up to the most told you that you couldn't be a hero without a quirk? What if All Might said you couldn't be a hero? Izuku was left speechless with what he was just asked. Why would All Might out of all people say that he couldn't be a hero? Would All Might believe that he couldn't be a hero without a quirk too? How would he take the answer from his role model? I don't know, said Izuku as he looked down at his feet. He never thought about what would happen if his role model said that he couldn't accomplish his dream. Want to know what I think? Asked Goku. Izuku didn't respond to that, as he was wondering what he would do if All Might told him that he couldn't be a hero. Would that be enough for him to give up and just call it quits? Would he fall into a depression that would doom him of a future at all? Would he do? You can be a hero. Izuku was once again frozen, only this time it was from what he just heard. He looked up from his feet and stared at Goku for a moment to see a smile on that man's face. It was the kind of smile you give someone to make them feel better, but also the one of someone that believes in you. What did you just say? Asked Izuku. I said that you can be a hero, Izuku Midoriya, repeated Goku. Izuku didn't know why this man's opinion mattered so much, or how powerful it was. He clutched his chest and started to bow as he couldn't control his emotions anymore. His eyes started to water as he felt tears coming out of them. He cried tears of joy, as he heard the words that he wanted to hear for so long. Goku just kneeled down towards him and patted Izuku's head to comfort him a bit. He always liked making others feel happy, but tears of joy were a bit too much for him, and he started to think that he may have overdone it. Wipe away the tears, kid, chuckled Goku as both he and Izuku stood up. Why? Asked the young teenage boy. Why what? Asked a confused Goku. Why do you believe that I can be a hero even without a quirk? No, better question. How did you know what my name was, and that I was quirkless before I even told you? Asked Izuku. Goku just chuckled while stretching the back of his head. Well, to answer your first question, despite the fact that I teleported us both away from that sludge villain, I'm also quirkless just like you. Izuku was left without words as he couldn't believe what he just heard. As for your second question, I just read your mind and looked through your memories of both your past and today. You shouldn't have been treated like that, because I wasn't treated like that when I was your age, said Goku. Quirkles? Teleport? Read my mind? My age? Izuku's mind was having a hard time wrapping itself around all of this, as he was receiving too much unbelievable information all at once. I'm guessing you're having a hard time believe that I could do all that stuff while being quirkless. Asked Goku. He knows that the mention of doing supernatural things without a quirk seemed impossible, but he had a good answer for it. If you don't have a quirk, then how could you do all of those things, Mr. Goku? Asked Izuku. Goku started to explain. There's a power in this world that not too many know about, because it's overshadowed by quirks. It's a force that's inside every living thing, with a majority of it being found in the center of the body. With enough practice, anyone can draw it out and use it on the outside of the body. It can be used by anyone, both with or without a quirk. I use it every day ever since I learned how to use it, and this power is called Kai. Goku created a sphere of yellow energy in the palm of his right hand, and showed it to Izuku. But the young boy was unable to see anything in the man's hand. Kai? Asked Izuku in confusion. Think about it as a quirk for the quirkless. With enough practice, you'll be able to use it too, smiled Goku. I don't see anything, Mr. Goku, said Izuku as he looked at Goku's hand again to see if there was something there. Goku suddenly remembered something important. Oops, I forget that you can't see my Kai, because you haven't learned how to use your own yet. Sorry. Izuku suddenly realized that maybe this could turn out to be an advantage for him. If Kai can only be seen by a person who also uses it, then he could surprise a lot of opponents in battle when he becomes a hero with it. How am I going to learn how to use Kai, Mr. Goku? Asked Izuku. From me of course. From this moment onwards, you're my student, laughed Goku. Izuku was now really confused about what's going on right now. 2 days later, Izuku still couldn't believe all that had happened 2 days ago. which lead up to what was happening right now. He was attacked by a sludge villain, rescued by an ordinary citizen, was told that he could be a hero by that same person, learned that he was also quirkless just like him, learned that there was another power in this world called Kai, and was made his savior's student, so that he could learn how to use it. I guess this could turn out to be a good thing, since Mr. Goku is going to teach me how I can fight without a quirk, Izuku thought to himself. He was now on his way to Dagaba Municipal Beach Park, which is where Goku told him to meet him for them to start training. Once he got there, he saw that the place was a mess. The whole beach was covered in garbage and was a total junkyard. Why are we training here? Izuku mentally asked himself. He then started to make his way down the stairs, before he met Goku at the bottom of them. Glad to see you made it, Izuku. And early too. I'm happy to see that you're excited about this, praised Goku. Of course, Mr. Goku. I want to learn how to use Kai, so that I can be a hero like I always dreamed of. You even said that Kai is a quirk for the quirkless yourself. Izuku responded with a face that screamed out determination. Alright then. Let's get started. Goku took a stick from the ground and started to draw a line down the middle of the beach until he reached where the waves met the shore. You'll be cleaning up the right side of the beach while I get the left side, he explained. Izuku looked at the whole beach and saw just how much garbage was on it. He was glad that he was only going to clean up half of it. Why are we cleaning it up? He asked. So that you can build up a bit of muscle. If I'm going to teach you how to use Kai, you'll need to have a fit body for fighting. Kai is part of martial arts, and you'll be learning how to fight in both hand-to-hand combat and long-range combat with Kai, explained Goku. Wow, that sounds amazing. Izuku was already excited about the idea of being able to fight in both close and long-range combat with Kai. He wondered if it will be enough too for him to be ready for the UA entrance exam. That was 10 months away. Izuku decided to then ask a question that he should have asked a while ago. Mr. Goku, why are you helping me at all in the first place? Goku just placed his left hand on Izuku's shoulder and looked down at him. Because it's the right thing to do. When I looked through your memories of your past, I didn't like what I saw. You were mistreated by the others' kids for being different and not having a quirk. Even your best friend bullied you more than he should have. But that jump off the roof and get a quirk in your next lifeline is crossing the line. Izuku was a bit nervous with how angry Goku's voice had become. He must really not like it when other quirkless people are mistreated. I wasn't treated like that when I was a kid, and you shouldn't have been either, Izuku. You're a person, with or without a quirk. So I'm going to train you to use Kai, so that you can make it into UA High and graduate to become the hero you dream of being, Goku declared with a confident voice. Izuku felt water in his eyes again, as he let out more tears of happiness. He still couldn't believe that there was some in this world that was like him, and was going to help him achieve his dream of becoming a hero. Goku let out a sigh. Geez kid, enough with the waterworks alright. You need to toughen up a bit, he said. Izuku started to wipe away the tears. Sorry, I just can't believe you're going to help me. He smiled a bit. I see a lot of potential in you, and I mean a lot. We're going to bring it out of you and show the world. Quirkless doesn't mean worthless. Goku smiled as he gave his new student a thumbs up. Izuku started to feel determination that he never felt before in his life. It made him excited that he was being taught by another quirkless person that can fight on equal ground with others that have quirks. We have 10 months until the UA entrance exams, which should be plenty if we work smart at this training, said Goku. Izuku was confused by the fact that Goku knew that he was trying to get to UA High. How did yo read your mind? Goku tapped his 2 fingers against his head as he reminded Izuku. I keep forgetting. I've got to remember that he can do that somehow. Izuku would remember that from now on. Goku just needed to do one thing before they started. Before we start, I need to know exactly just how strong you are. Izuku was now really embarrassed about that part, since there isn't much he can do right now. Well, I'm not that strong to be honest with you. I can barely do 10 push-ups, muttered the young boy. Goku got down on his knees for a moment. Just telling me isn't good enough. I'll need to judge your strength by the power behind an attack from you. So, I need you hit me as hard as you can, he said. Izuku was a bit surprised by that claim. He was sure that there must be a better way to show Goku his strength than punching him. But if he was going to get started as soon as possible, he'll need to do it. Okay, I'll hit you. Goku cut him off again. Hold on just a second. I need to make myself clear about something. I don't want you to hit me half as hard, or some kind of percentage. I want you to hit me as hard as you can. Izuku took a moment to let the words sink into him. It was clear that Goku wanted this, and he knew that if Goku was going to go through the trouble of training him, he himself was going to have to give it his all, to not be a burden to the man that was willing to help him. Okay, get ready, he warned. Goku decided to remind the kid just what he was looking for, remember, as hard as Y. Ah, POW. Izuku's left fist was now against Goku's left cheek, but it didn't make the man recoil in pain or anything. It was clear that Goku was far stronger than Izuku to not be affected at all by that one punch. We have a long way to go, Goku thought to himself. Izuku is currently on his knees in the sand with his eyes shut. He was focusing on gathering as much Kai as he could in order to attack Goku, who was waiting about 20 feet away from him. Goku was smiling as he watched his student control his Kai to make it flow into his hands. He's been doing great so far. It's hard to believe that it's only been 3 months since we started. Just as Goku had implied, it's been 3 months since he started training Izuku, and the boy has made some great progress so far. The two of them spent the first week pushing the junk on the beach around to build up a bit of physical strength. On the second week of training, Goku taught Izuku how to dodge physical attacks with a simple sidestep technique. It allows the user to move their feet in a way that allows them to dodge to the side of an opponent to avoid their attack. The first half of the third week was spent pushing the junk away again, while the second half was spent teaching Izuku how to throw proper punches and kicks. He taught Izuku how to stand, when to strike, and how to use as much power as he could in order to hit hard. However, he also informed him that he shouldn't use all of his power in each strike, as it will tire him out too quickly. The fourth week was spent practicing everything that Izuku had learned over and over again multiple times. Goku explained that by repeating the same movement enough times, Izuku's body will memorize the techniques and will be able to use them faster and stronger. The first month had passed by them fairly quickly, which allowed Goku to use the first week of the second month to teach Izuku about the vulnerable points of the human body. Goku taught him where to hit, why each point would cause pain, and how to hit them. He allowed Izuku to test this out by letting himself be attacked by the boy, and was hit in every weak area. Once the first week of the second month had pasted them, the two of them spent the first day of the sixth week repeating everything that Izuku learned that first month into one day. Goku was very impressed with how his new student had learned so quickly. The rest of the week was spent moving more trash from the beach again. Goku was nearly finished, but with Izuku being fairly new to training his body, he was falling behind in his cleaning. It was discouraging to the young teen, but Goku reminded him that he had been training his body for years, while Izuku himself was just getting started. The rest of that second month was used to teach Izuku all about Kai. Goku had given the boy a much better explanation than he did when the two of them first met. Kai is energy inside every living being, including plants, that is mostly found in the center of the body. By drawing it out, the individual is able to manipulate it and use it outside of the body. Kai can be used to create offensive, defensive, and physical enhancing techniques. Users can also gain more Kai throughout training. The more Kai a user has, the harder it is to control. However, if the user trains to gain perfect Kai control, they can become far more powerful. Another interesting thing about Kai is that it can be used by anyone, including individuals with quirks. But quirks can slow down the process of learning how to use Kai. Goku describes quirks as brick walls. In learning how to use Kai, getting past the wall is possible, but very time-consuming. When compared to individuals like him and Izuku who are quirkless, it's easy to say that quirkless people are the fastest learners when it comes to Kai control, since they don't have a wall in the first place. Once that explanation was over with, the rest of the week was spent teaching and training Izuku in unlocking his own Kai, which was deep inside the center of his body. In order to unlock it, Goku had Izuku hold his hands together, which made it look like he was praying. Goku then placed his hands on Izuku's back and began to search throughout the inside of the teen's body in order to find out where all the unawakened power was hiding. One way that person can unlock their Kai for the first time is having an experienced Kai user use their own Kai to search for the Kai that's stored inside the body of the beginner. The Kai of the individuals then connect with each other and have the more powerful Kai pull the weaker one out of the body of the beginner. However, what happened when Goku and Izuku tried this method was, well, they were successful, but the two of them ended up gaining a big surprise out of it. Flashback, both Goku and Izuku were sitting cross-legged in the sand in order to activate Izuku's Kai from inside his body. Goku had his hand placed on his student's back in order to search for his Kai. Once he found it, he then began to slowly pull it out by connecting his Kai with Izuku's. The task, however, proved to be more difficult than he had expected it to be. Why is his Kai not coming out already? He thought to himself. Goku kept on using his Kai to try and pull out the Kai in Izuku's body. It was getting kinda hard until he suddenly felt that it was working. Boom! Ahhhhh! Cried Goku. he was blasted backwards from the force of the Kai that exploded out of Izuku's body. He then looked up to see that the boy was now surrounded by white Kai that looked to be very powerful. "Goku, are you alright?" asked Izuku, as he got up and turned around to approach his teacher. "I'm better than alright. I unlocked your Kai," smiled Goku as he looked at the white Kai that was now surrounding his student. "Really?" asked the excited green-haired boy. "You bet. Now we start by teaching you how to control it," replied Goku as he placed his hands on both of Izuku's shoulders. Izuku smiled at this. After finally learning that he wasn't as powerless as everyone around him made him out to be, he could finally start working hard in order to achieve his dream of becoming a hero. "Now, we just got to work on your strength, mind, and courage, and once we take care of that you'll be using Kai properly just fine," explained Goku. Flashback ends. They never really found an explanation as to why Izuku's Kai exploded out of his body. Goku explained that it usually doesn't work that way, and the Kai should have come out slowly, not in a big explosion. They decided to let it slide and not worry about it. The rest of the second month was also spent teaching Izuku how he can gain more confidence and become a little braver. Kai may be energy from inside the body, but it's made up of 3 parts: vigor, physical strength, courage, and mind. Izuku was already a very intelligent kid for his age, so the mind part was already taken care of. Moving all of the junk that was on his side of the beach so far had made Izuku build up a bit of muscle, therefore, taking care of the vigor part. The difficult part was taking care of courage. Izuku was not exactly the bravest person and is still suffering from that. He also lacks a bit of confidence as well. Goku realized that it had something to do with that Kitsuki Bakugo kid that always makes Izuku feel bad about himself for being quirkless. Goku decided that the first Kai technique that he was going to teach Izuku is one that will prevent him from getting hurt by Kitsuki's explosions. If Izuku can't get hurt by the blonde's quirk anymore, then he won't be as scared and could start to stand up for himself. He also taught him a mantra for both of them to use during meditation and for seeking confidence. All he has to do is repeatedly say, "This means nothing." If he repeats that line while he's scared, his fear will slowly decrease and be replaced by confidence. It will also help him deal with all of the insults that are thrown at him by Kitsuki and his classmates. The two of them are now currently on month 3 of training. Last week was spent teaching Izuku the defensive technique that will help him not get hurt by Kitsuki's explosions. He managed to learn it in just 4 days of 3-hour training, which meant he learned it in just 12 hours. However, Goku wasn't sure if it was strong enough to keep the blonde bully's explosions from hurting Izuku just yet, so they'll have to train with it a bit longer to increase its power. This leads us straight to today. Izuku is now practicing the new move that he learned about 2 days ago. His left hand was covered in bright yellow Kai that was forming into a sphere. Once he finished charging it up, Izuku fired it at his teacher. Kai blast. The yellow sphere turned into a yellow beam that shot out of Izuku's hand and straight at Goku at a high speed. But the black-haired adult wasn't worried at all, as he then used the back of his left hand to smack it away from him. Izuku looked at how his teacher was easily able to deflect his attack and was amazed by it. He was also amazed at how his Kai blast was a bit faster than his first one from 2 days ago. "Wow, Goku's training method really is working for me," he thought to himself. As already explained, if you practice at something that you already know, you'll be able to make it stronger than before. Which is why Goku had Izuku repeat everything he's learned during training to make it stronger. Goku started to approach Izuku with a smile on his face. "That was awesome, Izuku. You really got the hang of this faster than I expected you to." The green-haired teen felt proof from the praise he was getting from his teacher. It was nice to have someone other than his mom give him praise when he does something great. He hardly ever gets that feeling from anyone else, since being quirkless has its downsides. "Thank you, Goku. That means a lot," he replied while bowing his head. Only two had his teacher place his right hand on his head and bring his head up to face him. "I told you to stop with the bowing your head thing. I don't need it since I'm helping you as a friend, and not just your teacher." Goku smiled at his student friend. Izuku was still finding it hard to believe that his personal trainer also calls himself his friend. He didn't have any friends since everyone found out that he was quirkless all the way back in preschool. So having an adult say that he was his friend was strange, but very welcoming. "Sorry, I keep on forgetting," he apologized. Goku removed his hand from the boy's head and decided it was time to see how much he had grown over the last 3 months of training. He walked away from the boy until he was about 30 meters away from him. He then turned around and got into a fighting stance that showed that he was ready for action. Izuku knew what that meant and got into a stance of his own. The two stared at each other as they waited for one of them to make the first move. It was so quiet that the only sound that could be heard was the waves that were crashing into the shores of the beach. Goku's stance had him put his right arm in front of him and left arm up slightly behind him. His fingers were a bit bent as well, so he could catch an attack in them. He also bent his legs a bit to lower his body, same stance that he used in his battle against Vegeta in the Saiyan saga. Izuku's stance had his left arm out with a fist, while having his right arm bent back with his right hand in a palm that was turned upside down. His left leg was pointed, had his foot pointing at Goku ahead of him, while his right foot was turned to the right. The two of them kept in their stances for a while before they then decided to get started. Goku used the strength in his legs to leap towards Izuku to get the match started. Next day, Izuku was walking to school on his fine morning to go about his day as an average teenager in his life. Well, about as average as a quirkless guy's day can get. He arrived at the gates of Eldera Junior High and was about to wall. "Move it, Deku!" yelled an angry voice. Izuku's spine started to shiver as he quickly moved to the right to make a path for the angry shouter that called him out. He turned his head to see Katsuki Bakugo and his two lackeys walking past him. Izuku looked at Katsuki's bandaged-up left arm that had a bandage wrapped around his neck to keep his left arm up. It had been like that for the past 3 months. Katsuki appeared at school with his arm bandaged up the day after everyone found out he and Izuku were applying for UA. He told Izuku to jump off of the school and commit suicide. Izuku was attacked by the sludge villain and met Goku. No one knew about those last two, but Izuku himself. It turned out that they were attacked by a street mugger on the way home. Katsuki was super angry at the two lackeys for blurting it out, because now it made him look bad. The mugger was really strong, and had an earth quirk of some kind that helped him defeat Katsuki. The blonde swore revenge that mugger and vowed to rip him apart the second his arm was better. Ever since then, he hasn't physically harmed Izuku. It was most likely that he wanted to wait until his arm healed up, and he could get his revenge on the mugger, that he'll start to go back to hurting the quirkless teen. He must prefer to hurt me with both of his hands, instead of just one. Izuku thought to himself. Don't look down on me just because I'm down an arm, Deku. As soon as I get that punk who took my money, I'll remind you who I'm going to become the greatest hero ever. Enjoy your peace while it lasts, warned Katsuki. Izuku nodded his head to replied without saying a word. He needed to make sure that Katsuki didn't notice any changes in him, or else he'll start to get suspicious about how he suddenly became braver. If that were to happen, the blonde would surely try to beat the answers out of him. Goku warned him that his defensive technique wasn't strong enough to take on Katsuki's explosions yet, so he'll have to act like his normal scared self in order to avoid conflict, until the technique was strong enough. This means nothing. This means nothing. This means nothing. This means nothing. Izuku repeated to himself in his mind. He was amazed at how that mantra actually worked. It makes him less scared, just as Goku had promised. With Katsuki and the others out of sight, Izuku started to continue his walk towards the school building to start the day. He was really looking forward to when school was over, so that he could get to training with Goku again later. A few hours later, Izuku was on his way towards Dagaba Municipal Beach Park to meet up with Goku for their daily training. He was lucky that he had no homework today. That meant he could focus more on his training with Goku. He decided to go through a park that he found near the beach as a shortcut to get to the beach faster. While it's true that the training Goku puts him through is hard, the results are well worth the effort. Izuku entered through the park entrance with the name of it over his head on a sign that said Environmental Central Park. Strangest name for a park I've ever seen, thought our green-haired protagonist. He just shrugged it off and walked on the dirt path that led him into the park. He failed to notice the set of eyes that were watching him. 5 minutes later, Izuku was enjoying the scenery that the park had to offer. He looked around to see many green trees that looked strong and healthy. He realized that the name Environmental Central Park made sense now. This place sure is a breath of fresh air. It's nice to come here to get away from the busy city. He smiled. It's a shame that you won't be able to enjoy it in peace, unless you do as I tell you to, said a new voice from behind Izuku. Izuku was surprised by the new voice that suddenly appeared behind him, but when he turned around, he barely had time to look at the person's face before. Damn! Raghh! Izuku cried out in pain from the surprise attack that sent him flying from the impact. and landed on his back in the grass. He looked up and saw that a piece of the dirt was standing up in the form of a brown dirt pillar, which was probably what hit him. After seeing it, he then turned his head over to see a man that was probably his assaulter. The man looked to be fairly tall and was probably about 187 centimeters in height. He had his black hair tied up in a ponytail and a black beard on his face. He had white fair skin that could be seen in areas with no hair, like his gray eyes. For clothes, he wore a pair of jeans, a white t-shirt with a few stains of red blood, and a trench coat over the shirt. Izuku quickly got up and got into his fighting position. He closed his left fist and stuck out his left arm as well, while the right arm bent back and right hand was opened in a palm, which was facing down. The left foot was pointing at the assaulter, and the right one was facing the right. It looks like this kid knows how to fight without his quirk. Impressive, but it won't save him, thought the man as he looked at Izuku in his stance. He was indeed impressed by how the boy knew a stance like that, which meant that he was a close-range fighter, and he needed to keep his distance from him if he hoped to win this possible upcoming fight. "What do you want?" asked Izuku a bit nervously. The man replied to the question, "All the money that you got. Hand it over and I won't hurt you, kid." Izuku realized that this guy was a mugger and was trying to rob him. He knew that he needed to find a way to get out of here fast. He'll have to try his best to fight this man off. This was his first fight, so it was time to see if all of his training with Goku had paid off. This means nothing. 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 Izuku repeated in his mind. He did the mantra that Goku had taught him in order to gain courage. He smiled as it was starting to work a bit, as his fear of the man in front of him lessened a bit. "I won't let you take me lightly," he replied. The mugger knew that this meant that this kid was going to fight him. He just sighed at the boy's stubbornness to cooperate. "Hard way it is then." Earth spikes. The mugger slammed his right foot into the ground, which caused a bunch of sharp-looking spikes made out of the dirt to pop out of the ground and head for Izuku at a fast rate. Izuku's eyes widened when he saw the spikes of dirt head straight for him. It was then made clear that this man's quirk involved the earth around him, but he'll worry about that later since he's in a fight. He thrust out his right arm and right palm along with it. His palm was full of yellow kai to enhance its striking power for more damage. Once it made contact with the spikes of dirt that were in front of him, they shattered into tiny pieces. The mugger was completely caught by surprise from what he just saw. Somebody managed to destroy his earth spikes. Kai blast. Izuku fired a yellow sphere of kai at the mugger from his already extended palm, and watched it fly through the air until it reached its target. It hit the man right in the stomach, and sent him flying back from the impact of the blast. "Raw!" he yelled in pain as he hit the ground on his back. Never before had his earth spikes been destroyed by others, but this kid managed to do just that. Izuku realized that this was the opening he needed to escape. He turned around and started to run to get far away from this man. His trip was cut short as the dirt in front of him rose up and created a brown wall that prevented him from going any further. It was clear that this man was not going to let him off so easily, so it looked like the fight was just beginning. Before he was even given a chance to react, Izuku found his feet buried in the dirt as it moved to cover his red shoes and keep him in place. "Dirt lock," said the mugger. Now that he had his target right where he wanted him, he began to walk up to the kid and was ready to get down to business. "What do I do now? I'm stuck here if I don't wait. Could I yes?" A strategy suddenly formed in Izuku's head as he walked for the mugger to get close enough to put it into action. "I'll admit you're the strongest to have ever lasted this long against me in a battle, but you could have just made this painless by handing over your money to me from the beginning. Instead, you chose to fight and make me use force. You brought this upon yourself, kid," said the mugger. He then lifted his left arm and made a fist with his hand. It was about to hit Izuku in the face, but suddenly, big fist blower. POW. The mugger looked down to see the Izuku's right fist was planted in his stomach. The blow was powerful and caused him to take a few steps back away from the teen and wrap his arms around his body to ease the pain. His mouth was open due to how great the pain was as a few drops of blood started to fall out from it. Izuku still had his right fist out as he looked at it. This hand was glowing with red vein-like lines seen all over it. This move was known as the Big Fist Blower, a Kai-enhanced fist that makes the impact of the punch 5 times stronger than a regular punch. "I did." Izuku smiled. He had been practicing that move for about 2 days now with Goku. It was something fairly simple and didn't take a lot of time to learn. He then looked down at the ground to see that his feet were still buried in the dirt that he was trapped in. He started to pour Kai into his other fist, and slammed both of them into the ground. Damn! The impact was enough to shatter the ground and allow Izuku to pull his feet out from under the dirt. setting him free from the trap. The mugger soon found the strength to stand up again, and looked at Izuku with great anger. He was very mad that this wasn't going as it had last time. The last kid he robbed was taken down a lot easier than this one. But unlike the last one, this kid knows how to fight without the aid of his quirk. "You're going to regret that big time, kid," shouted the man. He then started to rush at Izuku with his left fist out. Unlike last time, however, his fist was getting covered by stones as they grew out of his skin. Stone fist. The man threw his stone-covered fist at the boy only for Izuku to use his right hand to catch it. He then twisted his right arm as it held the man's fist, twist his body to the right, so that he was facing the same direction as the mugger, placed his left hand on the man's stomach, and used the rest of his strength to lift the man over his shoulder and slam him into the ground. Slam! Izuku saw the chance he needed and started to make a run for it. He hoped that he could run fast enough to lose the man, and get to the beach fast enough to lose him. That sadly wasn't going to happen, as the mugger was back in his feet and slammed his hand on the ground, earth pillar. "Woo!" Izuku called out as he suddenly watched the grass around him lift him up into the air, and formed a pillar made out of dirt. He was now standing on top of the dirt pillar that was about 10 meters tall. He wasn't alone for long either, as the mugger soon made his own earth pillar that was about the same height as Izuku's. He then put his hands on the pillar's surface, and used more dirt to connect the two pillars together, which formed a bridge for him to walk on. Now Izuku was trapped with nowhere to run. "I'm trapped. I can't jump from up here, or I'll break my legs. It looks like I'll have to fight this guy head on now. It's the only way out of this." Izuku looked at the mugger as he walked along his self-made bridge and started getting closer. "You're a smart fighter, kid. You lasted longer than that kid with an explosion quirk that I robbed 3 months ago, but not strong enough to beat me," informed the mugger. Izuku's eyes suddenly widened a bit when he heard the man say explosion quirk. Izuku is a very smart kid, but he didn't need to be too smart to put 2 and 2 together. Kakakin. "This is the same man that robbed him and broke his arm, and he said that I lasted longer than him. You did make this kinda fun, so I'll tell you my name as a reward. The name's Slade." "Slade Johnson," said the now-named Slade. Izuku looked at Slade for a moment and realized that he had his guard down. He saw an opening that he needed and wasted no time using it. He fired a Kai blast at the dirt bridge and caused dust to kick up, which blocked Slade's view of him. He then started to add more Kai into his legs and crouched down. Stilt leg sweep. He took a mighty leap and jumped over Slade in the dust cloud. He landed on the other pillar and turned around to see the dust cloud was still there. He knew what he needed to do now. He ran across the bridge, and then made his right arm glow to use the big fist blower again. But when he threw the punch, his hand was caught by a stone-covered hand. The dust cloud cleared and revealed the Slade was now facing him with his left stone hand holding Izuku's right fist. "Not a bad trick, but still not enough to beat me," he said. Izuku then threw a punch with his left fist, but it was caught just like his other one. Now, both combatants had their hands full, which allowed Slade to use his head. Literally, he headbutted Izuku, and it was so fast that the boy didn't have time to react, as he was then sent off of his feet and landed onto his back. Slade then got on top of him and started to rapidly punch Izuku. But the green-haired teen just used his forearms to shield his face, and started to move his body left and right to avoid the punches. Whenever Slade threw a left hook, Izuku would lean his body to the right to avoid it and vice versa. This lasted for 20 seconds, until Izuku held out both of his palms at Slade's stomach, and fired a Kai blast from both hands. The impact sent Slade flying off of him as he landed on the other end of the dirt bridge. The two of them got up as fast as they could, but Izuku was the first one up and rushed at Slade again in order to give him a big fist blower to the face and knock him out to end this fight. But Slade got up quick enough to extend his left stone fist out. Izuku was moving too fast to react and ran himself into the fist as it landed right in his stomach. He just held his mouth open as he slowly backed away from Slade's stone fist, and wrapped his arms around his stomach before dropping to his knees. The pain in which he was in right now made it feel like all the strength in his body just disappeared all at once, and all he felt was the heat of pain in his stomach. To make matters worse, Slade slammed his right foot into Izuku's back, which resulted in the boy landing on his stomach. He let out a cry of pain as he felt his back getting rapidly stepped on by Slade. He tried to get up, but his efforts were in vain. He was in too much pain to get up again. He couldn't get up again. He lost. "I warned you what would happen if you didn't listen to me, but you did make this more fun than the blonde kid." "It was fun, but you should just empty your wallet now," said Slade as he planted his foot on top of Izuku's back. Maybe you should pick on someone your own size, said a new voice that came from behind Slade. He turned his head to see who this stranger was, but POW. He was sent flying back from the impact of the surprise punch to the face he took. He landed on the pillar that he made earlier, and held his left cheek in pain from the blow. Slade looked up to see that whoever hit him had disappeared along with the kid. With Izuku, the green-haired boy was now chowing on a piece of food that could be heard crunching in his teeth. Goku sat cross-legged beside him as he watched his student swallow the bean. He then felt better when he saw the injuries disappear from Izuku's body. He looked as good as new, minus the torn-up Gakurin. The boy got up into his feet and looked down at his teacher. Thanks, Goku. You really saved me back there, he thanked. When Izuku didn't arrive for their daily training, Goku knew that something was holding him up. He used instant transmission to find Izuku, and found him in the park fighting Slade. No problem, kid. You really needed it after that beat down, replied Goku as he looked down at his right hand to see 3 green beans. These little items were called senzu beans. They're green beans that have magical powers that allow anyone who is injured to become fully healed when they ate one. The 2 of them have used them during training whenever Goku lands a hit that's too hard for Izuku to handle and needs to heal quickly. As good as these healing items sounded, they also have their drawbacks, such as being a limited item. They're beans just like any other naturally planted food, and need to be grown, which can take up to a month to turn from a seed to a new plant. Secondly, there's a time limit to how much you can eat. The limit is 10 minutes. If anyone eats another senzu bean before 10 minutes after the last one, they'll gain a pound in weight. Despite these drawbacks, the senzu beans have proven to be a useful item for training and battle to both Goku and Izuku. I wish I could have seen him coming sooner, then I could have found a way to win. If only I had just thought of a better strategy, sighed Izuku with disappointment. He had spent the last 3 months training like crazy in order to get strong enough to stand a chance at the UA entrance exam, but he couldn't even beat a simple street mugger. He gave it his all, but it still wasn't enough. Goku saw how his student was feeling depressed over his loss, but this was his first real battle, and even with his training, he wasn't guaranteed a win. Izuku, you shouldn't feel upset over that one loss today. It was your first fight and you did a great job at holding your own. The guy even said that you lasted longer against him than that Bakugo kid, he said. Izuku started to feel a bit better after hearing his master's word of encouragement. He would have felt completely better if it wasn't for one little thing. How did you what he said? He asked. Goku started to scratch the back of his head while chuckling nervously. I may have been hiding behind one was the trees in the park to watch the fight and see how you did on your own. What? Hey, I saved you afterward, didn't I? Plus, I figured out a few ways that you can get stronger in order to prepare in case you ever run into that guy again. Reason Goku. Izuku just kept staring at his teacher. He was still upset that Goku had just left him to fend for himself against Slade. However, Goku rarely lied about finding ways to improve combat abilities, so if he said that he found a way to help him be more prepared for next time, he must be telling the truth. Well, what do you have in mind? He asked. We need to raise your defense some more in order to make you durable enough to take powerful hits from opponents. Once your defense is strong enough, you'll be able to take hit from others who are about 3 times your size, explained the spiky-haired man. Izuku knew that this meant that they were going to keep on practicing that defensive technique that was going to be used to help him if he ever had to fight Kitsuki one day. If it could help him with taking blows from other fighters, then it was one move he had to get right. We're going to spend the next 2 weeks making your defense stronger, so that you can handle hard hits in the future. We'll be practicing it for 2 hours every day. Got it? Asked Goku in a serious voice. When do we start? Asked an eager Izuku with a determined smile on his face. Tomorrow. I already had today's training planned out for us, replied Goku. The 2 of them walked along the sands of the beach in order to find the perfect spot to train at. Izuku was standing on the beach as he had his eyes closed in order to concentrate. He was dressed in a black shirt with blue cargo shorts and his red shoes on. He had his hands cupped together on the right side of his body, while he was gathering kai in between them. Goku was sitting on the sand cross-legged, while watching Izuku gather kai in between his cupped hands, to perform the new technique that he started learning a while ago. You're doing good, kid. Once Izuku was sure he had enough kai, he opened his eyes and thrust his arms out in front of his body. He fired a blue fireball of kai that went flying across the beach until it hit an old washing machine and ended up leaving a dent in the door. Aw man, signed the green-haired teen. Goku got up from the sand and walked over to his student. Relax, kid. That was a pretty impressive Hadouken, but it was just a fireball, not a beam. I just started teaching it to you yesterday. Exactly. Don't worry about it right now. You'll learn how to do it properly with more time and training. Izuku just smiled back at his teacher. For now, let's get back to working on that move. It's almost strong enough to take a blast from him, said Goku. Izuku knew exactly who Goku was talking about. Let's do it. 1 week later. It's been a total of 4 months since Izuku and Goku started their training together, and 3 weeks after Izuku was defeated by Slade. After he and Goku had finished training for the day, the two of them went to the police to inform them about Slade. It turns out that Slade had been robbing teenagers for about a year, since he sees them as such easy targets. Not much else is known about him, other than the fact they have been searching for him for a while. After that was taken care of, Goku and Izuku kept on training to improve their skills. They sparred, Izuku pushed away the junk from his side of the beach, improved on their skills, etc. Izuku continued to practice the defensive technique that was meant to prevent Kitsuki's explosions from hurting him, and had made great progress with it. Goku was sure that he was ready to use it against the hot-headed hero wanna bully, but he warned Izuku to keep practicing just in case. Once that was out of the way, Goku began to teach Izuku another one of his signature moves to him. However, it was taking a long time for the young man to learn it, as he had spent the last week practicing it, only for it to come out incorrectly. But a few encouraging words from Goku helped him realize that he had made progress, which was something to feel proud of. Izuku is now currently on his way to school again. Balancing out school with his training had not been an easy task, but he had managed to get the hang of it so far, thanks to Goku limiting their training hours. He was wearing his black school uniform like everyone else, but just as he was about to pass the main entrance into his school's property, he saw something that caught his attention. He looked over to the left and saw Kitsuki with his lackeys and a group of kids from his class. What really caught his eye, however, was Kitsuki's left arm. It wasn't broken anymore. It was no longer held up by a case, and was moving around just fine, as Kitsuki used it to make few explosions with it to test it out. It looked to be completely healed up from before Slade had broken it. That meant that he was going to go back to bullying Izuku today the second he lay eyes on him. Luckily for our green-haired hero, Kitsuki has his back turned to him, as did all of the other students in the group. Izuku looked up ahead, and saw that the main door to the building was open. If he could make it to the door, he'll be able to get to class and enjoy a few moments of peace and quiet before Kitsuki ruins the rest of his day. Stilt leg sweep, he whispered. He started to add more Kai into his legs, in order to increase their power. Once he was sure that he had enough in them, he dashed across the front yard of the school as fast as he could, while inadvertently leaving behind a cloud of dust. Zoom! He managed to stop just a few feet inside the main hall, and looked behind himself to see if anyone from outside saw him. He didn't see anyone facing his way, so he assumed that he made it in okay. Time to get to class, he said as he jogged through the hallways. He was completely unaware that a few students there were in the hallway saw him when he entered the building. 10 minutes later, Izuku was sitting at his desk while waiting for the other students and teacher to enter the classroom. He always liked getting to class before everyone else for some reason. It was probably because of the fact that he could get peace and quiet, since there was no one there to bother him about his quirklessness. Deku, well, the peace was fun while it lasted, signed the green-haired teen. The door to the classroom opened violently as Kitsuki slammed it open. He had a look of pure rage on his face as a vein appeared on his forehead, and looked like it was about to pop. Izuku started to repeat the mantra that Goku taught him in his head in order to calm his nerves. This means nothing. This means nothing. This means nothing. You lying bastard, yelled Kitsuki as he stomped over to Izuku's desk and threw out his left arm with his palm, creating small explosions. Izuku quickly got out of his chair and used the back of his right hand to slap away the exploding palm away from him. It was a move that Goku taught to push away attacks from an opponent's arms that try to make contact with the body. By pushing the attack away, it completely misses the target. This was the case as Kitsuki's left palm was slapped away from Izuku. He then used his pointer and middle fingers on his left hand to poke Kitsuki in the jugular notch area of his neck. Kitsuki held his neck with his hands, at the sudden pain that Izuku inflicted upon him. Stilt leg sweep. Izuku made his left leg glow with red vein-like lines covering it. He then side-kicked Kitsuki in the stomach, which resulted in the blonde flying across the classroom, before hitting his back against the wall next to the door. Damn! Kitsuki held his stomach in pain from the kick that he got from the green-haired boy, while said boy was staring at him in complete disbelief of what he just did. I fought back against Kakin. Izuku was feeling a great deal of happiness and excitement flow throughout himself, as he just did something that he never thought would have the courage to do. He stood up for himself against Kitsuki. While he was enjoying the feeling that he was experiencing, Kitsuki wasn't having such a good feeling like Izuku. He was in shock of what just happened. Deku landed a hit on me. Kitsuki looked up from his aching stomach to look at Izuku in disbelief to see if he wasn't mistaking Izuku for someone else. However, when he looked clear enough, he saw that Izuku was still there. He then started to see red as he was getting more and more angry at the quirkless teen. "I'm going kill." "That's enough," shouted another voice. The two boys turned their head to see that their teacher had just entered the classroom. "Bakugo, I don't care what reason you have for starting another fight with Midoriya. You are not allowed to fight or use your quirk in class. Now sit down and leave the issue for another time." Kitsuki gave Izuku one last glare before going to his desk and sitting on his chair. HMPH. Izuku was relieved that the teacher had shown up when he did. He really didn't want to get into a fight with Kitsuki before he was sure he had enough training with Goku. Even if he had a defensive technique at his arsenal, it wouldn't guarantee that he was strong enough to last against the blonde in a one-on-one fight. The tension in the classroom had lessened a bit, but Kitsuki clearly wasn't going to let this incident go. Not after quirkless Deku had fought back against him for the first time in their lives. How the hell did that nerd learn how to hit so hard? He asked himself. A few hours later, Izuku was now packing up for the end of the day. He was all by himself in the classroom as he was putting his stuff away in his yellow backpack. Once he was done, he left the room and started to walk down the hallway. He was thinking about how strong his defensive technique currently was, and if it was really strong enough to take hits from Kitsuki's explosions, since he didn't use it against the blonde earlier. "I wonder if I'll ever be able to do the K." "Not so fast, Midoriya," called out a familiar voice. "Oh no," sighed Izuku as he turned around to look behind him. It was Kitsuki's two lackeys that followed him everywhere, one with shoulder-length gray hair and the other with short black hair. Izuku just looked at them with confusion, as they had never talked to him or approached him without Kitsuki, and he wasn't anywhere to be seen. He wasn't afraid of these two, since their quirks aren't as strong or powerful as the blonde's explosion quirk. "Can I help you two with something?" he asked. "Bakugo wants to talk with you on the roof about something, so he asked us to come and get you," replied the black-haired boy. Izuku knew that if Kitsuki wanted to talk with him, it meant that it involved using him as a punching bag, since it's all he's ever used him for ever since he got his quirk. He wasn't going to have any more talks with him for a while, now that he knows how to take a blast from him. "If he wants to talk with me, he can just come to me himself instead of spending you two. He's just too lazy to do it himself." The two boys were shocked at what they just heard. Izuku Midoriya just bad-mouthed Kitsuki Bakugo, the strongest student in the whole school, that is consensually bullying him? After Kitsuki's arm was all healed from being broken from that mugger that attacked them about 4 months ago, they thought that Midoriya was going to be the same old scared quirkless wimp that he was known for. But today, he just started to acting brave, and even fought back against Kitsuki when he tried to assault him earlier. When the blonde told them what happened, they laughed and thought he was joking, but the serious look of rage in his eyes told them that he was being serious. He then ordered them to bring Izuku to him, so that he could finish what he started. But that was looking to be much more difficult than they expected it to be. Izuku decided that he wasted enough time and started to walk away in the other direction towards the staircase that leads to the bottom floor. Unfortunately, Kitsuki's lackeys weren't going to give up that easily. "Not so fast. You're coming with us," said the black-haired boy. He walked up from behind Izuku and grabbed onto his right arm, but that proved to be a big mistake, as he was met with 2 fingers poking him in the throat, more specifically the jugular notch. He held his throat with both of his hands and took a step back from Izuku. But before he even got a chance to react, he felt his ears being grabbed by a pair of hands, before his head was brought down to meet a knee that landed in the center of his face. "Kaoloi," shouted Izuku. The black-haired boy fell to the ground unconscious, as he wasn't moving in order to get up. The gray-haired boy looked at his friend in fear at what just happened. His friend was defeated by quirkless Deku of all people. Izuku turned his head to lock eyes with him. "Aren't you going to try?" he asked in a menacing tone. "Wyu. Damn. Ugh," was all that the gray-haired boy was able to say before he dropped to his knees and held his stomach in pain from the big fist blower that Izuku delivered to his stomach. Once he took care of that, he knew that he needed to go before Kitsuki grew impatient and came after him. so Izuku turned around and started to run out of the hall into the staircase. 20 minutes later, Izuku had made it to Dagaba Municipal Beach Park after running all the way from school with stilt leg sweep to help him get there faster, in case Kitsuki started to chase after him. But since he didn't hear him scream Deku, he realized that he must have gotten away before the blonde learned what had happened. "Hey Izuku!" called out Goku, who waved to him. "Hi Goku, sorry if I'm late, I got caught up in something," he apologized. The guy wearing adult smiled at his student. "Don't worry about it, you aren't late. That's good. So, what are we doing today? You're going to keep on pushing away the last bit of trash that's left on your side of the beach. If you finish that by tomorrow, we'll move on to manipulation your Kai into different shapes," replied Goku. Izuku was really eager to get started. He left behind his backpack and made his way to an old broken fridge and started to push it with all the strength he had. With Kitsuki, while Izuku and Goku trained at the beach, Kitsuki and his two friends were walking down a back alley. The blonde was not in the greatest mood after what had happened today. His friends weren't doing so well either. The two of them couldn't believe that they were beaten by Izuku Midoriya of all people. When they told Kitsuki about what happened, he did not take it too well. So now, the two boys had burn marks on them from Kitsuki, using them to take out his frustration. It was something that they never thought that he would use them for. But it turns out that he'll use anyone as a punching bag if they ruin his mood, whether it be Midoriya or even his own friends. They were now wondering if he even saw them as his friends in the first place. How the hell did that quirkless nerd learn how to hit so hard? It doesn't make any sense, thought the explosive teen. His mind started to go back to this morning, where he learned some new information about Izuku that didn't sit too well with him. Flashback, Kitsuki was walking down the hallway to reach the staircase that would take him to his first class of the day. He was in a good mood, since his arm had finally healed up from the mugger's assault on him. With his arm all better, he was going to spend most of the day reminding Izuku that he was the strongest and most capable student, that was going to be the next #1 hero, and make it into UA high all alone. "Your peace and quiet is over, Deku. 'Cause now I'm going to blow you to bits, you Quirkle." He zoomed in like he had a speed quirk. "It's like he's been hiding it this whole time or something," said a voice. Kitsuki turned his head to the left in the direction that the voice was coming from. He saw 3 students by the lockers, as they were talking about someone with a speed quirk or something. "Hey, what are you extras talking about?" he called over to them. The 3 students jumped in surprise from Kitsuki's voice as he started to approach them. He was now curious about what they were talking about. "Bakugo, it's Midoriya, he somehow has a quirk." "Ha ha 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 ha, good one. Quirkless Deku, having a quirk after the age of 4, laughed the blonde as he held his sides from the pain he was receiving from laughing so hard. The 3 students just waited for him to stop laughing before they started to explain. "I'm serious. We saw him run into the building from outside a few minutes again. It was way too fast for anybody that's quirkless to move. He ran through the door in less than a second, while leaving behind a trail of dust from outside." Kitsuki's eye widened for a moment when he heard trail of dust. He remembered dust flying up outside of the entrance of the school's property a few minutes ago, but he thought it was just a strong gust of wind. He also remembered that they said, hiding it this whole time. Deku, quirk, trail of dust, hiding it. Kitsuki's then started to feel anger and rage flow through his body, as he now started to think about everything that he'd just learned in the last few minutes. He then came to a single conclusion that could explain everything. That nerd had a quirk this whole time and has been hiding it from me. Kitsuki then turned around and started to stomp his way towards his classroom, because he knew that Izuku is usually the first one there. If what the 3 students said was true, then Izuku had been hiding a quirk from him and the rest of the school for years. His only thought now was blasting Izuku to kingdoms come. "You lying nerd," he thought. Flashback ends. Kitsuki then crushed the soda can in his hand with rage, as he was too caught up in his thoughts about today. Deku having a quirk and hiding it all this time, him standing up for himself and even fighting back, him defeating his 2 lackeys. It didn't make any sense at all. What had that nerd been doing while my arm was healing? "Hey, Kitsuki," said the black-haired boy. "What, you useless moron." The 2 boys flinched at the blonde's sudden outburst at them, as it rarely ever happened when directed at them. It was pretty obvious that he was still upset at them for not bringing Izuku to him. Unknowns to any of them, a pair of eyes were watching them from afar. The owner of said eyes looked at Kitsuki for a moment. "You're just what I need." With Izuku and Goku, Izuku was pushing an old wooden desk across the sand in order to add it to the mountain of trash that he had been creating for the last few minutes. While he was busy with that, Goku was throwing random punches and kicks in the air, while he waited for Izuku to finish up with his junk pile. He turned his head to look at him, and saw that he was doing pretty well on pushing the desk through the sandy beach. It's hard to believe that you were struggling with an old tire about 3 months ago, he thought. Izuku kept pushing the desk until he lined it up with the rest of the pile that he made earlier this week. "Whew, that was tough, but I did it," he smiled. "Great job, kid. You've got your arms and legs a whole lot stronger since last week. That's not an easy feat to accomplish in such a short amount of time," praised Goku. Izuku just stretched the back of his head while blushing. "Well, you did give me the right motivation to use in order to work harder." Goku smiled at how Izuku was opening up to him. Back when they first met and he looked through the boy's memories, he couldn't see Izuku's dad anywhere besides a few pictures on the walls of his apartment. Since Izuku's dad wasn't around, he didn't have a father figure to help him with his problems. Even though he still had his mother, everyone needs some kind of father figure in their lives to help them out with specific problems. Goku decided that it was time to get ready for today's proper training. "Alright, get into your workout clothes, and let's get started for today." "Right, let's do this," replied Izuku with a determined face. 2 hours later, Izuku was laying down on the sand with heavy breaths escaping his mouth, as he was exhausted from what Goku had just put him through over the last 2 hours. They went from sparring to practicing the defensive technique to practicing the new Kai technique, and that all lead up to where they were right now. "Man, I feel so tired after today. It's like it never gets any easier the more I train," huffed Izuku as he continued to breathe heavily. Goku walked up to him and looked down at him. "That's not true, you really are improving. I'm just making it more difficult in order to get you to work as hard as you did when we first started training together." "What?" asked a confused Izuku. "I just increased the difficulty of each of our training sessions a bit, in order to make you struggle about the same amount as when we first started 4 months ago. That way you won't notice your physical improvement for a while until I told you. It was to make you see how much 2 could chance without noticing it," explained Goku. Izuku decided to just accept what Goku told him and move on from there. It was Friday and he wanted to get home and rest until tomorrow. He got up from the ground and looked down at his clothes to see that they were very wet from all of his sweating. He was in his black shirt, blue cargo pants, and of course, his red shoes. They seriously needed a wash after today. "Well, let's change and get ready to head home." Izuku got up and started to walk towards the staircase that led him to the street above, but suddenly remembered something important. "Hey Goku," said person turned their head and looked at the teen. "What is it, kid? I kinda need your help with something. You see, my mom wants to meet you." Goku was now confused as to what he meant by that. "What you mean?" he asked his student. "Well, when we first started training a few months ago, I didn't tell my mom what I was doing. So she asked me about it last week, because she started to worry. I told her about you training me to get stronger, so that I could go to UA, and how you're quirkless just like me. She was surprised to hear that but was happy that I was getting help from someone like me, and that I wasn't as powerless as we thought I was. She asked me to introduce you to her, as she wants you to explain Kai to her as well. So you think you could come by someday soon?" asked Izuku. Goku smiled in response to his question. "Sure thing, kid. I'll come with you today in fact." "Oh really? Sure, just let me call my wife to let her know that I'll be running a little late tonight." Izuku then left confused for a moment. "Wife, you're married?" he asked. "Yeah, you didn't know. You never mentioned it." Goku then had a sweat drop run down the back of his head. "I guess I never did." He chuckled. Izuku just smiled at how goofy his teacher could be, but that was one of the things that made him so likable. He truly felt happy to have him as his first real friend. He just hoped that the meeting between him and his mother would go well. 1 hour later. "I got to say, you really learn fast for someone who's only been able to use Kai for about 4 months. You should feel proud of yourself, kid," said Goku. The two were now walking down the street in order to get to Izuku's apartment. The young teen had now changed from his workout clothes to his middle school uniform, since it wasn't sweaty and stinky. "Well, it only because I have an awesome teacher that knows a thing or two about how to push the body and mind," replied Izuku with a smile. "Thanks, kid. I wasn't sure if I was going to be a good teacher, but it turns out that training you is no different than training with my kids." "You have kids too? I didn't mention that either, did I?" "Nope. Oops. Yeah, I'm a dad." "Cool. So what are they like?" Izuku was now curious about what Goku's family was like. "Well, my first son is G. Hold on, what's that over there?" Izuku looked over to where Goku was looking at and saw that a crowd had formed on the street ahead of them. How did we not notice that sooner? He asked himself. Come on, let's go see what's up, said Goku. He then started to run ahead to get closer to the crowd and get a better look at the situation. Izuku followed his mentor to see what all the fuss was about. The two started to push their way through the crowd in order to see what was going on. When they got to the front of the crowd, they just stood still in shock of what they were seeing. The street in front of them was full of chaos. There was fire on multiple locations of the street. Chunks of the road were cracked from the damage, people that were too scared to move away from the blazing street. All because of the one responsible for causing all of that destruction in the first place. It was the sludge villain. Goku and Izuku both looked at each other for a moment, before turning their attention back to the scene in front of them. It was the same sludge villain that brought the two of them to meet for the first time 4 months ago. They thought that he would have been captured by a pro hero by now, but he was still on the loose and causing chaos. How is he causing those flames? Asked Goku. Izuku then started to remember how the sludge villain tried to capture him with his slimy body 4 months ago, but he couldn't come to an answer as to why. He then got distracted by two familiar voices. Oh man, I hope Katsuki gets out of that mess somehow. Why is this happening? Why? Izuku and Goku turned their heads to the left to see that the voice belonged to Katsuki's two lackeys, watching the scene in front of them nervously. Izuku walked up to them to see if he could get an answer. Why are you too worried about Kaken? The two of them then looked and saw Izuku talking to them. Midoriya, what are you downing here? Asked the gray-haired boy as he took a step back away from Izuku, in fear of another beatdown like before. Answer my question, roared Izuku. He didn't know if he was getting stressed out from the situation that was occurring, or his angry for them from years of bullying. The black-haired boy just pointed at the sludge villain in fear, which caused Izuku to look at the scene again. He didn't see anything other than the sludge villain causing chaos. But when he looked a bit harder, he suddenly gasped at who he saw that was being controlled by the sludge villain Katsuki. Katsuki was being held hostage by the sludge villain at the core of its body, while the villain himself was using his quirk to cause explosions and destruction throughout the street. Izuku looked closer as he saw that Katsuki was struggling to break free from the sludge that was keeping him trapped. Never before had Katsuki felt so powerless in all of his life, since he was so used to being the strongest, and believed that no one could match him in power, but reality was showing him just how much all of that was a fantasy. For the first time in his life he felt scared. Izuku looked at Katsuki's face as it was being coved by slime. The villain's teeth were now covering the lower part of the blonde's head, while the higher part of his head was still visible. But Izuku saw something in Katsuki's eyes that was a look he'd never thought he would see from the blonde. He saw fear, hopelessness, and doubt. Izuku didn't know what happened as his body suddenly burst through the crowd, as he was now heading towards Katsuki and the sludge villain in a full-out sprint. You say run starting at 0:22 My Hero Academia. Everyone was left shocked and breathless at what was happening. Izuku was rushing towards the chaos that was ahead of him as he got closer and closer to the dangerous sludge villain. No, you idoid, stop, yelled a pro hero named Death Arms. Izuku, what are you doing? Yelled Goku as he watched his student head towards danger. What's happening? Why am I running towards the sludge villain? Thought Izuku. He didn't understand why he was running towards danger, as his legs started moving on their own before he could even think. He realized that he needed some kind of plan if he was going to save Katsuki from the sludge villain, but was struggling to think with the sludge villain getting closer. His legs just wouldn't stop running. Come on, I got to think of some kind of plan. Think. His mind suddenly remembered one of the pages from his many notebooks that he wrote in over the years. That's it. Both the sludge villain and Katsuki saw Izuku approaching them at an alarming rate of speed, as were surprised to see him coming at them. Deku? Katsuki thought as he slightly saw Izuku running up to him. It's that kid again, perfect. With both him and this kid together, I can use both of their quirks to defeat the pesky heroes. The sludge villain had no idea of what was about to happen next, as Izuku wasn't as defenseless as before. Izuku kept on running up to him before he suddenly raised his right arm and aimed his palm at the sludge villain's eyes. He then fired multiple Kai blasts at the villain's eyes as he started to yell in pain from the invisible yellow spheres that were hitting his eyes and blinding him. Wah, my eyes. With his foe now distracted, Izuku covered his fingers in yellow Kai and used them as claws to take a swing at the sludge villain's body that had Katsuki held prisoner. He used his Kai-enhanced fingers to dig through the villain's body until he found Katsuki, and kept on swinging his arms to get him out. What are you doing here? Asked Katsuki with a loud voice, so that Izuku could hear him over all of the noise. You look like you needed help, replied the green-haired teen. He kept on clawing away at the sludge until he had enough room to pull Kitsuki out. He increased the amount of kai in his arms to give himself some extra strength, grabbed onto Kitsuki's shoulders, and pulled as hard as he could. Ah! With a mighty yell, he pulled Kitsuki out of the sludge villain's body, and threw him back a few feet, so that he was now behind him. Kitsuki landed on his back behind Izuku, about 5 feet before looking up and seeing the green-haired boy cup both his hands together on the left side of his body. "What are you doing?" he asked. Izuku started to gather kai into his cupped hands, and formed it into the shape of a sphere that started to grow a bit. Goku and the rest of the crowd watched as Izuku got into position. While the crowd was a bit confused at what he was doing, Goku knew exactly what Izuku was trying to do. The sludge villain soon stopped moving his arms and blinking from the pain in his eyes, and turned to look at Izuku. He was now angry at the boy that not only hurt him, but robbed him of his hostage and power. "You little pest!" he roared as he was about to throw his right arm in his Izuku. Izuku kept a brave face on before he then answered Kitsuki's question. "It's time that you learn a very important lesson about me and others like me." His mind then started to go back and remember the words that Goku spared with him on their first day of training together. Flashback. "I see a lot of potential in you, and I mean a lot. We're going to bring it out of you and show the world, Quirkless." Flashback ends. Doesn't mean worthless. Hi. He thrust out both of his arms, and shot a long beam of blue kai out of his hands. The beam came into contact with the sludge villain, and started to do a number on him, if his screams of pain were anything to go by. "Nuo! Rayag!" he yelled as the beam shot through him and caused him to splatter. Now his body was just a pile of goo all over the street. Kitsuki, his lackeys, the pro-heroes, and the crowd all stared at what just happened before them. A kid had just defeated a powerful sludge villain while rescuing his hostage at the same time. Song end. He did it. He stopped that sludge villain all on his own, said a hero named Kamui Wood. Incredible, said another pro-hero named Mount Lady. Goku couldn't believe that Izuku had managed to perform the Kamehameha so quickly. He had been struggling to do it right for weeks, but now he just performed it perfectly, just to save his own bully no less. How did he make it that strong so fast? He was going to have to ask him about that later, but right now, they need to get out of here. Goku placed 2 fingers on his forehead, and used instant transmission to disappear from the crowd, which shocked the few who saw him. He appeared next to Izuku without warning, which surprised Kitsuki. "What the? We're leaving," said Goku as he placed a hand on Izuku's right shoulder, and once again used instant transmission to teleport them both away from the scene. Everyone that was there was shocked at what just happened, but none were more shocked than Kitsuki Bakugo. Not only was he saved by Quirkless Deku, but he somehow managed to defeat a foe that he himself couldn't beat. Not to mention that he used some kind of wind quirk to blow the sludge villain to pieces. Combine that with the fact that he learned that Izuku can also run fast, brought him to one conclusion. Deku wasn't hiding one quirk, he was hiding 2. Today was one of Kitsuki Bakugo's worst days. His pride took a lot of damage, and he blamed just one person for it all. "Deku," he growled. With Goku and Izuku. Goku and Izuku both appeared at Dagaba Municipal Beach Park again, as it was the only place that Goku knew could get them away from the crowd, so that they wouldn't find them. Now that the 2 of them were safe, Goku stepped back and crossed his arms over his chest, while looked at Izuku with a stern expression on his face. This caused Izuku to look down at his feet in shame. "You're mad, aren't you?" asked Izuku. "Not mad, just concerned," replied Goku. Izuku was confused by his teacher's answer. "Concerned? I'm concerned about how you'll run into danger like that again. If you don't think of a plan beforehand. You rushed into that chaos to save him because nobody else was doing so, right?" asked the spiky-haired fighter. Izuku nodded his head. "You need to think of a plan before you go into danger. While it's true that you can never predict what can happen, you need to use the knowledge that you already have to your advantage. I'm not a hero like the ones that are around today, but I'm sure that the same would apply to them as well." Izuku listened to Goku's words and let them sink in for just a moment. While it's true that he saved Kitsuki and came up with a plan during the rescue, it would have been better to think of one before he rushing without thinking. But he couldn't help himself. He just moved without knowing he was heading towards the sludge villain in the first place. "That being said, I think that you proved that you can be a great hero after what you just did today," smiled Goku. Izuku looked up at Goku with a surprised expression. "Really?" he asked. "Really, I may not know everything that a hero is supposed to do, but I know that they're always putting themselves in danger in order to help others. You risked your life in order to save that Bakugo kid, even after all that he made you suffer. You didn't let any personal feelings get in the way of doing the right thing. That's what I believe is going to make you a great hero someday," smiled Goku. Izuku smiled back at his teacher. He was thankful for his words of encouragement after everything that he's been through today. His eyes started to become wet as a few tears of happiness started to run down his cheeks. Goku started patting Izuku's head to calm him down and get the tears to stop. "Enough with the tears already, kid. You're making me feel guilty now. Sorry." Izuku started brushing them away with his fingers. Goku smiled and started to look around the beach for a moment. It was nearly all cleaned up, as Izuku just needed to move a few more things for it to be spotless. They'll worry about that later. Right now, they had bigger issues to worry about. How are we going to get to his apartment without being seen by anyone? Thought Goku. Meditation is a very useful activity that has many benefits to it, reducing stress, enhancing self-awareness, improving sleep, helps control pain, etc. What some people might not know is that 3 benefits of meditation that involve Kai are that it can increase the amount of Kai a person has in their body, improve their control over their Kai, and make them stronger by little bits at a time. It's because of those 3 benefits that both Goku and Izuku are on Dagaba Municipal Beach Park, meditating on the sand. Both of them were sitting cross-legged near the shore as they had their eyes closed, and were being as still as statues to concentrate on emptying their minds from their surroundings. Both also had different sets of clothes on as well. Izuku was in a blue tracksuit and track pants with a white line down each side. Goku was wearing a different guy that was also orange like his last one, only it had no kanji. He also had a blue undershirt, and kept his wristbands and boots the same. And his guy for most of Dragon Ball Z. The two have been meditating for the past half hour, in order to help Izuku understand the importance of mental training, as it's just as important as physical training, when becoming a combatant of any sort. White Kai had surrounded their bodies after 15 minutes of meditation, and it continued to grow by little amounts as time went on. Goku decided that now was a good time to end, and stated to get up from the sand. "Time's up, Izuku." The green-haired boy got up from the sand, and then looked at his hands for a moment. He could feel the increase of Kai and strength running through his body. It felt amazing. "How you feeling?" asked Goku. "Incredible. I can feel like I have just a little bit more control over my Kai, and I didn't even need to move at all," replied Izuku as he looked up at Goku with a smile on his face. That's why most people sometimes meditate, to increase the amount of Kai that their body can handle, and to gain better control over it. Some people think that it's too slow and don't bother with meditating because of it, explained Goku. But every little bit counts. If you do something for a short period of time repeatedly for a long period of time, it adds up, replied Izuku. Goku just signed and placed his hand on his student's shoulder. "What you said is true. But remember that as time moves on, people want to make things easier for themselves. They come up with inventions that make a hard task even easier in less time. So they don't take the time to do things the old way, because of how much harder it is compared to today." Izuku somewhat agreed with what Goku was saying to him. People defiantly don't work as hard as they used to with the most simple of things these days. While it does have some benefits, it also makes people less thrilled and willing to put up more of an effort when it's needed. "Izuku." "Yes?" asked the green-haired boy as he looked up at Goku. "Remember that hard work always pays off. You might not receive the results you want right away, but you'll never get anywhere if you just complain about it." Izuku just listened quietly as he knew that there was a point that Goku was trying to get to. You're as strong as you are now because you worked hard to earn the strength. You've overcame your limit of being quirkless just like me to become strong enough to stand up against people with quirks just fine. Izuku felt joy and accomplishment at hearing his teacher say those words to him. But remember, you need to keep on training even after you make it into UA, so that you can stand up against any enemy that'll try and mess with you in the future. "Why are you telling me this, Goku?" asked Izuku with a bit of confusion. "I want to teach you something that one of my masters taught me years ago. Something that I remember even to this day, and I want you to remember from now on. No matter how strong you are, there'll always be someone stronger." Izuku just stood still and let those words sink in for a moment. He then started thinking about all the times that Katsuki had showed off his quirk to everyone, and how he thought himself as the strongest. He then thought about all the times that Katsuki used his quirk on him to beat him up for fun. His mind then started to think about 2 people that ended up challenging Katsuki's mentally, and supporting Goku's quote Slade and the sludge villain. Izuku thought about the day that he was first attacked by the sludge villain and how Goku saved him, because he didn't stand a chance on his own. He then remembered how a few days ago that he saved Katsuki and defeated the same sludge villain on his own with a single Kamehameha, which proved that his hard work and training paid off, as he surpassed someone that defeated him so easily during their first encounter with each other. He then started to think about his battle with Slade, and remembered something that the mugger said to him. "You're a strong fighter, kid. You lasted longer that kid with an explosion quirk that I robbed 3 months ago, but not strong enough to beat me." Slade himself said that he lasted longer than Katsuki did, which meant that he had improved and gotten stronger like Goku said he would. Izuku realized that both Slade and the sludge villain popped up out of nowhere in his life, and they both were stronger than him. There was probably someone else that was out there that would attack him next, and be even stronger than those two. Izuku then looked at Goku and nodded his head to show that he understood what his teacher was trying to teach him. Goku smiled and decided to change the subject to something that he noticed during their training recently. Almost every time that the two of them sparred with each other, he took notice that Izuku fights exactly like him, using the same moves, the same techniques, the same fighting strategies, the same everything. Izuku was trying to become more like him. "Hey, Izuku, let me ask you something. What is it? When you look into a mirror, what are you supposed to see?" asked Goku. Izuku replied with the most obvious answer there could be to that question: "My reflection." "Right, your reflection. So who are you?" "I'm Izuku Midoriya, and that's why you need to try and be more like you and not like me," replied the spiky-haired martial artist. "What do you mean, Goku?" asked Izuku. "I've noticed that you fight almost exactly like me whenever we spar together. You use all of the same moves, strategies, methods, etc., explained Goku. Izuku was a bit confused by what Goku meant by that. "I'm just using what you taught me." Goku then listened to his student's words carefully and realized that he was right. He realized that Izuku was copying him because that's what he set out to do in the first place, to teach him. "Hahaha, I guess you're right. I have been teaching you what you know," laughed Goku. Izuku just looked at Goku a bit confused for a moment. "What exactly are you trying to tell me, Goku?" he asked. Goku looked at his student and gave him the most straightforward answer he could think of. "I think that you need to come up with a fighting style that's a little bit different from mine, but has enough similarities that you can still use what I taught you. So in short, come up with a different fighting style or make my own?" asked the green-haired boy. You got it," chuckled Goku. Izuku turned around and started to think about how he could change up his fighting style a bit, in order to make it a little bit more unique for himself. It's definitely not an easy task for most people, especially for a beginner like Izuku who's only had about 4 months of training in. So this was going to take some time for him to figure out. Goku decided he should probably start today's training session for now, and have Izuku figure out a new fighting style later. "How about we start today's training and figure out a fighting style for you another time?" Izuku looked at his teacher and decided that it was probably a good idea. "Alright, so what are we going to learn today?" he asked with a voice filled with excitement. "I'm going to start teaching you how to change the shape of Yukai, so that you can use it in different ways, besides just adding it to your limbs for striking power, or firing it from your body," explained Goku. "Could you show me so that I can understand what you mean?" asked Izuku. Instead of responding with words, Goku turned away from Izuku and looked out at the ocean for a moment. Izuku was confused by what Goku was doing and looked out towards the ocean as well. Before he could ask Goku what they were looking at, the adult raised his right arm above his head and began to generate Kai into it. The Kai was yellow and take the form of a flat disc that appeared to be spinning at high speed while making a buzzing noise. Goku then tossed the yellow Kai disc out into the ocean while yelling out, "Destructo disc." Izuku looked at the yellow Kai disc as it flew out over the water at high speed. It kept on getting smaller and smaller, as each passing second made it go farther and farther, until it disappeared out into the ocean, and the buzzing sound couldn't be heard anymore. Izuku was amazed by the Destructo disc. He'd never seen Kai be used as like that before. He only thought that it could be used to enhance strength, speed, durability, and shoot beams and blast. Goku turned back to his student and smiled. "What you think?" he asked. "That was amazing," cheered the quirkless teen in excitement. Goku laughed at how his student was geeking out at his demonstration of Kai control. He remembered acting the same when he first saw the Destructo disc for the first time, back when he was just a child. Goku then decided to give another demonstration to help Izuku really understand what he meant by changing the shape of one's Kai. "If you think that's something, then you'll love my Kai sword." Goku extended his right arm out to the side and created a sword made out of yellow Kai that was looked to me about 50 centimeters in length. And go to the Dragon Ball wiki and look for Azure Dragon Sword Model Energy Blade Man. That's a mouthful. I'm just going to call it Kai Sword for short. Izuku was now left even more astonished at what his mentor had just shown. A disc and a sword. He can control his Kai to create weapons from his own body. That's amazing, he thought to himself. Goku then made the Kai sword disappear and looked at Izuku. So, you get what I'm saying now? He asked. Izuku nodded really fast with excitement. You want me to learn how to change the shape of my Kai and create it into some kind of weapon, right? He asked to see if he got his answer correct. It doesn't have to be a weapon. It can be anything that you think will help you in combat, said Goku. Izuku's many then started racing with so many possibilities of what he could shape his Kai into, to help him out in a handful of situations in the future, from combat to rescue and everything in between. The possibilities were limitless. Let's get started, he said with a smile. Goku replied with a smile of his own. That's the kind of language I speak. 3 hours later, Izuku was now laying down on the sand, tired and bruised from his sparring match with Goku. Man, I know he's always holding back against me, but the force of each of his strikes tells a different story, he thought. Izuku then painfully turned over onto his front and looked up at his mentor, who was sitting on the sand with his legs crossed like earlier during meditation. Does your body hurt, buddy? He asked with a chuckle. Yes, whined the green-haired boy. Good, because that's how you know you're making progress. It's just like that old saying, no pain, no gain, said Goku. Izuku was so tired that he decided not to argue and put his chin down on the same to rest for a moment. He did agree with Goku's logic about needing to work out until you're in pain in order to get stronger, as that's what he's been doing for months now, but it still didn't make it any less pleasant, as the pain almost didn't make it worth it. However, the results were worth it, as they helped him reach heights in strength and power that he never thought he could achieve, power that he'll one day use to save as many lives as possible. When he becomes the #1 hero, he will become the #1 hero, and there's nothing that anyone can do or say that will. Deku the quirkless wonder. There's nothing that you can do, Deku. You think a quirkless loser like you has a chance? Don't enter UA, nerd. Those words completely crushed his confidence, brought down the good mood he was in. Kakin. Goku could see that his student had had a mood swing as he went from happy to sad in almost an instant. He got up from the sand and walked over to Izuku before crouching down and placing his hand on top of the boy's head, and began to read his mind, just like he did when they first met. Goku looked through each memory that Izuku was thinking. They were the same as the last time he did this. He was still listening to all of the doubt and prejudice from Katsuki and his classmates. All those words and claims that Izuku heard over and over again have had a lasting impact on him. Even after learning to use Kai, it still stayed put in his mind. Goku removed his hand from Izuku's head and held it out to up the boy up. Izuku grabbed Goku's hand as he was pulled up off the sand by his mentor. You read my mind, didn't you? I didn't think you were going to tell me what was wrong. Why are you still letting everything that they said get to you? Asked Goku. Izuku didn't have an answer. I don't know, was all that he could come up with. Goku was very confused by all this. After all of the training that the two of them have done over the last few months, Izuku was still doubting himself about facing his classmates and proving them wrong about becoming a hero while remaining quirkless. I don't get it, kid. You managed to last longer against Slade than that Bakugo kid did. You save him from the sludge villain. You already made your defensive technique strong enough to take his explosions. Why are you still letting their empty words get to you? Asked Goku. He needed an answer, and he needed it now if he was ever going to help this kid out. You never dealt with the prejudice of being quirkless, you said so yourself. You don't know what it's like to be compared to everyone else, when you lack something that almost everyone has, to be taunted because of it, laughed at, being beaten up as if you were just a toy that they wanted to break because they thought it was funny. You don't know what being called Deku does to me. Tears started to run down Izuku's cheeks as he started showing how much damage Katsuki and all of his classmates had done to his emotional IQ. Goku felt really bad, looking at his student in front of his as he suffered the effects of bullying which he himself wasn't exposed to. He had been so focused on making Izuku physical stronger that he didn't pay attention to his emotional strength and how it could affect him in the future. This was his second time seeing those memories, and he did nothing to help Izuku overcome his pain and burden of being quirkless, aside just teaching him to fight. He needed to fix this. Goku walked closer towards the shore where the water and sand nearly met. He sat down on the sand again and looked out into the ocean. He then turned to Izuku, who was looking at him while wiping his tears away. "Sit down," said the spiky-haired man as he patted the sand to his right to instruct his student where to sit. Izuku didn't ask Goku why he wanted him to sit. He just walked up and sat down next to his mentor. The two of them looked out into the water as the sun was beginning to set, bringing the day to a close. Goku just waited until he felt that the atmosphere was right, until the mood was right, until the time was right. Neither him or Izuku exchanged words as they both knew that one of them had something very important to say to the other. Finally, Goku spoke. "Izuku." "Why, yes?" Goku turned his head and looked at the green-haired boy straight in the eyes. "Don't ever let someone tell you that you can't do something. Not even me, okay?" Izuku just stayed silent as part of him knew that Goku wasn't finished speaking. "You got a dream, you got to protect it." Izuku nodded his head as he kept on listening. "You want something. Go get it, period." "Okay," replied Izuku. Goku wasn't done yet. "That Bakugo kid and all of your other classmates don't want to be heroes." Izuku got a bit confused by what his mentor meant. Everyone in his class wanted to be a hero. They all wanted to fight bad guys and get famous like their favorite hero that they each looked up to as little kids. They want to be famous. There's a difference between being a hero and being famous, Izuku. The green-haired boy was still a bit confused by what Goku meant. Being a hero means doing the right thing and helping others when they need help, protecting those who can't protect themselves, apologizing when you mess up because you feel bad about it, treating others the way you want to be treated. That's what makes a hero, explained Goku. Izuku was speechless. His eyes widened as the gears in his head began to turn, as he started thinking about what Goku was going to say about what makes a person famous. Famous people are known for what they do or did, whether it's good or bad. You don't need to be a hero to become famous. Villains can be just as famous as heroes can by hurting people, causing destruction, making others suffer, etc. Because that's what villains do. Goku was right. You don't need to be a hero to become famous. You could still become well known for doing something horrible. Everything in Izuku's mind was starting to come together and understand what Goku was trying to explain. Villains use their powers or quirks to hurt others for whatever real they have, whether it's because they need to, think it's funny, or just want to. The point is that if you use your power for any of those reasons, you're technically a villain. "So, what has that Bakugo kid been doing to you with his quirk for the past few years?" he asked his student. Izuku kept on thinking about how Katsuki always used his quirk to beat him up every time he mentioned how he wanted to be a hero, despite lacking a quirk of his own. Meaning that even though his underage, Katsuki could kind of be considered a villain by now. He doesn't care about what happens to you or feel sorry about what he did to you. None of your classmates do, meaning that they won't be very good heroes at all. They just want to be heroes for the fame, not to help people, which is why you'll be a better hero than any of them. Those words really helped brighten Izuku's mood, as he now felt happy that he had such a kind man as his mentor. Think about the sludge villain incident a few days ago. Imagine if you switched positions with Bakugo. I bet he probably would just laugh at your suffering and use it as proof that you couldn't be a hero without a quirk. He wouldn't try and save you like you did for him. Izuku realized that Goku was right again. Katsuki wouldn't try and save him. He'd laugh and make fun of him if he was the sludge villain's victim. Even after all that he made him suffer, Izuku remembered how he rushed out to help save Katsuki, despite their bad history with each other. Goku then continued to talk. "You know what else I think?" he asked. What?" Izuku responded with a question of his own. "I bet that none of them even train to get stronger or improve their quirks at all. Have you ever heard them talk about how they've learned new tricks or grown stronger with their quirks at all?" asked Goku. Izuku started to think for a moment, and tried to come up with one time that he heard his classmates mention training or a growth in power or abilities, but he couldn't think of time. "I bet that Bakugo doesn't think that he needs to train because of how strong he thinks he is. He probably blames his loss to Slade on his friends for distracting him. So I bet he thinks he can still take on Slade on his own. I've met plenty of guys like that. Why think that they don't need to train because of how long they've been on a winning streak, thanks to their natural talent." Izuku was starting to think the same thing as Goku. Katsuki was always so sure of himself because of how powerful his quirk was that he never mentioned training either. He probably thinks that he doesn't need it, and even if he did train, he doesn't have a teacher to train him like Izuku has Goku, which is much more effective, since a teacher should always know more than their student about what they're teaching them. Remember this quote, "Izuku, hard work beats talent when talent fails to work hard," said Goku. "Right, I'll always remember that, Goku," responded Izuku. Just remember that you won't always beat someone with natural talent right away. You'll need to train harder than they do in order to surpass them," added Goku. He wanted to make sure that Izuku understood what he was trying to say. Right, because that'll always be someone stronger. Goku smiled as his student remembered the words that he shared with him earlier. He just needed to do one more thing before they could fully call it a day and rest up. "Now, I think I know how to get you to not be bothered by being called Deku anymore," he said. Izuku's eyes widened at what he'd just heard. If he learned how not to let being called Deku bother him, Katsuki and his other classmates won't be able to put him down anymore, because he wouldn't be giving them the reaction that they want from him, which will lead to them stopping since it'll become pointless. "Really how?" asked the green-haired boy. Goku gave Izuku an answer that he was not expecting, by turning it from an insult to a compliment. Izuku was now officially confused about how Goku was going to chance his insult name into a compliment, after how much that name made him suffer for so many years. Goku turned to look at Izuku. "I read your mind, so I know that Bakugo could give it to you. When you didn't get a quirk like all of the other kid in your class at the time. The D and E are from the beginning of the word, defenseless, while K and U are the last two letters in your name, Izuku. So all we got to do is chance the D and E and get it from another word," explained the spiky-haired man. Izuku now understood from where his mentor was coming from, but he still had to ask, "So, which word do we replace defenseless with?" Goku got up from the sand, and Izuku did the same. They both looked at each other before Goku then spoke. "Izuku, you've been spending the last few months training to get stronger because you really wanted to. What have you shown me these past few months?" he asked. The green-haired teen started to think for a moment about what the right answer to that question could be. He kept both the letters D and E in mind, and started thinking of nouns that started with them. "Determination." Goku smiled and nodded his head at his student's answer. "Get me a piece of paper from your notebook and a pencil." Izuku was curious as to why Goku needed them, but decided not to question it, and just simply walked over to his backpack to get Goku what he asked for. He then returned with a white piece of paper ripped out of his notebook and a pencil. He handed them over to Goku, who then started to use the pencil to write on the paper. "From now on, Deku has a new meaning. One that'll make you work harder and feel proud." He then showed Izuku what he wrote on the paper, and waited to see what his student thought. The quirkless teen looked at what was written on the slip of paper and stared. He looked at the first word, then the second one, which was his name, and finally the third word that was the name that tortured him for so long. But it now had a new meaning. He kept on staring at the three words for a bit longer, before his eyes started leaking water. Unlike the last set of tears, these tears were of happiness and joy. Izuku wrapped his arms around Goku and proceeded to cry on him as he let his joy and emotions control him from this point onwards. Thank you, G Goku," he sobbed. The quirkless adult rubbed his student's curly hair to calm him down. "That's what I'm here for, kid," he assured Izuku as he let the boy cry his eyes out. A gust of wind blew past then, as it allowed the slip of paper in Izuku's hand to unfold, giving us a glimpse of what was written on it. "Determined Izuku equals Deku. Defying gravity." Kurt solo version Glee. Izuku is walking along the beach at nighttime as a clear starry sky is shown above him. He then reaches into the pocket of his track pants and pulls out his Determined Izuku paper to look at it. "Something has changed within me. Something is not the same." Izuku starts thinking about Katsuki with a smug grin on his face, and he tightens his fist in anger. "I'm through with playing by the rules of someone else's game." Izuku creates a yellow Kai blast in his hand and looked at it for a moment. Too late for second guessing. Too late to go back to sleep. It's time to true my instincts. Izuku raises his hand towards the sky and fires the Kai blast into the air. Close my eyes and leap. Shooting stars start flying across the sky above Izuku as he walks along the beach looking up at them. It's time to try defying gravity. I think I'll try defying gravity. Izuku's mother kisses him on the forehead as he smiles and walks out the door for school. Kiss me goodbye, I'm defying gravity. Izuku looks up to see Katsuki smirking at him. He then punches Katsuki, who turns to dust that blows away. And you won't bring me down. Izuku remembers Katsuki blowing up his notebook and tossing it out the window. I'm through accepting limits. Cause someone says they're so. Izuku is currently doing push-ups on the sand. Some things I cannot change. But till I try I'll never know. Izuku stares out onto the horizon as the sun starts to rise up from out of the water. He smiles as a new day begins. Too long I've been afraid of losing love. I guess I've lost. Izuku turns right and starts to run along the beach. Well, if that's love, it comes at much too high a cost. Izuku jogs along the beach as he looks up at the cloud above him. I'd sooner buy Defying Gravity. Kiss me goodbye, I'm defying gravity. I think I'll try defying gravity. Izuku thinks of Kitsuki threatening him while creating small explosions in his hands. Izuku just narrows his eyes and starts to run faster. And you won't bring me down. Izuku sees Goku ahead of him and runs faster to reach him. I think I'd sooner buy defying gravity. Kiss me goodbye, I'm defying gravity. Izuku stops in front of Goku and looks up at him. Goku smiles and gives Izuku a thumbs up. I think I'll try defying gravity. Izuku thinks about Kitsuki, who had his back turned and is walking away. And you won't bring me down. Izuku grabs his determined Izuku paper and looks at it with a smile. Bring me down. Oh. Both Izuku and Goku turn to look at the sunrise. Song end. Monday. Izuku was in his black school uniform making his way to school for the day. He felt very confident in himself after the talk that he had with Goku. He now made the defensive technique that he and Goku practiced strong enough to take Kitsuki's explosions head-on without taking too much serious damage, which means that the blonde couldn't physically hurt him anymore. He also couldn't emotionally hurt him either, thanks to both him and Goku, giving Deku a new meaning. Today was going to be a day that he finally stood up to Kitsuki and proved to him and all of the others who laughed and taunted him that he can be a hero. He was going to get him point across no matter what. He was now walking past the front yard of the school without much issue. However, he noticed that some of the students were staring at him and whispering to each other while looking at him, which then caused more staring. I guess the sludge villain incident must have attracted some attention. I should have guessed that would be the case, thought Izuku. He decided to not think about it for too much, and just make his way to class to get today started. A few minutes later, Izuku was now in front of the door of his first class. He could hear the voices of his classmates on the other side, and knew that when he stepped through the door, that a scene was going to happen. And if Kitsuki was in the classroom, it was really going to heat up. The green-haired boy closed his eyes for a moment, began to think. My fear means nothing. My fear means nothing. My fear means nothing. He then opened the door and walked him. Deku! Roared Kitsuki as he rushed towards Izuku with a face that just shone pure rage. Boom! The blonde then started to use his quirk to assault Izuku with so many explosions so quickly that he created a large cloud of smoke from so many repeated explosions. Boom! 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 You lying nerd. You kept them a secret from all of us, including me. You always had a quirk, more than one. And you pretended to be quirkless to make me think that I was better than you, that I was ahead of you, you lying nerd. Roared the blonde hothead as he continued his assault on the quirkless boy. The rest of the students stared in horror at the strongest student in the school viciously attacked Izuku. They all moved back into a corner of the room to get as far away from the blast as possible. Now, while the rest of the class did think of Izuku as a joke for wanting to be a hero, knowing he doesn't have a quirk, they never wanted him to be attacked in such a brutal manner, especially by Kitsuki of all people. It just seemed too unfair. Everyone knew that Kitsuki's drive to become the next #1 hero was strong, but they didn't know that he would attack another person that would threaten to oppose his goal. And with him being saved by Izuku of all people, who was thought to be quirkless, during the sludge villain incident a few days ago, they all know that the blonde was going to be less than thrilled in seeing Izuku again. But to attack him as wildly as he was doing right now, it was simply too much. Kitsuki, stop it. You're going to kill him, cried out the blonde's black-haired lackey. He deserves it for lying, replied the blonde as he continued to let out his frustration and anger. Boom, 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 boom. Bakugo, stop it. A hero doesn't kill someone when they're angry. You could go to jail for murder. Kitsuki just ignored his classmates as he continued to take out his frustration on Izuku by blasting his away with as much explosions as he could. He couldn't let the embarrassment of being saved by him slide, as he always thought that he never needed help from anyone. Once he was finally calmed down a bit, he stopped blasting his target. If you really do have more than one quirk, then don't hide them and remember that you can never hold a candle to me, you nerd. The other students held their breath as they know that Izuku couldn't possibly be in any condition to answer. He was probably going to be in a hospital bed for months, after taking that many explosions to the face so quickly. Is that all you got? Everyone in the room was speechless, and they heard an all too familiar voice, and looked at the smoke that Kitsuki's explosions left behind. Goku Super Saiyan theme starting at 103 Dragon Ball Z. The smoke started to clear away, and when it did, it revealed an unharmed Izuku, who was now staring at Katsuki with an angry expression on his face. Everyone in the classroom was shocked to see that Izuku was just fine after taking so many explosions from Katsuki at a point-blank range. His clothes also looked like they didn't suffer any damage from the onslaught as well. The reason for that is that Izuku had used his kai to create a skin-tight barrier of white kai to surround his body, which protected him from the explosions and reduced the damage to a point where he could hardly feel any pain at all. This was the defensive technique that he and Goku had been practicing. It worked. The kai barrier was finally strong enough to take Kaken's explosions, thought Izuku with a smile. I am the same barrier that Goku and Vegeta used against Lavender in the Tournament of Power. I decided to call it Kai Barrier because I couldn't find an official name. Katsuki was the most shocked of all to see that Izuku looked just fine after all those explosions that he just received. He couldn't understand what was going on. Not only did Deku save him a few days ago, but he also took a handful of explosions to the face and looked just fine. Katsuki that started to remember about what happened during the day of the sludge villain attack. He remembered a group of students telling him that Deku had some kind of speed quirk that made him run so fast that he left behind a trail of dust. He then remembered how Deku defeated the sludge villain with some kind of wind quirk, and finally, he was standing in front of him without any damage after taking so many explosions to the face, so he must have some kind of defense quirk. He's got 3 quirks. How? Katsuki asked himself. Song end. Izuku just looked at his classmates and decided to just walk over to his desk and wait for class to start. But Katsuki wasn't going to let him do that so peacefully, as he blocked the green-haired boy's path. You're dead unless you explain to me how you have 3 quirks that you kept a secret, you nerd. Izuku just looked at him with and narrowed his eyes in frustration. What are you talking about? I don't have a quirk. You of all people, besides me, should know that, since you're always picking on me for it. He replied, don't give me any number, percent, dollar, number, dollar, and you nerd. I know you can run fast, shoot wind from your palms, and you just took about 17 explosions from me and didn't feel a thing, which you've never done before till now, roared the blonde in rage. I don't have a quirk and you know it. I learned how to do all of those things, you racist, said Izuku with a bit of anger. The room was silent as they heard Izuku just insult Katsuki for the first time in his life. No one had ever dared to call the blonde any insult names, as they feared getting blasted to kingdoms come by his powerful explosion quirk. But Izuku Deku Midoriya had just gotten the guts to talk back to the blonde, without a hint of fear in his voice. Katsuki's anger grew a bit more, but he was also a bit confused by the racist comment. What you mean by racist, you nerd? Izuku wasn't surprised that his choice of word would confuse the blonde, as his ego was too big to have noticed what his actions over the years fell into the racist category. You're racist to quirkless people. I'm the only one that you've ever known, and all you do is beat me up, insult me, and make me suffer. Therefore, you're just a racist, replied the quirkless teen. Katsuki squeezed both of his fists tight before responding to Deku. I only do that to you to get you to realize that someone like you can't be a hero without having a quirk to use. Someone with a quirk as powerful and as perfect as mine. You're wrong, interrupted the green-haired teen. The rest of the class jumped a bit as Izuku's sudden outburst scared them a bit, and caused them to start wondering if this really was the same quirkless boy that they've always looked down on. He was so different. He became brave enough to stand up to Katsuki, and was able to save the blonde, while claiming to not have a quirk. Everyone was confused by everything as they watched the greenhead and the blonde argue with each other. You're not the strongest there is, you're not a perfectionist, and you have no right to call yourself a hero after everything you've ever done or said to me. The only 2 things that you're best suited to be called are a racist and a villain, argued Izuku. Izuku had once again shocked everyone in the room with how he was standing up to Katsuki and all of his insults that he was throwing at him. It now became clear that something had happened to cause this change in him, one that Katsuki was not liking at all. A vein started to appear on his forehead, and it looked like it was about to pop at any moment, making it clear that the blonde's self-control was at its limit and was about to break. What did you just call me? Roared out the blonde in fury. You're a villain, Kaken. You used your quirk to attack me and thought that it was funny, which is actually what a villain would do. You've been using it on me ever since you learned that I was quirkless and loved making me suffer. Only a villain does that kind of stuff. So therefore, you've been nothing but a villain who's pretending to be a hero, because a real hero would not do something like that. You don't even want to be a hero. The last line was the straw that broke the camel's back. Arig! Katsuki threw his famous right hook at the quirkless teen, and was aiming to blow his head off with all the power that he had. Unfortunately for him, His fist missed as Izuku leaned his upper body towards the left and managed to dodge it. The quirkless teen aimed the finger of his left hand right at the blonde's neck and hit him right on the jugular notch. Kitsuki held a neck after feeling the same pain that he felt there on the day of the sludge villain attack. Izuku saw the opening that he needed and slammed his left palm just below Kitsuki's ribcage. Bam! Raw! Kitsuki bended over in pain and fell to his knees at the 2 blows that he had taken. He never thought that this would happen again. Deku, out of all people, made him feel pain. This shouldn't be happening? The blonde looked up to see Deku was looking down at him from where he stood with a glare. He there turned his line of sight to his classmates who were still in the corner of the room watching everything go down. They were watching him being bested by Deku. Deku, I'll kill you. Kitsuki got up from the ground and threw his arms out to try and grab Izuku. But the quirkless teen responded by extending his own arms and grabbing Kitsuki's hands. The 2 teens hooked their fingers around each other and started to push each other back a bit. With both of their hands connected, Kitsuki saw a golden opportunity that he could not dare waste. Big mistake, you nerd, thought Kitsuki. He then started to create small explosions that exploded in between the hands of the 2 teens. He thought for sure that he had damaged Izuku's hands, but he was shocked to see that the greenhead still had his hands pushing against his own. Izuku still had his Kai barrier up, so the explosions did little damage to him, as he kept on pushing against Kitsuki to try and overpower him. That won't work anymore, Kaken. Before things could escalate any further, the teacher entered the room. Okay, enough, he shouted. Everyone turned to look at him as Izuku and Kitsuki let go of each other's hands, putting their little fight to an end. Bakugo, Midoriya, I don't want to see you 2 fighting again. Otherwise, I'm making a phone call home to your parents. Bakugo, for the last time, stop using your quirk at school, or your parents will be notified much sooner. He scowled the 2 boys. Izuku bowed a bit and apologized. I'm sorry, sir. Kitsuki, on the other hand, just glanced at the man and stomped towards his desk. The teacher then turned towards the rest of his class that was in the corner. As for the rest of you, get to your desk before I call every set of parents in this classroom. The other students immediately rushed towards their own desk to avoid being in trouble. However, they won't be forgetting what they just saw took place anytime soon. Izuku sat down at his seat and dropped his Kai barrier. Before looking at his right hand with a smile, it worked. It actually worked, he thought to himself. With a determined look on his face, Izuku looked up and stared at the back of Kitsuki's head from his desk. The greenhead put on a smile on his face and promised himself to prove the blonde bully wrong about everything. I'll show you that quirkless doesn't mean worthless. A few hours later, the end of the school day had come once again for Izuku, as he was packing his bag to go home. This time, he didn't have his hero notebook in order to avoid having it damaged by Kitsuki again, so he left it at home for safekeeping. Can't have him taking a look inside and see what I've been up to, thought the greenhead. With his bag now hanging from his back, Izuku started to left the classroom. Slam! Only to be shoved against his desk by Kitsuki. The greenhead bent backwards as his back was against his desk, while his feet were still on the floor. Kitsuki placed his left hand around Izuku's neck and had his right hand fold with small explosions. Lights out, you little number $&%, he cursed as he then swung his right arm and aimed for Izuku's face. Not happening. Izuku activated Kai barrier and then used his right hand to slap away Kitsuki's explosive palm, before he then launched his right fist into the blonde's nose. Rog! Yelled the blonde in pain as he let Izuku go, and used both of his hand to hold his nose. Izuku had the opportunity that he needed and took out a small device from his pocket, and pushed a red button on it. Without warning, Goku appears in the classroom thanks to his instant transmission, and places a hand on one of Izuku's shoulders. Remember, this Bakugo quirkless doesn't mean worthless. With that out of the way, Goku teleports the 2 of them out of there, leaving Kitsuki to hold his nose that was now red, due to it leaking blood. The blonde looked at the red liquid on his left hand, and began to shake in rage. Deku made him bleed. First, he finds out that Deku has been hiding more than one quirk for years. Then, he was saved by Deku from the sludge villain, as if he couldn't defend himself, and needed saving. Next, Deku insulted him in front of their classmates, and told him that he didn't want to be a hero. And finally, Deku had punched him in the face and made him bleed. This was the last straw. You're dead, you number $% nerd. Environmental Central Park. Goku and Izuku suddenly appeared on the middle of the forest area of the park. Izuku looked around and remembered that this was the same park where he battled against Slade. Thanks for the save, Goku. Bakugo was really about to take things a bit too far that time. Thanked Izuku. Since he's no longer afraid of the blonde, he realized that there's no need to call him by his nickname anymore, since the two of them have stopped being friends a long time ago. No problem, pal. Glad to see that you used the emergency caller when you did, replied Goku. Izuku took the adhesive out of his pocket again and looked at it. It was a small black box that had 3 buttons on it, each of them colored red, yellow, and green. The buttons send out a signal to Goku to alert him that his student was in trouble and needed his help to get out of it. The red button means that Izuku is in danger and needs to get out quickly. The yellow button means that he and some companions are in danger and need to get out. And finally, the green button tells Goku that Izuku and an opponent need to fight and have to go to an open area where their powers would cause property damage. Since using quirks in public without a license is illegal, Goku decided that if his student ever needed to fight, if there was no other choice, he'd take him and the opponent out to a desert, forest, field, anywhere where the laws wouldn't get them into trouble about using their powers out in the open. The quirkless boy put the device away and looked around the park. What are we doing here? He asked. Goku smiled. I decided that we should change the location of our training for today, since doing it in the same place could get kind of boring some things. Izuku smiled and nodded in response to his mentor's decision. A change in scenery would be kind of every now and again. So what do we have today? Asked the quirkless teen. It's going to be kind of easy for today. We're just going to meditate and hold time and increase our Kai reserves, answered Goku. Sound great? Let's get started, said an eager Izuku. 3 hours later, both Goku and Izuku sat cross-legged under a large tree in the forest area of the park. The two of them have been clearing their minds and sitting still to increase the amount of Kai that their bodies could contain for a while now, and have felt the results pay off as they both felt a bit stronger. Time's up, kid, said Goku as the two of them then started to get up from the ground. Izuku could feel that the amount of Kai in his body had increased compared to before they started mediating. It wasn't a very large gain, but it was better than no gain at all. He was more than satisfied with today's results. So, that's it for today, huh? Goku, he asked. Yup. We'll meet back at the beach. To Goku stopped mid-sentence as he looked out towards a faraway area in the park. Izuku got confused as to what Goku was looking at. He turned his head in the direction that Goku was facing, but couldn't see anything. Is something wrong, Goku? He asked. The spiky-haired man looked back at his student and had a smile on his face. Hey Izuku. Yeah. How would you like to test out how much stronger you've gotten over the past few weeks? Asked Goku. The quirkless teen thought about it for a moment and come to the realization that his mentor had some kind of test for him to help see how much he's improved over the last few weeks of training. He was a bit eager to see how good he was now, so he decided to answer. I guess I would like to see if my hard work has been paying off. That answer brought a smile on Goku's face. That's great. I'll be hiding behind some trees and watch you to see how you do. I'll step in when it looks like you need help, replied Goku as he ran off to hide behind some trees. The quirkless teen was left a bit confused by what kind of test Goku had set up for him, but he was willing to take it if it meant that he could see his growth over the last few weeks. I wonder what kind of test Goku has planned for me, questioned Izuku as he kept looking around to see if anything was out of place. As he walked around on the grass, he failed to notice that some of the dirt was moving behind him and was following him. It was too late for him to even notice, and the ground beneath his feet lowered a bit and surrounded his ankles, which trapped him in place. He looked down and saw that his feet were now buried in the dirt. What the how did this happen? Why are my feet bare? Izuku suddenly remembered where he saw this trick before, or more specifically, who it was from. Slade. Stone Fist, called out a very familiar voice. Izuku quickly surrounded his body with an aura of white Kai, and activated his Kai barrier to deduce the damage that he was about to take. Bam! He grinned his teeth in pain as he hissed a bit due to the pain he felt at the back of his head. I'm surprised to see that you're still awake after that. Most people fall unconscious after taking a hit to the head, replied the voice from behind him. Slade, said Izuku. He knew that this must have been the test that Goku had in mind. Glad to see that I left an impression on ya, kid. Hope you didn't miss me too bad, replied the mugger with a smug tone in his voice. I would have been better off if you minded your own business and have forgotten about me, complained Izuku. Slade just laughed. Haha, don't say that. You were the most fun out of all of the kids I've ever tried to. Izuku didn't let him finish as he dropped the Kai barrier and fired a sphere of yellow Kai from his right hand behind himself at Slade. Kai blast. Slade was caught off guard as he felt a burning pain in his stomach from the Kai blast that sent him off his feet and flying back a few meters. Ahhhhh. He cried in pain as he fell on his back. He held his stomach carefully to ease the pain a bit, but it was still there. Now wanting to waste any more time while he still had the chance, Izuku used stilt leg sweep on both of his legs to make them strong enough for him to pull his feet out of the dirt that Slade trapped him in. With his feet now free, Izuku turned around to look at his opponent. Slade was laying on the ground after being caught off guard by Izuku's surprise attack. He had the trench coat over the white t-shirt, the bread, the black ponytail, etc. It was Slade alright? Looks like this is the chance for a rematch, thought Izuku. Slade slowly got up from the ground and looked at the green-haired boy. Looks like you've got a few surprises up your sleeve, kid. I'm impressed, but you're not going to be getting away from me that easily like last time. And what makes you say that? Asked Izuku. Slade just smiled, because last time, I had a special technique that I didn't use cause. The rest of his sentence was cut off by Izuku rushing towards him and pulling his fist back to punch him in the stomach. He managed to hit him and send him flying backwards again. POW. Rag, cried Slade as he fell on his back again and slid across the ground until he stopped. I need to end this quick so that Goku and I can get out of here, thought the quirkless teen. Slade got up from the ground again and decided that it was time to stop playing around. Alright, kid, you want a rematch? I'll give you one. Stone armor. He slammed his left fist into the ground, which caused a small crater to form underneath his fist from the impact. But then the strangest thing started to happen. Slade's fist was beginning to turn to stone as rocks started to cover his fist, but they didn't just stop at his fist, they continued to appear on his arms, legs, body, and his neck until his whole body was covered in rock, with the only place that stones didn't appear being his face. Izuku took a step back in shock of what he was looking at. Slade had now covered himself in rocks and stone like it was some kind of armor, meaning that his defense went up and can now take much harder hits with ease. You like? Not only does this armor give me an increase in defense, but in offense as well, since I can now hit with the force of a rock. Let's see how you get out this, kid, laughed Slade as he charged at Izuku. The green-haired boy activated his Kai barrier again and rushed towards the incoming opponent. The two of them collided as they each slammed one of their forearms into each other. Slade then lifted his right knee to hit Izuku in the chin, but the boy used his free arm and caught the knee with his hand before it made contact, and pushed it back down to the ground. He then jumped back in order to create some distance between the two of them, and quickly tried to look for any openings on Slade that he could hit that didn't include the face. No good, only his face is unprotected. But I can't just keep on attacking his face over and over or else I'll kill him, panicked Izuku. Slade then rushed forward and tried to slam his right shoulder into Izuku, but the boy simply sidestepped out of the way. Izuku then quickly dropped his Kai barrier and poured more Kai into his left leg to use stilt leg sweep and kick the back of Slade's left leg, which ended up making the stone man fall on his face. Izuku then added Kai into his left fist and jumped up before slamming it down onto Slade's back. Big fist blower. POW. However, the impact didn't seem to do much damage to Slade as his back was also covered in stone. He then rolled onto his back and grabbed Izuku by the face before getting up off the ground and slamming the boy into the ground. Slam. Ah! Cried out Izuku as the impact was a lot harder and more painful than he expected. Nice try, kid, but I don't think you'll get me to let go until I smash you to sleep, laughed Slade as he slammed Izuku into the ground again. Slam. Unlike the last time he was smashed into the ground, Izuku didn't scream in pain. This caught Slade's attention as he was sure that Izuku couldn't have been knocked unconscious just yet. Don't POW. ARGGGH. Screamed Slade as he let go of Izuku and held his nose in pain from the punch that he just received from the green-haired boy. Izuku got up from the ground and had his Kai barrier up again, which he activated before Slade slammed him into the ground the second time. Now that he was free, he rushed towards Slade and once again dropped his Kai barrier in order to add Kai to his right leg, and preformed a side kick aimed at Slade's left knee, stilt leg sweep. Bam! The Kai-enhanced kick landed on Slade's knee like it was supposed to, but the rock surrounding it kept it from receiving any damage. Aw man, as long as his body is covered in that armor, I can't land a hit that'll cause any lasting damage, Izuku theorized. That's it, kid, you're dead, threatened Slade as he threw a punch at Izuku, who caught it in his left palm, and then attempted to do the same with his right fist, as he threw his own punch, which was caught by Slade's left hand, that was covered in rock. The two combatants used his upper body strength to push against each other, and try to overpower their opponent, but they were both evenly matched. Izuku started to notice something about Slade, while the two of them struggled to overpower each other, and that something was that they both matched each other in strength. It seems like his stone armor increases his defense and offense, but not his strength, he thought. The two of them continued to struggle on overpowering each with their arms until Izuku got an idea. He once again surrounded his body with Kai barrier, and then headbutt Slade in the nose, which caused his to let go of Izuku's hands, to hold his nose in pain again. This gave the opening that Izuku needed, and he rushed closer to Slade and dropped the Kai barrier, in order to use a stilt leg sweep on his right leg, and kick Slade in the same knee from earlier. This time he saw that the rock surrounding Slade's knee began to crack a bit. Alright, I just need to break his armor and then I'll be able to beat him. Izuku quickly exited this thought as he activated the Kai barrier again to use the back of his right hand to slap away the fist that Slade threw at him. Slade threw another punch with his right fist, but it was also slapped away like the last one. Izuku then began to punch Slade in the nose repeatedly until he was given another opening, and used his right leg to sweep Slade off on his feet and onto his back. With his opponent down, Izuku dropped to the ground and landed his left elbow on Slade's knee again, which caused the stone in that area to crack further. "You're really starting to bug me, kid," said Slade as he got up to slap Izuku with his left stone-covered arm, but the teenager was able to back up in time to avoid it. "I get that a lot. Most people really aren't too fond of me," replied the Quirkle's teen. "As much as I would love to sit down and exchange information about our personal lives, I need you to stand still, so that I can take every piece of cash you've got," smiled the mugger. "Not happening." "Ha!" shouted the green-haired boy as he threw out his two hands with his palms connected to each other, like he was shooting a Kamehameha, but he wasn't. Huh. Izuku was now really confused about what was happening. "What was that supposed to do?" laughed Slade. "Ha!" He tried it again, but no Kai came out of Izuku's palms. Slade decided to use the moment that he had to rush at Izuku while he was distracted. He pulled his right fist back and was ready to punch Izuku across the face, but he was in for a bit of a surprise. He fell for it, thought Izuku. He pretended to struggle with shooting out fake Kamehameha waves in order to get Slade to drop his guard and move in for an attack. He quickly cupped his hands together, dropped the Kai barrier to charge up blue Kai in between his palms. Kamehameha. He thrust out his arms and fired a real Kamehameha at Slade, who was so close that he couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the blue beam as it sent him flying across the field of grass. "Ah!" He screamed in pain as he was hit by the invisible beam that made him crash into the ground. Perfect. Izuku saw the opening that he needed and used Kai barrier again, before running over to Slade, while he was laying on his back, and punched his left knee again, which allowed the cracks on the rock to expand once again. "One more hit should do it," theorized Izuku as he jumped back to avoid a kick from Slade's left leg as he started getting up. "That's it. Time to raise the ground to something more my level. Earth pillar," he called out as the ground underneath the two started to shake violently. "Now this again," panicked Izuku as he felt the earth beneath him move. The dirt then started to rise up from the ground, as it grew into a cylinder made of dirt with grass on top. It kept on rising higher and higher until it was taller than the trees in the park. "Aw man, this gives him the same advantage as last time, but at least it's bigger than before," thought Izuku as he looked around the giant cylinder of dirt they were standing on. "This didn't go well for you the last time I pulled off this trick, if I remember correctly. You still want to take a shot at me?" Slade asked with a smug grin. "You won't leave me alone until I do so, or at least until a hero comes by to stop you. So I don't really have much of a choice," Izuku responded. He then ran up to Slade with both of his fists closed tight as he prepared to attack. Earth spikes. Slade slammed his right foot onto the ground in front of him, and started to create sharp brown spikes made out of dirt that were heading towards his incoming opponent. Izuku reacted quickly and jumped slightly off the ground, and started to spin around while in the air, with his left leg sticking out, preforming a bunch of hurricane kicks that ended up shattering the earth spikes to pieces once they made contact. Once he landed on the ground, Izuku continued to run towards Slade, and managed to get to him in time to kick him in the left knee again. Crack! This time he had managed to completely destroy the rest of the rock that was protecting Slade's left knee, allowing it to fall to the ground and reveal his left knee, which caught the mugger off guard. What, and no one's ever broken through my stone armor before. How'd he do it? Panicked Slade in his mind. This sort of situation had never happened until now, so he was completely clueless on what to do next. Izuku took the opportunity to slam his left palm into Slade's face, which caused the mugger to stumble backwards a bit before falling onto his back again, thanks to Izuku using his left leg to sweep under him and make him fall. He then took the chance to drop his Kai barrier again to use his next move. Stilt leg sweep, cried out Izuku as he preformed an axe kick and hit Slade's left knee, which was now defenseless, thanks to it lacking an armor of rock to protect it. Cracked. Erg! Slade yelled out in pure agony, as he felt his knee break from the force of the kick. He'd never been injured this badly before when fighting off a teenager. Big fist blower, called out Izuku as he added Kai into his left fist, and gave Slade a left hook across the face. POW. The force of the punch was so strong that it ended up knocking Slade unconscious, meaning that he won't be using the earth to his advantage anymore. Just before Izuku could even have a thought, Slade's stone armor began to crack some more before it completely shattered and fell off of his body, restoring his appearance to what it was before. I did it. I actually won a fight. I won. The quirkless teen was completely shocked at the face that he, out of all people, managed to win a fight. And against someone like Slade, who defeated Kitsuki out of all people. He won this rematch. I won. He cheered as he raised both of his fists over his head and cheered. He had never felt so successful in his life before until now. Goku suddenly appeared next to him with his instant transmission, and patted Izuku on the back as a way to congratulate him. That was amazing, Izuku. You've really grown stronger over our training together. Izuku had a few tears of joy running down his face as he smiled at his mentor. Thanks, Goku. I couldn't have done it without your help. Goku just laughed. Haha, that's really funny, kid. I didn't do anything. You were that one who fought against him, he said. But you're that one who trained me to become stronger. If it wasn't for your training, I wouldn't be where I am right now, replied the green-haired boy. Goku won't going to have any of that credit. Who's the one that do all of the training? After I told him what to do, he asked. Izuku nervously replied, me. Who's the one that continued to pull through when the going got tough? Me. Who has a dream that he needs to fight for and work hard to protect? Me. Exactly. You. You're the one that fought him. You're the one that did all of the training because you had a goal, and still do. This is your victory, Izuku, explained Goku. Izuku was never really one to be proud of his own accomplishments because of his lack of confidence, but everything that had happened in his life recently, he can now start to see that he can do stuff, he can do good, and he can be a hero. You're right, Goku, I did win. He smiled. Goku returned the smile and placed his hand on Izuku's head, before using instant transmission to teleport them both to a safer location. Slade was left behind on the ground unconscious. That meant he couldn't hear the sound of police sirens getting louder and louder, as the vehicles made their way towards Environmental Central Park, Dagaba Municipal Beach Park. The quirkless duo was now back at the beach, relaxing by just watching the sun set from the sky. It had been a long day for the two of them, and they decided to just take it easy after the battle with Slade. The two of them were now sitting cross-legged on the sand, and were drinking from some water bottles to stay hydrated. The trash is almost all gone on your side of the beach, kid. If you keep this up, you'll have it done by the end of the week, said Goku as he looked at the last pieces of trash that were on the beach. Wow, that's great. Then you'll teach me some new stuff, right? Asked Izuku. Yup, the first thing will be is to help you figure out how to multitask during a fight, replied Goku. How? Asked a confused Izuku. Notice that every time you used a Kai attack against Slade, that you had to drop your Kai barrier in order to do so, which means you only know how to control your Kai one move at a time, right? Asked Goku. Izuku nodded his head. Yeah, it's true. Alright, once you finish pushing away the last pieces of trash, we'll start improving your Kai control, so that I can teach you how to use Kai to do multiple tasks, declared the quirkless adult. Izuku was now very excited. If he could learn how to use his Kai for multiple tasks at the same time, he'll be able to fight even more effectively. In a few days after you rest from that fight against Slade, Izuku just fell on his back in shock and disappointment. The next day, Earth Mugger caught by unknown circumstances. That was the headline for the newspaper of the day, as it reported about Slade's capture by the police when they arrived at Environmental Central Park. Izuku was reading through the article on his way to school, as he wanted to see just how big of a deal Slade was. It turns out that he was just like what the police officers at the station described him as when he and Goku went to report about Slade after the first fight he and Izuku had. A mugger that robs teenagers because they're easy targets in his eyes. It turns out that he was just doing it for the fun and thrill of battle, but he won't be doing it again from behind a jail cell anytime soon. I guess if I was able to defeat both a villain and mugger, then I'm definitely improving at the rate that I'm growing at, thought the green-haired boy. He then took off his backpack and put the newspaper inside, so that he could read it again later. He then put his backpack back on and continued to walk towards school. Once he got towards the front gate of the building, he could see that Kitsuki was there and was looking in his direction with a frown. Izuku knew that it was time for another confrontation with the blonde. He raised his Kai barrier to prepare for the worst that could happen, as Kitsuki came closer and closer, until he finally stopped in front of the green-haired boy. The two of them stared at each other with narrowed eyes and frowns on their faces. The students that were watching from the sidelines were wondering if a fight was about to break out. Since when did you grow a backbone, nerd? Since I learned how to not let all of the racist garbage from your mouth bother me. Kitsuki grabbed Izuku's school uniform and with his right hand and made small explosions in his left one, threatening to hurt Izuku if he didn't stay silent, which was clearly not going to happen. Let me go or else I'm telling a teacher afterwards, said Izuku in the threatening tone. You think you can scare me by telling a teacher like a baby, you nerd, growled Kitsuki. Izuku was done with this. He grabbed onto Kitsuki's forearm that held him and twisted the skin under his right hand to the left, while twisting the skin under his left hand to the right. The resulting pain was enough for the blonde to let Izuku go and curse in pain %, he said while shaking his right arm. Izuku decided to just walk past him and ignore him as he was now tired of all this nonsense. But doing it would be easier said than done when you're dealing with Kitsuki Bakugo of all people. You dead, Deku? Boom! Kitsuki threw a right hook with an explosion to add more power. But his rage clearly made him forget that his explosions are now useless against Izuku. The Quirkless team just raised his right arm and the right hook hit, which hardly did any damage because of his Kai barrier still being active. He didn't even turn around and block the attack while facing away from his assaulter. Everyone that had been watching was surprised that Izuku was able to block Kitsuki's right hook without even looking at him. It was so cool. Kitsuki didn't think it was cool at all. Izuku turned around to face the blonde bully and glared at him. What's the matter? Afraid that I might be stronger than you? Don't give me that %. I'm the strongest in his whole school. I'm going to UA and becoming the next #1 hero, after I surpass All Might. I don't care how many quirks you've been hiding from me all those years, you'll never be better than me, you're beneath me, roared out Kitsuki as he showed pure rage. Everyone was silent and a bit scared after that outburst from the blonde. But the only one that had no fear was Izuku. He was done being this guy's punching bag, so it was time he get his message across. I've never hit anything. I learned how to do all of that stuff from working hard. I want to be a hero too, but I'm quirkless, and you know that's the truth. All of those things I did weren't the use of quirks. But that doesn't matter, because I still going to UA, and you can't stop me, Bakugo. This speech caught everyone off guard. Izuku always called Kitsuki by his nickname, Kaken, so why didn't he use it? Kitsuki was now filled with murderous intent as he never felt this threatened before in his life. While the sludge villain attack was scary, he was currently feeling a different kind of threat. The threat of his point of view being challenged, and by Deku of all people. I'm not afraid of you anymore. Or am I one of your lackeys that does what you say without thinking? But most importantly, I'm not going to be your worthless punching bag forever from this moment on. Deku will be the name of a hero, announced Izuku with a determined look on his face. Kitsuki growled in frustration as Izuku just kept on getting on his nerve more every single day. I'm going to UA. I'm going to become the world's first quirkless hero, and there's nothing that you can do to make me give up. So give up on trying to make me give up. Deku, who was once the laughingstock of this whole school, had just surprised everyone with his newfound bravery, determination, and confidence. It was clear that he wasn't the same quirkless kid that was going to let others push him around. Kitsuki looked at Izuku with so much anger that it made small veins appear on his forehead, which only appear when he was really pissed off. Take that answer with a grain of salt, why don't ya? It's all you've ever known how to do. With that last bit out of his mouth, Izuku turned around and started to enter the school building to get ready for the day. As he left, every student that were there was witnessed the scene was shocked to see what just happened. Was that really Izuku Midoriya? As for Izuku himself, he was walking through the hallways with a smile on his face. He was getting more and more confident in himself with each pasting confrontation against Katsuki. He now knew that all of his hard work with Goku was not in vain. I should probably clear out that beach soon, so that Goku and I can work harder than ever, he thought to himself with a smile. The next day, Goku was currently walking down the stairs that led to the beach from the sideway of the street above. He wanted to get up earlier and enjoy the sun rays before he had to go to work in a few hours. It was very early in the morning and not a lot of people were up at this hour, so it was nice and peacefully for getting some peace and quiet, which is actually what Goku needs right now in order to think about how far his student has progressed. The kid's progress has been slow, but very effective. Goku smiled at his train of thought. After training with each other for more or less 4 months, Goku could clearly see that Izuku progresses at a much slower pace than his own sons. Both his kids have amazing potential to surpass him one day if they work hard enough, meaning that they're both very talented in martial arts. Now when he compares how fast they grow in skill to Izuku, the green-haired boy is clearly a slow learner when compared to them. This means that Izuku possesses no talent in martial arts at all. This puts him at a huge disadvantage when it comes to the amount of gains he achieves, compared to others that are stronger than him. But there is one factor that helps him out in catching up to the talented fighters in the world: hard work. Izuku had been pushing himself into getting stronger and overcoming his weakness of being quirkless for so long that it's been helping him increase the amount of time he spends training, while also to make sure he gains enough rest to not overwork himself. This allows him to focus more time in improving the abilities he's already learned, in order to make up for the lack of learning new abilities at a much slower pace. With how strong he is now, his place at UA has been guaranteed by now. Goku's thought was quickly put to rest by the sound of a loud scream of a very familiar that he know all too well. Ah! Goku froze as he feared for the safety of the individual that was screaming, Izuku. He rushed down the stairs and ran towards the direction of the screaming, and was expecting to see his student in great pain. Instead, he saw a sight that left him stunned. Izuku was standing on top of a pile of trash that he had just finished moving, while screaming his lungs out to let the world know of his accomplishment. He was also shirtless, which allowed his bare chest and back to be exposed to all those who were near. Ah! Goku looked in awe as he then turned his head in different directions to see that the beach was completely clean and spotless. It lacked any of the trash that it held before, thanks to the combined efforts of the two quirkless males. Holy moly, he cleaned out his share faster than I expected him to. Goku was expecting Izuku to have the last few pieces of trash moved by the end of the week, not today. Goku looked up at Izuku again with a smile on his face, as the teen kept standing on the pile of garbage that he stacked. You're definitely one heck of a hard worker, kid. You're going to go real far one day, smiled Goku with pride. Hey, kid, it's me. I'll catch you, said Goku. Izuku lost all the strength he had left in his legs, and fell off of the trash pile. Goku caught him and held him for a moment, so that he could rest for a while, and regain some strength in his legs. Izuku was heavily breathing in and out from his nose and mouth to regain his breath back to a steady pace. He looked up a bit to see that Goku had caught him before he fell. Goku? He asked in a tired voice. You bet. How are you feeling? I think I overdid it a bit. My legs are really sore, replied Izuku with a tired voice. Goku just shook his head with an amused smile. You need to remember the rest is just as important as working out. I can't remind you that all the time. I try, replied Izuku. The spiky-haired man held his student in his arms for a few minutes before placing him down, so that he could stand up again. Goku took a step back and looked at how much Izuku had progressed in just a few months of training. The sun was shining brightly behind Izuku, as it made him look like he was in a scene from some form of fiction. He had a very well-developed body now, thanks to all of the strength training they did together, which resulted in the quirkless teen now having a six-pack developed on his chest. He defiantly wasn't the same scared, defenseless quirkless kid anymore. You did it, kid. You surpassed my expectations, said Goku. I wanted to get all of the trash cleared out, so we could focus more on other stuff, huffed the still tired boy. Well, you did just that, and that gives us more time for me to teach you plenty of things. Izuku smiled at Goku's remark, and was pleased that his hard work had earned him more of his mentor's respect. He truly felt like he was finally worth respect from someone that wasn't his mother. The young boy then turned around to look at the sun shining over the horizon, enjoying its view as if it was a reward for his hard work. However, while he was turning around, Goku got a look at his back, and saw something that took his breath away. Gasp. Izuku's back wasn't plain or empty like that of a normal person. He had a red Z on it. Izuku turned around to look at his mentor when he heard him gasp all of a sudden. Goku is whoa. He was quickly turned back around to face the shore of the beach, while Goku placed his hands on his shoulders to do so. He crouched down a bit to get a better look at the Z that was on Izuku's back. The letter was red and looked to be about 15 centimeters tall and 12 centimeters wide. Kid, is this a tattoo? Asked Goku. No, it's a birthmark. I've had it since the day I was born, answered the quirkless teen. Goku was now completely awestricken by the news. He couldn't believe that he was looking at the symbol of one of the great legend that he was told of as a kid, the Z Warrior. Goku, are you alright? Asked Izuku. The spiky-haired man let go of his student's shoulders and turned around from his students back to process the new information that he just learned. He then turned his head back to look at Izuku and thought for a moment about what to say to him. It's too soon for him to know. I'll tell him after he makes it into UA. He thought to himself. Don't worry, kid. I was just letting my mind roam free for a bit, he assured his student. Okay, replied a confused Izuku. He decided that if his teacher was hiding something it must be important, and he'll probably say something when he feels ready. Goku turned around and looked at Izuku in the eye. Izuku, now that you've cleared out all of the trash on your end of the beach, we can finally start focusing on just training martial arts and Kai training alone. Which means that you need to work as hard as you can in order to earn your place in UA, and show everyone that quirkless doesn't mean worthless. Alright? Right, I'll show everyone that hard work is what's needed to reach your goals, declared Izuku as he tightened his fist with determination. If that's the case, then what does Deku stand for? Asked Goku as he folded his arms over his chest. I stands for determined Izuku, replied the quirkless boy. Goku smiled at the drive to grow stronger that his student had. He punched his left fist into his right palm to signal the start of their next level of training. Let's get started. Super Smash Bros. 4 main theme. Izuku and Goku both start doing a set of push-ups. Izuku aims a kick at the right side of Goku's head, but it ends up getting blocked by Goku's right forearm. The two of them start doing a few sets of sit-ups. Both quirkless males start charging up a Kamehameha and fire them out into the ocean. Izuku and Goku have a sparring match as the two of them trade and block punches from each other. Izuku is sitting on the sand with his legs crossed as he has his Kai barrier activated. Meanwhile, Goku is firing a multiple Kai blast at Izuku to see how strong his defense is. Goku starts to repeatedly kick the left side of Izuku's head, with the teen blocking, with both of his forearms shielding his face. The two of them are now jogging across the shore of the beach alongside one another. Goku goes on the offensive as he attacks Izuku quickly, while the green-haired boy responds by ducking under a punch, slapping another away with the back of his hand, and taking a few steps backwards to create distance. Goku is seen doing a few push-ups, while Izuku is doing bicep curls with a few dumbbell weights. Izuku is seated at his desk while writing in his notebook during the lesson. Both Goku and Izuku are sitting cross-legged on the sand as they both meditate. Goku holds out his right palm as Izuku is repeatedly punching it at a fast pace. Izuku is now holding his left hand over his right one, while trying to make the Kai surrounding his left arm change shape a bit. It ends up working a bit as the green rectangle and sphere around his arm and hand slowly connect to each other. Goku is now doing a few push-ups with Izuku sitting cross-legged on his back to add more weight. Goku easily catches Izuku's right elbow and shoves it away towards the right, which causes Izuku to tip over to the right a bit. However, he uses the momentum to spin around and kick Goku with the heel of his left foot, but Goku blocks it with his left forearm. Goku is now performing an axe kick and brings it down on Izuku, who blocks it by crossing his forearms over his head. Izuku is now writing in his notebook some ideas on how to improve his training. He quickly writes down a new idea before Goku calls him over to start their daily training. Izuku jumps into the R and starts to perform a bunch of hurricane kicks, which cause Goku to take a few steps backwards to avoid most of them. Goku delivers a powerful punch to Izuku's stomach, which results in the teen bending over and holding his stomach in pain. Before dropping to his knees, Goku can see that Izuku is going to need to learn how to increase his durability without the Kai barrier, as he can't rely on it all the time. Both Izuku and Goku are at Izuku's apartment home eating a bowl full of rice. Meanwhile, Inko Midoriya is watching with a surprised expression on her face, as Goku has already eaten 3 bowls, and looks like he can keep going, while her son looks to be just about full with his second bowl of rice. Izuku and Goku lock their fingers around each other's hands, and started to lift their knees to attack each other, but are met with their opponent's knee, and continue to repeatedly bash their knees together. Izuku and Goku are both wearing large yellow bodysuits that add weight to their own. They are now struggling to jog across the beach in them. Izuku is now punching at Goku at a very rapid pace in order to land a hit, but Goku just keeps blocking and parrying the attacks easily without much effort. Izuku is just laying in his bed reading one of the Chronicles of Narnia books to relax. He suddenly gets an idea and rushed over to his desktop to write in his notebook. Izuku is now on the beach practicing some karate punches at a slow pace. Both Goku and Izuku have their arms over their head and are patiently waiting to gather Kai from around the area. Izuku is now attacking Goku with punches, kicks, knees, elbows, etc., trying to land a single hit on his, but the spiky-haired man keeps on blocking and parrying the attacks with minimum effort. Izuku is now watching TV in his living room while writing in his notebook. He was watching Power Rangers Jungle Fury, writing down each of the different fighting styles that the Rangers use during their battles. Goku tosses a red bow staff at Izuku, who struggles to catch it before finally getting a proper grip on it. The green-haired boy is left awestruck as Goku jumps into the air with an uppercut that is surrounded by fire, as he then lands back on the ground. The two quirkless males are now sitting down on the sand with water bottles in their hands to drink from. Izuku uses the bow staff to attack Goku. He tries swinging it, thrusting it, and sweeping Goku off his feet with it, but nothing works. Goku is just too experienced to get hit by an amateur like Izuku. Izuku is now drinking from his water bottle as he's seated at his desk, waiting for class to begin. Izuku is now defending against Goku, as he's been pushed back by an onslaught of attacks. He manages to hold his own quite well. He blocks, parries, and dodges each of Goku's strikes as they keep on coming. Goku places a glass of water on the sand and closes his eyes to focus on something. Before Izuku could ask his mentor what he was doing, his words quickly stopped in his throat, as the water starts to slowly come out of the glass in the form of a cylinder. Goku then opens his eyes, and the water drops down to the sand and splashes in their faces. Both Goku and Izuku are seen doing push-ups, with the weighted body suits on to make it more difficult for them. Izuku is now charging up a Kamehameha, while his body is surrounded by his Kai barrier. But as he continues the charge, the attack, the Kai barrier completely disappears from his body. He then stops charging the Kamehameha and decides to try again. The green-haired boy is now surrounding his arm and hand in a green Kai rectangle and sphere. He manages to connect the two before the spheres start to grow a bit of fur for some reason. The two quirkless males are now practicing their punches and kicks while imitating as they practice. Izuku rushes at Goku while pulling back his left arm to use a big fist blower, while Goku pulls back his right fist as he rushed in as well. The two of them collide their fist, and the resulting clash causes sand to be blown away by the wind that the collision made. The two quirkless males smile at each other. Song end. The two training partners were now looking out at the ocean on a very early morning. It was the day of the UA entrance exam, which is that day that Izuku has been preparing for. He was finally going to see if all of the hard work that he'd done over the last 10 months was going to pay off. The two quirkless males looked at each other silence. No words were needed, as they both knew what they had to do today. Izuku walked over to his backpack and put it on his back. He gave Goku a quick nod before departing for the school. Had dreamed of going to for a long time. Goku just smiled as he watched his student leave, ready to face the challenge that he'd been preparing nearly a year for. Show them the power of the quirkless Izuku. All his life he was told that without a quirk, he couldn't be a hero. He started to believe in what everyone told him after being unable to defend himself against those who had quirk that were great for combat, but that all changed months ago. After training with Son Goku in martial arts and the art of Kai, Izuku was now ready to prove all those that doubted him wrong. Izuku Midoriya was now standing in front of the high school that helped train some of the greatest superheroes that protect the peace of today. This is it. This where I can finally see if all my hard work paid off, thought the young quirkless teen. Izuku had pushed himself hard in order to achieve the strength he currently possessed. Strength that could defeat a low-threat villain like the sludge villain, a mugger that was strong enough to defeat Katsuki, and withstand a full power blow of Katsuki's quirk as well. Izuku once thought that he could never possess such power, but thanks to Goku, he could now use that strength to be a hero. Shove. Izuku was pushed to the ground and fell on his knees, while his hands were then planted on the ground to hold up the rest of his body. Don't get in my way, Deku. Izuku looked up to see the back of an all too familiar hothead. Katsuki stomped away and into the building. That jerk still hasn't learned, even after everything that's happening. After Izuku stood up to Kitsuki in front of the schoolyard at their middle school, the blonde had surprisingly stopped bothering Izuku for some reason. Most people thought that since Izuku could now take explosion from Kitsuki with his quirk, and come out harmed, the blonde decided it was pointless to continue to assault him, and just gave up. But that didn't change the fact that Kitsuki was still a bully, and that he despised Izuku for hiding his secret quirks, if his recent action is anything to go by. "Are you alright?" asked a female voice at Izuku. The green-haired teen looked up to see a girl was offering her right hand to up him up. Izuku started at the girl for a moment, as this was the first time a girl ever willingly talked to him. She had fair skin with her cheeks blushing, big round brown eyes and shoulder-length brown hair that's bobbed and curved inwards at the ends, two longer clumps taking the same shape on each side of her face. For clothing, she was wearing a brown coat, pink scarf, and black leggings. Izuku quickly shook his head and accepted the girl's hand as she pulled him up. "Thanks. I appreciate that. What's that guy's deal with pushing you? Someone who's looking to be a hero shouldn't do something like that," she said while looking at the front door of the school that Kitsuki disappeared into. "He and I have a very bad history with each other. He hates my guts and thinks that he can push others around, because how strong he is," signed Izuku. "A hero shouldn't think like that. That's the mindset of a villain if you ask me," said the girl. "I just hope he gets a wake-up call sooner or later. By the way, thanks again for helping me up," smiled Izuku. The girl smiled in response. "No problem, I'm Ichako Uraraka." Izuku Midoriya. "Good luck on the exam," Midoriya wished Ichako as she walked off into the building. Izuku smiled for a moment as she disappeared from his sight. He hadn't even taken the exam to get into school, and he already made a new friend. But something that he didn't notice finally started to enter his mind. I talk to a girl? And unlike in canon, he actually did talk this time. All of the participants were seated inside of the auditorium of UA, waiting for the exam to be explained to them. "Hey there, UA candidates," called out the voice of President Mick, one of the teachers and pro-heroes here at UA. He was a tall, slender man with long spiky blonde hair and a small mustache. He wore a pair of headphones with the word Hage written on the headband and a pair of sunglasses. "Welcome to today's big performance. Everybody say hey," he said, and he put one of his hands next to his ear to hear them all say hey. But all he got in return was silence. President Mick was surprisingly alright with that. "That's cool, my UA listeners. I'm here to explain the guidelines for the practical portion of the exam. Are you ready?" He sang the last part, but was once again met with silence. President Mick, he's so cool. I can't believe he's a teacher here at UA. He did come here during his high school years, so I guess he might feel like UA is a part of him. Mumbled Izuku at how cool it was that a pro hero that came to UA was now a staff member. "Shut it, you nerd. Why are you even next to me anyway?" growled Kitsuki. Unfortunately, Izuku wasn't fast enough to get an open seat in another row, so he had to take the only available seat left. That was next to Kitsuki. The green-haired teen just shot the blonde a small glare. "Here's how the test is going to go. You'll each be assigned a testing ground where you'll be given a letter from A to G. Once this presentation is over, you'll head to the bus with a letter that's on your sheet and be taken to your testing ground." All the participants looked at the sheets that were in front of them and looked at which testing ground they were going to be located at. Kitsuki looked at his sheet and then took a look at Izuku's to see that the two of them had different testing ground locations. "I guess that makes sense. It's so kids from the same middle school can't work together and create alliances," he said. Izuku couldn't help but agree. Having students who could help each other could prove to be beneficial for the examinees. "So UA wants to put us in a tough spot in order to see what we can accomplish on our own." Izuku started to mumble again. "Zip it, nerd. This just means that you'll get to live another day," Deku warned Kitsuki. Even after everything that happened during the last few months, he still hasn't changed a bit. The TV screen behind President Mick changed to show a 3D model of a city. Then 3 robotic figures appeared around the model city with different numbers beside them. Each testing ground is filled with robots that'll act as villains. Your goal here is to try and destroy as many robots as you can in order to gain points. Some robots have more points than others, so destroy as many as you can to add up your overall score. But you're only allowed to attack the robots and not other participants. "No playing the anti-hero," explained President Mick. "Of course that's the case. It won't be right to attack someone else when they're busy with the exam. I know that I won't want to be attacked while I'm busy doing my best on the exam." Izuku started mumbling again. Kitsuki's fist was shaking very fast and was very close to punching Izuku to get him to stop. A student a few rows in front of Izuku and Kitsuki stood up and raised his hand. He looked to be a tall and muscular young man with black hair and wore rectangular half-rimmed glasses. "Excuse me, sir. May I ask a question?" he asked. "Sure thing. What's on your mind?" replied President Mick. "There appears to be no fewer than 4 villain robots on this handout, while there are only 3 on the screen. An error like this, if it is one, is highly unbefitting of UA, Japan's top hero academy. Good eye, examinee 7111. The 4th variation of the villain robots is worth 0 points. He's more of an obstacle than an opponent to face. There's just one of them in each testing ground," informed President Mick. The student who asked the question bowed in appreciation. "Thank you for answering my question, sir." However, he wasn't done. He turned around and looked up at Izuku. "And you, the one that's making so much noise. That's distracting and very unprofessional for someone who wishes to be here. If you're going to keep distracting the rest of us, then leave." Izuku gulped and looked down in shame. Not even in the exam yet, and somebody else besides Kitsuki already thinks he's unfit to be here. Why do these things always happen to him? Well, that's all from me. I'll leave my listeners with our school motto plus ultra. Break a leg out there, everyone, President Mick told the participants. Izuku looked up from his seat and got up, ready for the moment that he had been training the last 10 months for. One bus ride later. Wow, look at that. It looks just like a real city. That thing must have cost millions of dollars to make. And there's more than one of them? UA is amazing. Those were the comments of many of the participants that were getting off the bus, that brought them towards the mock city, that their exam was going to be taking place. Izuku was the last person to exit the bus, and looked up to see that the mock city was surrounded by a huge wall that had a pair of gates in front of them. He looked determined on how he was going to give it his all, and see if his training with Goku paid off. Izuku was outfitted with a light blue workout suit. He felt like it was enough to avoid too much attention. He looked around at the other participants, and suddenly spotted a Chaco preparing for the exam. By doing a few breathing exercises, Izuku smiled a bit as there was someone that he knew that was nice to an extent. He decided to walk over to wish her a bit of luck on the exam, but he didn't get far as a hand grabbed his shoulder to stop him from going any further. He looked over his shoulder and saw the same examinee that called him out for making too much noise back at the auditorium. He looked over and saw the Izuku had intended to walk towards a Chaco. "She looks like she's trying to concentrate on the exam. Do you intend to distract as well to make her fail?" he said coldly. Izuku was a bit nervous by his voice, but his training with Goku had helped him raise his confidence in himself a bit. "I just wanted to wish her good luck. I didn't mean to distract anyone in the auditorium. I just got a bit too excited for the exam. You must think that this is some kind of game, that this exam is just for fun and that anyone can enter it so easily," replied the examinee as he folded her arms over his chest. "What gave you that impression? Only people who really want to be in UA are here, and they all know that they needed to work hard in order to get this far. I know that I worked hard to be here since I'm even here in the first place," replied Izuku. He really didn't know what this guy's problem was. The two of them didn't notice that their little argument had caught the attention of a few other participants. A lot of them looked like very big and tough muscular guys with powerful quirk. Others didn't look so intimidating, but had confident smirks on their faces. They all looked at Izuku and were unimpressed as he looked like a wimp in their eyes, and didn't belong here where they were about to enter battle. Izuku looked at the guy that was belittling him, and gave a slight smirk. "I may not be the most intimidating guy around, but I'm not to be underestimated. I'm more than meets the eye." And begin. Everyone was surprised by the sound of President Mick's voice appearing out of nowhere, and started to look around to see where it came from. "What are waiting for? Go! Get moving! There are no countdowns in real-life battles." That immediately got everyone's attention as they started to rush through the open gates to enter the mock city. Izuku ended up behind everyone, but that wouldn't be the case for long. His legs started to glow a bit yellow with red veins appearing around them, which ended up boosting the strength of his legs. With the stilt leg sweep technique activated on both his legs, he ran as fast as he could, and passed the other participants that were ahead of him with super speed. He saw the first robot inside and picked up the pace in order to get to the robot faster. He then leaped into the air and used a side kick to take the robot's head off. He then landed on his feet and ran off to find more robots to destroy. The other participants saw what Izuku did to the robot, and were shocked to see that the scrawny green-haired kid that they all underestimated was indeed more than meets the eye, just like he said. With Izuku, the green-haired quirkless teen was in front of another robot that looked ready to attack, but Ijump used the big fist blower to uppercut the bot and earn more points. Izuku then started running again to search for more robots. He was using the stilt leg sweep to help enhance his leg power, to give himself a speed boost, so that he could find robots faster. Maybe if I get to higher ground, then I could find more robots quicker, he theorizes. Izuku spotted the closest building that has the lowest roof, and used the power of the kai in his legs to jump up as high as he could in order to reach the roof. He managed to land on the roof of the building, and started running to the next building to jump on its roof. He continued to jump from roof to roof in order to find the right viewpoint, until he stopped on top of one of the buildings, and looked down in between it and the building he came from to see two robots on each side of the alleyway. Seeing the opportunity, he created a kai blast in each of his hands, and fired them at the two robots from above. The resulting explosion earned Izuku more points and a smile on his face. He turned around and started to look around from on top of the building he was currently standing on, in order to see if he could find any more robots out in the mock city. As he looked around, he spotted another robot that was down in the street below him. He couldn't see anyone else attacking the robot, so he took the opportunity to fire another kai blast from one of his hands, and destroyed the robot. I'll need to keep searching if I'm to get more points. I can't just wait for a robot to show up, not when there are so many other people trying to destroy them, he said. Without wasting any more time, Izuku used stilt leg sweep on his legs again, and rush off the building. By jumping towards the next one, he continued to jump across the buildings until he spotted more robots that weren't attacking other participants, and leaped towards them in order to earn more points. He landed on top of one robot and smashed it with the force of his landing. Then he shot another kai blast towards the next robot. After that, he leaped towards another robot, and used the big fist blower in order to punch it and destroy it. This is actually kind of fun, chuckled Izuku. He then started to run off again to find more robots to fight, but he wouldn't have to look far, as he was soon confronted by a total of 5 robots that started to approach him. Eat this, kai blast! Izuku held out both his arms and started firing multiple yellow spheres at the robots over and over again. The blast ended up creating an explosion that further damaged the robots and destroyed them completely, earning Izuku more points. I probably should stop using the kai blast so much to avoid running out of energy. He then ran off to find more robots. Inside an observation room, a bunch of teachers pro-heroes were watching the exam through a set of multiple TV screens that helped them see as many students as possible from the multiple testing grounds. We have a lot of good candidates this year, that's for sure. They all seem to be very skilled with using their quirks in combat, but they're also at a big disadvantage with not knowing how many villain robots there are, or their locations. Add in the fact that they have a limited amount of time, and they have quite a few odds stacked against them. While that is indeed true, they are showing to use their quirks in very clever ways in order to find the robot villains. One TV screen showed an examinee that had wing-like arms standing on top of a building. Some use information gathering. The next TV screen showed the examinee that confronted Izuku earlier. Others use speed to get ahead of their peers. The next screen showed a boy blasting a robot from a laser that was on his belt. Another advantage is being calm while under pressure. Another screen showed Katsuki standing on top of a pile of robots he destroyed, as well as having sheer power and combat abilities. Another screen showed Izuku using the big fist blower to punch a robot repeatedly until he fell over. But some of the most effective heroes have a combination of all those traits. This year's set of students looks very promising, that's for sure. There's still plenty of time before the exam is over, but the real test has yet to come, so let's see how they'll react. One of the teacher's hands pushed a big red button. Back at the mock city. Smash. Bam. Clang. Izuku was punching one robot over and over again to make sure that it stayed down. It was the toughest one that he faced so far, and it wasn't going down easy, but after enough hits the robot was down for the count. Man, that thing was no walk in the park, sighed Izuku as he took a moment to catch his breath. The exam was nearly over and he had about 16 points. Most of the robots that he fought had just 1 point, with a 2-point robot showing up from time to time. The last robot that he just destroyed was the first one he faced. That was worth 3 points, but 16 was way too lower for him to make it into UA. He needed more points and fast. Stomp. The ground started to shake a bit, and Izuku tired to find his balance, but that wasn't the end of the shaking. Stomp, stomp, stomp. The ground kept on shaking while the noise of its source was getting louder and louder. Everyone was wondering what could be causing the shaking, but they all looked up and saw their answer with absolute terror. It was a colossal green robot that made the ones they've been fighting look like ants in comparison in size. Let's get out of here. Move it. I'm out of here. One by one, the examinees started to run away from the giant robot that began to follow them at a very slow pace, which only motivated them to get away faster. I need to get out of here and find more robots to fight. Izuku was about to turn tail and run just like all the other examinees. Ow! But then, he heard a voice that sounded a bit familiar to him. He turned around and saw that a Chaco was in the way of the giant robot as her foot was trapped under a bit of rubble. The examinee that had given Izuku a hard time ran past him, but then looked and saw that he was staring at a Chaco who was trapped. Izuku knew what he had to do. Upon instinct, he used stilt leg sweep to rush over to a Chaco, and made it to her in about 4 seconds flat. He then held out his left hand towards the rubble that had trapped Chaco's leg, and started to use one of the Kai techniques that Goku had taught him. The rubble started to float in the air, before it landed beside Chaco. Bit by bit it kept on floating off her leg until she was free. This move was telekinesis. It allows the user to move things by using both Kai and the mind. The user needs to learn how to manipulate the Kai of an object without touching it. Then they use their mind to move the object that they're manipulating any way they desire, but need to concentrate to do so, or else they'll fail to move the object. Izuku only knows how to move small things, and still needs a bit more training to get to a more advanced level, but he was able to remove the rubble from a Chaco, which was good enough for now. Ochako looked at her leg that was trapped under the rubble, and then looked at Izuku. Why, your Quirk is. No time, hurry. Izuku interrupted her. He picked her up ride style, and used stilt leg sweep to run away from the giant robot, while carrying her in his arms. The Kai in his legs being enhanced, allowed them both to make it to where the other examinees all gathered. He put her down gently, and then turned around to see that the giant robot was still making its way towards them. The robot even reached out and tried to grab someone with its right hand. I'm beating it. Don't touch me. AAHHHH. The examinees all started to run away again, but to their surprise Izuku was running towards the robot. What are you doing? Someone yelled out to him. Izuku turned his head to answer, making sure it doesn't hurt anyone. That answer confused everyone that heard him. What could he do against a robot of that size? Izuku stopped running and looked up to see that the robot's right hand was reaching to grab him. He knew of a way to both stopping it and stop the robot from advancing further towards the other examinees. He cupped his hands together and put them to the side of his body. Kayami. The other participants watched at what Izuku was doing. Hayami. The robot's hand was about 5 meters away from grabbing Izuku. Hi. Izuku thrust out his cupped hand and fired a Kamehameha straight towards the robot's hand. The blue beam of Kai collided with the palm of the robot's open hand, and pushed it back a bit, halting its advancement on the teen. The power behind the beam started to push the hand back a bit, but the robot started to use more power, and push back against the beam. Izuku started to get a bit nervous that the Kamehameha wasn't working, and that the robot's hand was getting closer. But he remembered that Goku told him keeping a calm mind helps with controlling one's Kai. So he closed his eyes, and began to breathe a bit in order to calm himself. My fear means nothing. My fear means nothing. My fear means nothing. He thought to himself. With his mind being a bit more relaxed, that meant that he could control his Kai a bit better, which resulted in the Kamehameha growing a bit bigger and pushed back the robot's hand. The added power was also enough to push the hand back even further than where it was before. This kind of power was enough for the hand to be pushed up all the way back, until the whole arm was destroyed. The giant robot had now lost its right arm. The force that was behind the beam was also enough to push the whole robot back slightly, until it lost its balance, and started to tip over. Crash! With its balance lost, the giant robot fell onto its back, and made a huge crash sound that forced anyone that heard it to cover their ears in pain, due to the volume of the noise. Time's up, called out President Mick's voice over the speaker system. With the exam now over, the participants took time to look at the giant robot that was now down on its back, and it didn't even look like it was trying to get up. Maybe with the exam over, it wasn't needed anymore. However, their eyes soon turned to the one responsible for tipping that big thing over. The kid that a lot of them underestimated before the exam even started had proved to be more than meets the eye. Izuku was now on his knees after launching his most powerful Kamehameha yet in order to overpower the giant robot. His arms were tired after holding the bin up for so long, and using so much Kai in order to push back the big bot. But only one thing sat in his mind, only 16 points. He knew that 16 was low and unlikely to be enough for passing, but there was nothing he could do about it now. He just had to hope that 16 really was enough for him to pass. The examinees all looked at Izuku with shock of how he was able to not only tip a giant robot onto its back, but also destroy an arm in the process. Can you believe what he did? I don't think I've ever seen that kind of power before. He destroyed its arm and made it fall over. What kind of Quirk has that much power? Wait a minute, I think he looks somewhat familiar if you ask me. I think I've seen the stance he was in before he fired that wind blast at the robot. I think I know who he is. He's the kid that saved another kid from the sludge villain months again. Hey, you're right. He used the same move on the robot that he used on the sludge villain. Holy smoke, this guy is strong. The examinees all praised Izuku for his accomplishment on destroying the giant robot. But he didn't focus on that. He was more focused on the face that he only got 16 points. The examinee that Izuku had been at odds with before the exam stared at him from behind. He was a bit frustrated, but not for the reasons one might think at first. The more he listened to the other examinees talk about how Izuku took down the robot, the more he realized that they didn't understand. He looked at Ochako and remembered how Izuku saved her and got her to safety before taking out the giant robot. The other examinees must have saw it too, but were completely ignoring it. Izuku had saved someone else from harm at the cost of his own time, of trying to find more points. The examinee realized that he misjudged Izuku more than he thought. Excellent work, everyone, called out a voice to the examinees. They all turned around and saw an elder woman walking past them. She was short and had gray hair tied in a bun with a syringe looped through it. She was wearing a doctor's lab coat with yellow and red vest-like designs on each side, 2 yellow buttons, and had a pink belt on. She was also wearing pink boots and had helmet on her head with a visor on. She also had a cane that looked like a syringe as well. Izuku recognized her as the pro hero, Recovery Girl. "Why, you're Recovery Girl," said Izuku. "Indeed I am, Sonny. Need any healing?" she asked. "No, I'm fine. But she could use some healing. Her leg was crushed under some rubble," he said, pointing at Ochako as she blushed a bit. "Nothing I can't fix." She walked over to Ochako and kissed her leg. It turned out that Recovery Girl's quirk allows her to heal others by kissing them on the injury. Makes you wonder how popular she must have been with other heroes back in her younger years. Once she kissed Ochako's leg, it was then surrounded by a green aura that showed her quirk was working. "You should be fine, dear." The brown-haired girl got up on her legs, and they both felt fine. "Wow, it feels all better. Thank you," she said. "It's what I do," smiled Recovery Girl. Ochako then turned to Izuku. "And thank you for saving me, Midoriya." Izuku smiled and returned, "I was happy to help." With the exam now over, there wasn't really a reason for the examinees to stick around, so Izuku started walking away. He walked past the crowd with a depressed frown on his face, still doubting that he scored enough points to pass. But after the tough day he had today, he just wanted to go home. 1 week later. A week has passed since the entrance exam and Izuku still hadn't heard from Yue yet. He was getting concerned that he failed, but thanks to some meditation, his worries started to fade into the background. He was in the living room and was meditating on the couch with his legs crossed. Inko watched her son as he seemed so calm and free of worry when he was like that. She kept on thinking about how blessed he was that he ran into Goku that day, and that the man offered to train her son in the art of combat, and using Kai to become a hero. She was surprised to hear that Goku himself was quirkless, yet could use his Kai to do things that make it look like he had more than one quirk. She felt a bit disappointed in herself for not supporting Izuku in his dream to become a hero, while a random stranger did more for him in 10 months than what she did in 10 years. She was eternally grateful to Goku for what he did for Izuku, and hopes to find some way to thank him. The last time he was here, he said that she could repay him with food, which was an odd choice from her perspective. Izuku opened his eyes and got off the couch. "That always seems to get rid of any troubles I have. Wish I've learned about meditation years ago," he said. "Better late than, honey," smiled Inko. The green-haired teen returned his mother's smile with one of his own. He then walked off towards his room to rest for a bit. Once he got to his room he sat down on his bed and looked at posters of his favorite hero, All Might. Izuku had idolized the man since childhood, and was determined to become the next #1 hero, just like he was. But once he learned that he couldn't develop a quirk, his dream seemed a lot more impossible. Until Goku showed up and teach him martial arts and Kai, which were available to him despite being quirkless. After how well he fought off the robots at the entrance exam, it proved that he really could be a hero without a quirk. so that meant he could still become the next #1 hero in the future, if he trained hard enough. Izuku looked around his room and spotted something that he remembered was also an important part of his childhood. He got up from the bed and walked over to a shelf that had a collection of action figures of his favorite heroes, both real and fictional. He looked at a red and blue toy truck, or more specifically a Freightliner Co. 1980. He picked it up and started to turn some of its parts around until it took on a different form, and he now held the Izuku, it's here, called out his mother. The sudden sound of her scream scared him a bit and made him jump slightly. He carefully put the toy back on the shelf, and turned around to see his mother enter his room with a letter in her hands. Your letter from UA, it's here, she said. Izuku quickly walked over to his mom and had her hand him the letter. He looked at it and couldn't believe that it was actually here in his hands. Mom, can I be along so that I can look at it? He asked. Sure thing, sweetie, she replied and walked out of the door while closing the door. Izuku was now all on his own in his room. He was ready to see if his hard work with Goku had actually paid off in the end. He walked over towards his desk and sat down on the chair, so he could open the letter. However, instead of a piece of paper falling out of the envelope, out came a small device that was about the size of a potato chip. What is this? Asked the green-haired boy as he looked at it, and then touched the top of the device, until it suddenly lit up, and the top showed a hologram with a very famous hero appearing on the screen. I am here as a hologram to deliver you your results, said the booming voice of All Might as he appeared on the hologram. What the All Might? What's he doing giving me my results? Izuku asked himself in his mind. Greetings, young Midoriya, you're probably wondering why the symbol of peace, I'm giving you your test results on your entrance exam performance. That's because I'm now part of UA teaching staff, and I'm going to be a teacher to many students this year, which may include you, said the holographic All Might. Izuku was beyond thrilled to hear what he just heard. All Might, the symbol of peace #1 hero, his idol, was going to be a teacher at UA. This was one of the most exciting things he ever heard. He might even get a chance to learn under him if he passes. But did he pass? Alright, on to the results. You did very well on the written test and managed to pass, but the practical exam has an interesting way of grading the examinees, and your results are the most interesting. Izuku was confused on what All Might meant by that. You scored about 16 villain points on the exam, which is quite low to be honest, and wouldn't be enough to pass, explained All Might. Izuku was hit with a wave of disappointment and pity in himself. Even after all the work that he had done, all the training Goku had given him, and all the time he spent improving himself to get better, it still wasn't enough to work. He failed. He failed just like the failure he was always told he was by his peers. If there weren't other factors involved in the exam, which is the case as there are other factors, said All Might. That sentence ended up catching Izuku's attention, which halted his negative thoughts. In order for you to understand what I mean, check out this short video clip of your performance. All Might pointed towards the screen behind him, and took out a TV remote in order to push a button on it. A video of Izuku's rescue of Ichako played. He picked her up and ran away from the giant robot. The clip also showed him firing the Kamehameha at the robot's hand to keep it at bay from grabbing him, and how he managed to take off one of its arms and send it falling over. You used what little time you had left to save another examinee from harm, someone what you're supposed to be completion against, and saved her. That is what being a hero is truly about, helping others, no matter what the consequences your actions will have on you. How can a hero course reject someone who is committed to helping others? For that, we have rescue points. Rescue points are earned by helping others during the exam, even though they are your competition. For your bravery and selflessness, Izuku Midoriya, you earn 60 rescue points to go along with your 16 villain points, explained All Might in a cheerful tone. Izuku's heart was now pounding with excitement and joy at what he just heard. Him saving another examinee earned him more point, which was enough to pass. A chart then appeared on the hologram to show the top 5 participants that scored the highest number of points on the exam. Izuku's couldn't believe that his name was among the top 5. Katsuki Bakugo villain points 77 plus rescue points 0 equals 77 points. Izuku Midoriya villain points 16 plus rescue points 60 equals 76 points. Ijiro Kirishima villain points 39 plus rescue points 35 equals 74 points. Ichako Uraruka villain points 28 plus rescue points 45 equals 73 points. Ibara Shiozaki villain points 36 plus rescue points 32 equals 68 points. Second place. Him, the quirkless kid who only had 10 months to learn, control, and improve his new power, got second place on the exam. This was too unreal to believe. Izuku's eyes started to leak tears of joy as he actually managed to pass the UA entrance exam and is now an official student at the best hero school in Japan. You passed. Welcome, young Midoriya, for this is your Hero Academy. We look forward to seeing what you can do. Those were All Might's last words before he disappeared along with the hologram message ending. Outside of Izuku's room, Inko was pacing back and forth nervously as she waited for her son to give her the news. After what seemed like an eternity, the door to her son's room opened, and he looked at her with a smile. I got in, Mom. I did it, he said. Inko smiled with a few tears leaking out of her eyes as she hugged her son in pure joy. Oh, Izuku. Words cannot describe just how proud I am of you. You overcame your limitation of being quirkless and proved that you can be a hero. You're my little hero. Izuku returned to hug. Thanks, Mom. I couldn't have done it without you or Goku supporting me. Inko's joy had decreased slightly as she really didn't do much to help her son out. It was mostly the work of Goku, a stranger, that believed in her son more than her. Someone mentioned my name? AAHHHH, screamed the mother and son pair in shock at the new voice. They both turned around and saw Goku leaning against the wall with a cheerful smile on his face. Do you ever call before you teleport like that? Asked Izuku. Would you prefer I appeared in the bathroom or one of the bedrooms? Asked Goku. Izuku thought about it for a moment before answering. No, that would be worse. Well, don't worry about that happening, giggled the spiky-haired man. So, what are you doing here? Goku asked Inko. Isn't it obvious? I'm here to congratulate Izuku for making it into UA, smiled the black-haired adult. You heard I made it in? Asked the teenager. I've been here for the last 2 minutes, replied Goku. Inko wondered how she didn't notice him if he had really been there for that long. Perhaps it was her own anxiety that prevented her from noticing. Izuku walked up to Goku and hugged him. Thank you, Goku. Thank you for training me these past 10 months and helping me be strong enough to take the exam. Thank you for putting so much time into helping me. Goku laughed and ruffled Izuku's hair once he let go of the hug. No problem, kid. But I also have another reason for being here besides seeing if you go into UA. Really? What is it? Asked Izuku. Goku looked at Inko for a moment and asked. I need to borrow him for a moment. It should only take an hour at most. Is that alright? Inko thought about it for a moment and decided that Goku was probably going to ask her son to help him with something. Guess I'm alright with it. Just as long as he comes home before it gets too dark, she said. Don't worry, I said an hour at most, replied Goku. He then turned to Izuku and said, you should probably change into someone more comfortable for outside. Izuku nodded and went into his room to change. It took about 5 minutes, but he came out wearing his blue workout uniform that he wore during the entrance exam. Goku walked over to his student and placed a hand on his shoulder. Before turned to look at Inko. We're just heading to the beach, we'll be back soon. He then used instant transmission to teleport the two of them out of the living room. Inko was still finding it hard to believe that Goku doesn't require a quirk to do that. Maybe I should ask him more about this Kai stuff, she wondered. Dagaba Beach. The master and student duo appeared on the sandy beach that had served as their training area for nearly a year, where they both grew more than just their muscles, but also their minds as well. It was getting close to sunset, and the sky was a bright orange, as the water and sand looked as clean as a whistle. The two of them really had done a fantastic job of tidying this place up, which meant that more people had ended up coming to enjoy the beach, after all the trash mysteriously disappeared. I wonder why no one ever walked past the beach from the streets above and saw Izuku cleaning up the beach or questioned it in the canon series? We sure did put this place to good use, didn't we, kid? Asked Goku as he stared out into the ocean water. Yeah, you taught me so much here and helped me a lot. I'm forever grateful for that, Goku, replied Izuku with a smile. Now for the reason I brought you here. Now that you're in UA, we need to know how strong our time training together has made you compared to when we started out. There's only one way to find out for sure just how much you've improved, said Goku in a serious tone of voice. How exactly? Asked Izuku. He felt a bit uneasy Goku's serious tone of voice. Goku then replaced his serious face with a cheerful happy one. We going to fight? Izuku was left shocked by what he just heard. What? There are times when you should know when you're outclassed and are facing your superior in any sort of field, especially if it involves combat, since the repercussions of getting seriously injured are something to be avoided. However, there are times where you can't escape such a thing, and will need to stand your ground and show off what you can do. This the situation that Izuku Midoriya now finds himself in. Izuku took a few steps back as he held out his arms in front of himself and tried to reason with his teacher. Goku, I don't think this is a good idea. I already know what I'm good at and what I can do, and so do you as well. Come on, kid, if you're worried about getting hurt, I have a few senzu beans to heal us up afterwards. It's not that, I just don't think we should fight when it's unnecessary. That's all, reasoned the green-haired boy. Goku decided to throw his student's words right back at him. What about all of the villain attacks that happen almost every day? They're completely unnecessary too. But it's the hero's jobs to fight them off and stop them from hurting any more people. Izuku stopped backing away as Goku's words made him think about what he said to be true. Villains can always show up and attack when they don't need to and always cause problems. But if the heroes are there to fight them off and stop them, then less people will get hurt, said Goku. Izuku thought about what Goku said and decided to accept his teacher's offer for a spar. He activated his Kai barrier and surrounded his body with a white aura that'll protect him from powerful attacks and make them less impactful. He then got into a stance as he pulled his right arm back and opened his right hand to face upside down, while his left fist was sticking out. Goku got into his own stance and looked at his student. But he suddenly felt an above-average source of Kai nearby and turned his head slightly in the direction that it was coming from. Dragon Ball FighterZ Goku's theme. Izuku saw that his opponent had taken his eyes off of him and rushed at him as fast as he could, while adding a bit of Kai into his legs to get a speed boost. He lands a push kick on Goku's stomach, which sends the older man back a few feet. But Izuku had sparred with Goku plenty of times to know that his teacher allowed that attack to hit him on purpose. Why did you let me hit you? We both know you could have dodged that, even if you were distracted for a moment, asked Izuku. Sorry, I just wanted to let you land the first attack to make you feel excited for a bit. I won't do that again, warned Goku. Izuku nodded in response. He then started to throw punches at Goku, who dodged and blocked each one of them. But the quirkless teenager then grabbed Goku's hair and yanked his head down towards his right knee as he lifted it up. Goku brought up his hands to shield his face from the impact, and then pushed Izuku's knee back down to the ground, before he wrapped his arms around him and lifted him up. He then leaned back, and the two of them landed on their back in the sand, but Izuku's Kai barrier made his impact result in no injury. He then brought his hands together and smashed them into Goku's face. POW. AHH, cried Goku as he rolled away from his opponent for a moment. The two combatants got up and started to engage in a close combat. Izuku backhand slapped each punch that Goku aimed at his face, while aiming some kicks at his torso from both sides. He then used his left hand to land a palm strike, before closing his hand into a fist that caught Goku's guy and pulled him forward to deliver a punch from his right fist. Goku used his left hand to catch the fist and headbutted Izuku, which didn't do much, thanks to the white Kai surrounding the boy's body. Goku then used his right hand to grab Izuku's right arm and then turned his body around and flipped Izuku over his body again. The boy once again landed on the ground, but got up quicker this time and started throwing kicks at Goku as fast as he could. The older martial artist used his left hand to catch a kick from Izuku's right foot, and then started using his right hand to punch Izuku in the chest twice, before letting go of his foot and aiming a punch with his left fist. Izuku leaned to the left and avoided Goku's fist, before he then spun around and landed a roundhouse kick on the back of Goku's knee. This resulted in Goku kneeling to the ground and catching Izuku's left foot again, before he then hugged the whole leg and got back up to his feet, resulting in him lifting Izuku off the ground and the boy landing on his back again. This is getting old, thought Izuku. He then used his fingers on his left hand to poke Goku in the jugular notch, which made Goku let go of Izuku's left leg and allowed the teen to backflip away from his opponent. Izuku rushes back towards Goku and kicked with his right leg, which was blocked by Goku's right hand. The same thing happened with the other side as Izuku's left kick was also blocked. Izuku then threw a right punch with Goku leaning to the right and grabbing the teen's arm with his left hand. But Izuku used his own left hand to punch Goku on the right side of his torso. However, Goku's right hand caught the blow. The teen then headbutted Goku and push-kicked him away to create some distance between the two of them. Goku then rushes back towards Izuku and threw a right punch that Izuku ducked under, and then jumped into the air, while also hitting Goku's chin with his right knee. Bam! Izuku continues his assault with more kicks, as he lands about 2 more on Goku's stomach, before Goku backhand slaps the third one away. He then throws a left punch at Izuku, which misses as the green-haired teen leans towards the left and uses his left elbow to aim at Goku's right cheek. It didn't work as it was caught by Goku's left hand. You've defiantly improved on your speed, but you'll need to be faster if you want land more hits on me that can actually hurt. Smiled Goku as he then pulled Izuku's elbow and used his right fist to punch the teen in the stomach. While the Kai barrier made the impact less painful, it still hurt a bit. Izuku then used his right hand to grab the back of Goku's head and pull on his hair, which resulted in Goku letting go of Izuku's elbow and receiving the boy's left knee in the stomach. Goku stumbled back a bit, but he then leaped forwards and smashed his right knee into Izuku's face. After that, he started to attack with punches, chops, knees and elbows multiple times to deliver more damage to Izuku, as the Kai barrier was making easier for the boy on receiving less damage than his opponent. Goku needed to land more strikes if he was ever going to push his student any further. After delivering a palm strike with his right hand, Goku sent Izuku stumbling back a bit and got a good look at the teen's eyes. Song end. Izuku looked back at Goku and was fired up for more as he smiled at his teacher, which was a signal that told Goku that he wasn't done just yet. This made Goku happy to see that his pupil refused to give up and saw the determination he had gained over the 10 months that the two had spent together. The two rushed back at each other and started to attack each other again. Izuku aimed a chop at Goku's left torso, but it was blocked by Goku lifting his left knee. Goku then used both of his hands to palm strike Izuku in the chest, before then started to attack with chops and punches. The teenager tried to punch Goku in the chest, but the older man just sidestepped to the left and then grabbed the teen's fist with his right hand and lifted his left knee to hit Izuku's stomach. After that, he used his left hand to grab the back of Izuku's shirt and used both his arms to throw him back. Izuku landed on his feet and looked up just in time to see Goku rushing at him with a punch, which was avoided by him leaning to the left and using his hands to catch Goku's arm. He then shoved the arm and Goku to the left and used his right leg to kick Goku in his back. The more experienced fighter responded by twisting his left arm out of Izuku's grip and then spun around with his right leg out to sweep Izuku off his feet. But the teen jumped over the leg. Izuku landed on the ground and then threw a left punch at Goku, which ended up being caught. He tried a right punch, but the result was the same. Goku now had both of Izuku's arms in his grip, but he then switched them, so that his arms were now crossed, as he held Izuku's left arm with his left hand on his right arm with his right hand. Goku then held the arms tightly as he spun his body around, and held his arms over his head while doing so, meaning that Izuku spun with him and was tossed to the ground. When the full motion was complete, Izuku was really getting tired of meeting the ground of sand over and over again during the last few minutes of this spar. He needed a plan to distract Goku long enough to come up with a strategy to tip the odds in his favor. Izuku soon had the plan he needed as he used the big fist blower on his left hand and grabbed a handful of sand before tossing it at Goku's face. This caught the black-haired man off guard, and he closed his eyes to shield his face from the sand. Izuku used this opportunity to get up and fire a bunch of Kai blast at the sand to send more sand into the air and create a sand cloud to block Goku's view of him even more. Pretty sneaky, Izuku. However, that won't stop me, said Goku as he brought his arms down from his face. He saw the sand cloud that his student created, but that didn't do much as Goku could sense Izuku's Kai and knew where he was hiding. Goku cupped his hands together and started to charge up blue Kai in between his palms. Kamehameha. Goku launched a Kamehameha at the sand cloud that he knew Izuku was hiding behind. The blue beam flew right through the sand cloud and was heading straight for Izuku. Luckily, he managed to dodge it by sidestepping far enough that he flew right past him. The Kamehameha may have missed, but it ended up blowing away the sand cloud that was created, and Goku could now see Izuku again. He didn't waste any time and started to rush at him, but he failed to notice that the boy's feet were buried under the sand. Goku used instant transmission to teleport behind Izuku and land a powerful right kick on the boy's right torso from behind. However, the teen managed to use his right hand to catch the foot that hit him, but the power behind the attack was still strong enough to send him rolling across the sand and free his feet in the process. Let's see if this move works on him, thought Izuku as he started to use the big fist blower on both of his hands. He started to punch the sand on the ground repeatedly until he formed another sand cloud, which made him difficult to be spotted. That is if you couldn't sense Kai. For Goku, who could this prove to be pointless? Geez, Izuku, do you really think I'm going to fall for the same trick twice? Goku asked as he felt a bit insulted that his student was expecting him to fall for the sand cloud trick again. That is until he felt his body freeze and he couldn't move. Goku tried to look at his body to see what was happening, but his head was also immobilized as well. Goku was surrounded by green Kai was preventing him from moving, and if that was the case, then that meant it was no surprise on who was behind this action. Izuku rushed out of the sand cloud and sprinted towards the immobilized Goku as fast as he could, before jumping and activating the stilt leg sweep on his right leg, as he used it to kick Goku across the face. Damn! Goku was sent flying across the beach, and he rolled along the sand, and then stopped before he started to touch his left cheek in pain. Izuku had landed a very powerful blow on him, and if he hadn't raised the amount of Kai in his body at the last few seconds before the kick landed, Izuku might have just sent his head flying off his body. This kid's smarter than I expected, and stronger too. He could have killed me with that kick if I haven't increased the amount of Kai I was using, thought Goku. It was clear that the next training session between the two was going to involve training and gaining control over Izuku's power. On the bright side, he can use Defying just fine. He really knows how to surprise me. Goku grinned with pride that his student had improved so much. Defying was a move that allows the user to immobilize an opponent after landing a hit on them, and keep them still for a while, allowing the user to strike at the opponent. The only downside is that it can be overpowered by a strong enough opponent. Goku could have broken out of the bind before Izuku hit him, but he was so surprised that Izuku was coming at him with a stilt leg sweep that he focused more on increasing his Kai to survive the attack than to dodge it. Goku decided that he needed to push Izuku a bit more, and rushed back at him to continue the fight. Goku threw a right punch, but Izuku blocked it with his left arm, and used his right knee to hit Goku in the stomach, before pushing him back with push kick from his right leg. The team then closed the distance between them, and went for an attack with his left arm. That didn't work as Goku caught it with his left arm, and wrapped it around Izuku's arm, before he spun backwards, and slammed his right elbow against Izuku's right arm, which the boy raised to block the attack. Izuku headbutted Goku in the back of his head, and this resulted in Goku letting go of Izuku's arm and stumbling forward a bit. Izuku rushed in with a right kick, but Goku turned around just in time to catch the leg with his right hand. He then crouched down while lifting his right arm over his head, as he still held Izuku's leg and spun around. This made Izuku also spin around, as his leg was still caught in Goku's grasp, and he fell to the ground. He got up from the ground and started to throw as many punches, chops, and kicks at Goku as he could. However, each of his attacks were either blocked, dodged, or parried away, as Goku had increased his power a bit since earlier. Izuku having a hard time keeping up that he didn't notice that his Kai barrier had disappeared. Goku didn't realize that Izuku was getting so despite to win that he lose his focus on keeping the Kai barrier activated. Something else that they'll work on later. Izuku suddenly managed to catch both of Goku's arms and held onto them tightly in order to make sure that his teacher couldn't escape from him. Goku pushed back against his student, but Izuku held his feet firmly against the ground, as they slid back a bit in the sand. You've really improved, Izuku, but you still have a lot to learn if you're ever going to face stronger opponents. That'll make you fight harder than you did today, smirked Goku. I'm keeping you with you right now, even though we both knew you're holding back a lot. And I mean a lot, replied the green-haired teenager. Correction, you were holding your own against me. Goku then headbutted Izuku, which followed by a push kick from his left leg. The teen was then sent falling backwards near the shore of the beach. He got up from the ground and started to use the big fist blower on both his hands to grab chunks of wet sand and started to throw them at Goku. The martial artist started to dodge the chunks of sand by leaning from one side to another, ducking under them, jumping around, and flipping as well. He was quite skilled in doing so, but he never thought that he would ever have to dodge sand of all things in any of his battle. Life just keeps throwing you surprises. And sand, thought Goku as he decided that this battle had gone on for long enough. Goku runs over to Izuku and grabs his left arm to prevent him from picking up any more sand with it. He then turned around and pulled Izuku over his shoulder, before picking him up off the ground and throwing him towards the brick wall that separated the beach from the street above. Bam! Izuku's back crashed against the wall as he then fell down and landed on the sand face first. He was in a lot of pain, but he still tried to push himself up with his arms and legs to keep going. He wasn't going to let it end like this. He tried as hard as he could, but he was just in too much pain and fell down to the ground again. That's it for the spar, kid. We're done, announced Goku. Oh, man, signed Izuku in disappointment. Goku reached into one of his pockets and pulled out a brown bag of senzu beans. He grabbed one and got down near Izuku to feed him one. As he placed it in the boy's open mouth, Izuku chewed on the bin for a bit before swallowing it. A few seconds later and all of his injuries had disappeared completely. The boy then sat up and looked a bit disappointed with himself, which Goku quickly took notice of. "Hey, Izuku, what's the matter?" asked Goku. "I couldn't last long enough against you, even when you were holding back. I thought I've improved more than that," signed Izuku in disappointment. Goku decided to remind his student about the own point of this spar. "Izuku, the own point that I asked you to spar with me today was to see how much you've improved since we began, and to find out what we need to work on for the future. You losing is a learning opportunity, just like when you lost to Slade the first time." The young boy's mind turned back to when the mugger had bested him in their first encounter. While he was upset that he didn't win, he remembered how he fared better against him in their second brawl, and how he came out victorious by using what he learned in their first battle to improve and strategize. Goku's words held a lot of truth to them, as experience comes from defeat and failure. Izuku should really be happy that this defeat was just a sparring match. "I guess you're right about that," said Izuku, and he looked at Goku. "Of course I'm right. I've been doing this longer than you've been around," chuckled the spiky-haired man. The two martial artists looked out at the sun setting from the sky, and rested up for a minute, as this day had proved to be a good for them to learn from each other. "So, what did you learn from this spar, Izuku?" asked Goku. The team took a moment to think about what he did wrong during the battle. "I guess I need to improve my speed and stamina, in order to keep up with more experienced fighters like you," Goku signed. "Okay. While that is something that can be improved, that's not what I saw during our battle. What you need to do is learn how to keep your cool during a fight, and not attacks randomly when you start to go on the defensive. You lost your Kai barrier during the fight because you lost your focus and started attacking wildly afterwards." "Oh, I guess that is something that needs improving on," chuckled a nervous teenager as he was embarrassed that he made such a mistake like that. "Another thing that we need to have you work on is how to hold back your power, so that you don't kill someone by accident, like how you almost did when you used the stilt leg sweep on me," continued Goku. "What? I also killed you?" cried out Izuku in panic. "Yup, good thing I know how to raise my Kai to a certain level, so that I could survive it. You'll have to learn how to control your strength if you want to be a hero in the future. More strength does not make you a better hero," explained the martial artist. Izuku nodded his head as he realized what his master was saying during the explanation. He didn't want to accidentally be responsible for killing someone, all because he didn't know his own strength. He definitely was going to train harder in that area once the time came. "Other than all that, I say you've definitely improved a lot. You're definitely going to give a lot of villains a ton of trouble in the future, once you become a hero," smiled Goku as he rubbed Izuku's head. Izuku felt a sense of pride and appreciation in that moment. Pride because he impressed his master over the course of the 10 months they trained together, and appreciation because of how Goku saw potential in him, when no one else did, and spent time in helping him unleash that hidden potential over the course of just 10 months. Izuku knew that the day he met Goku was truly a blessed day for him and for his future. "Thank you, Goku, for everything that you've done for me over the last 10 months," said Izuku. "No problem, kid. However, don't think that I'm going to stop training you now that you're in UA, as I got a lot of things to teach you in the future. You may be a student in UA now, but you're my student first," smiled Goku as he gave the teen a thumbs up. Izuku nodded with a smile as the two of them looked out at the sun setting once again. However, Goku could sense that the above-average source of Kai was now moving away from them. In fact, the person had been watching the fight between them the whole time. Goku decided to ignore it and relax, as the person didn't interfere with the fight, and was just simply watching for amusement. He was sure that this was just going to be a one-time thing, right? The street above the beach. The spectator of Goku and Izuku's spar was walking down the street after the two fighters had finished their conversation. She was a beautiful teenage girl that had the beauty to make men and teen boys turn their heads to look at her for longer periods of time. She was fairly tall, had rich olive skin, rosy pink lips, wavy long sparkling platinum blonde hair with blue streaks in it, blue eyes, and a beauty mark under her right eye. For clothing, she was wearing a blue dress that had a bit of pink on it, as well as on the end of the sleeves, dainty pauldrons on her shoulders, a silver girdle around her waist, and silver high heels, as well as carrying a silver purse in her left hand. The girl had thought back to the battle between the master and pupil, and was really impressed with how talented the two combatants were. But Izuku in particular caught her interest. He was very skilled, and was very determined to win his battle against his master, knowing full well how outclassed he was. But he still kept fighting until he dropped from exhaustion and pain. He was smart and very strategic, as he came up with strategies to catch Goku off guard a few times. He said that he had trained for only 10 months with Goku, but his skills make it seem like he had been training in combat for longer, which meant that he works very hard in order to improve and get better a lot. She noticed that he didn't use his quirk, or maybe he did, and she just couldn't see it, but the way he fought made it look like he didn't need his quirk at all. He's also kind of cute, she thought to herself. Izuku just seemed like a nice person at first glance, but maybe she should probably get to know him first before making a final judgment. Overall, Izuku had made quite the impression on this girl without even being introduced to her. He hadn't even started his first day at UA, and he already had a fan. I wonder if he'll be at the beach again tomorrow. Maybe I could introduce myself to him and see what he's all about, thought the girl. Having worked harder than probably anyone his age for the last 10 months, Izuku was now enjoying the sunset by the beach as he sat down. It had only been yesterday that Izuku faced Goku in battle, and he was spending the rest of the day resting from his 10 months of training for UA High School. Goku was spending the day with his family in order to rest, and advised the green-haired teen to do the same, as resting was also an important part of growing stronger. Izuku was now spending the last few hours of sunlight left relaxing before he turned in for the night, as he started his first of UA tomorrow. I wonder what else they'll teach me there besides how to fight villains and rescue people, thought Izuku as he continued to stare out into the ocean. He was unaware of the person that was slowly approaching him from behind, and that someone turned out to be the girl that watched his battle with Goku yesterday. Her appearance, however, seemed to have also changed as well. She was now dressed in a blue dress that went down to her knees. Over the dress she wore a silver coat with shoulder pads, pink leggings, and silver high heels. On her head, she wore a hairband that looked like a tiara over her long platinum blonde hair that had blue streaks, and was wavy near the end. Finally, for an accessory, she carried a silver handbag. The girl had hoped to see Izuku again before tomorrow, as she was going to be starting high school by then, and she wouldn't have much free time. She looked at the back of the boy she had observed yesterday. He wore a black collared shirt, blue jean shorts, and his famous red shoes. To most people, he looked plain and didn't need to be given a second glance. To her, she saw more to him than meets the eye, and wanted to know what makes him tick. She was nervous to go up and talk to him, not because of stranger danger, but because she didn't know what to say to him, or was it that he was the first boy to catch her attention without even trying? She didn't know why, but this boy just seemed like someone that was special, and someone that just had a very inviting aura around him, that made him safe to talk to. Gathering her courage, she walked up next to him and started a conversation. The sunset looks beautiful, doesn't it? Izuku was surprised that someone was standing next to him and turned to look, but he wasn't prepared to see that it was a girl who was talking to him. And not just any girl. She was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen in his life. He was at a loss for words on how to respond, but by some miracle, he did. Why yeah, it defiantly is. Would it be alright if I sit down? She asked. Why yes, I'll just get up and move somewhere else so. Actually, I meant if I could sit down next to you. This shocked Izuku to his core, almost rivaling the time Goku told him about Kai, the most beautiful girl he had ever seen, asked to sit next to him. Why you want to sit next to me? He asked, stuttering. Only if you don't mind my company, said the girl in a shy manner. Oh okay, I'd like some company, replied Izuku. The girl sat down on the sand next to the green-haired teen, and the two of them looked at the sun setting over the horizon of the ocean. It was calm and a peaceful way to relax and end the day. Izuku was currently a blushing mess as he was trying to process the fact that he was sitting next to a girl who came up to him and asked to sit by his side. He had no idea that this was only the beginning of the surprises that were coming his way. I should probably introduce myself. My name's Darling. Darling Charming, said the now named Darling. That's a nice name, replied a nervous Izuku. What's your name? Asked Darling. Izuku thought for a moment before responding. Why exactly are you talking to me? It's not the safest thing to talk to a stranger, you know. Darling was a bit caught off guard by his response, but at the same time, he did make a good point with what he said. There's just something about you that made me feel safe enough to talk to you. I guess it was just a gut feeling that told me that you're a safe person to talk to, like your aura or energy made you feel approachable, she answered. Izuku was a bit surprised with her response, but what really caught his attention was when she said aura and energy. It made him realize that she must have been talking about his Kai. Had he gotten so strong to the point that his Kai could be felt by other people, he was going to need to ask Goku about that at a later date. Well, I guess since you answered my question, I should answer yours. I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you, charming, said Izuku as he held out his hand. It's nice to meet you too, Midoriya, said Darling as he shook hand with Izuku. So, why did you want to come and talk to me? I've kinda saw your match with your mentor yesterday, and I just wanted to say that I think you're really good at unarmed combat. You've really pushed yourself during that battle. I was really impressed, she said while scratching the back of her head. Why, you saw that? Asked a bewildered Izuku. Yeah, you did really well, even though you lose. I just felt kind of inspired by how far you were pushing yourself against a superior opponent, as it's not every day you find that kind of determination in a person, she said. Izuku was honestly surprised at what he just heard. He inspired someone without even trying to, or knowing that she was even there in the first place. He felt a bit proud of himself for accomplishing such a feat, despite his lack of quirk. So why exactly do you train so hard for anyway? Asked Darling. Izuku was about to open his mouth to answer her, but he stopped himself for a moment. It was kind of strange that this girl would approach him and start asking all of these personal questions. Why did she want to know about him so much? Don't take this the wrong way, but why are you asking me so many personal questions? We've only known each other for less than 2 minutes, and you're asking a lot from me, said Izuku in a serious manner. He didn't want to sound rude, but he wasn't going to be careless, as his mother had taught him the dangers of talking to a stranger. It didn't matter their age, gender, or appearance, a stranger can take advantage of you when you're vulnerable. Goku saved his life when they first meet, so he gets somewhat of a free pass, but he wasn't in any danger yet, so he needed to be careful. Izuku knew that he might have messed up his chances of Darling ever speaking to him again, but if she had ulterior motives that involved him, he needed to keep his guard up. His mom raised him to be careful, as being quirkless in a world with people full of quirks can make you be easily taken advantage of. He knows all too well that he had been taken advantage of for a long time. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you feel uncomfortable, apologized the blonde girl. It's not that I'm uncomfortable. I was just taught that you shouldn't trust a stranger so easily, as you can easily be taken advantage of by someone who's stronger, explained Izuku. I'm sorry if I made you think of bad memories, apologized Darling. It's fine, you didn't. I just need to be careful. I've been taken advantage of for most of my life because everyone around me was always so much stronger than me that I never had the strength to look out for myself and stand my ground against them. That's why I need to work so hard in order to make sure I have the strength to hold my own and help those who can't. That way, they won't go through what I did since I'll be there to help them, explained Izuku. Darling was impressed by what he said, as she could tell that Izuku has had a hard life, and he uses his pain as motivation to get stronger. It's not often you see someone who wants to help the world even after the world had been against them for so long. I take it that you want to be a hero, then? She asked. It's been my dream since I was a little kid. To me, being a hero meant everything, even though I was at a heavy disadvantage against everyone else who wanted to be heroes as well, answered the green-haired teen. Well, with how well you did against your mentor yesterday, and if you keep on training, you'll be a great hero in no time, no matter how weak your quirk is compared to others, smiled Darling. Izuku wasn't sure if he should tell her as he already revealed enough personal information about himself, but if he didn't share more, he'll never know if she's trustworthy. He knew that this could drive away a chance of him having a friend his age, but true friends accept you for who you are, and if she had a problem with quirkless people, then he'll just turn the other way and move forward. Would you believe that with enough hard work and training, even someone who completely lacks a quirk could be a hero? He asked. This question caught Darling off guard. She didn't know how to respond to what Izuku asked, as the fact that someone who lacked a quirk becoming a hero had never been heard of before. Darling didn't have a problem with quirkless people. In fact, she felt bad for them, as they are mistreated by those around them for lacking something that they had no control over, and they are defined by lacking a quirk for the rest of their lives. It's really sad and unfair. Even the heroes of today seem to overlook the inequality, despite the fact that they're supposed to help everyone equally. I don't know for sure, but I would like to see it happen, that's for sure, she answered honestly. Izuku was surprised by her answer, but he felt kind of happy that it wasn't a no, or that she laughed at the idea either. The fact that she thought he had a quirk, even a weak one, meant that she had one herself. Darling was probably one of the few people that Izuku has known so far with quirks that didn't look down on quirkless people. He hoped to meet more in the future. Well then, I'll make it happen and make sure that it'll be an experience for both of us, he said while giving her a thumbs up. Wait a minute, you're quirkless? Asked Darling, who was honestly surprised with Izuku's revelation. The green-haired teen nodded in response. He knew that he shouldn't care about what other people think of him, as Goku made sure to tell him multiple times that he was fine just as he is, and he always had worth and rights as a person, and that a quirk or lack thereof shouldn't change that. The way that you fought yesterday says otherwise. You were just amazing, Midoriya, exclaimed Darling. Thank you. I worked really hard with Goku over the last 10 months to get to where I am right now, blushed Izuku as he was enjoying receiving praise from a girl. 10 months. You've only been training for 10 months? Asked Darling. Yup, 10 long months of pain, sweat, and tears in order to get stronger. But it was worth it in the end, smiled the green-haired boy. I'll say, 'cause with how skilled you fought yesterday, it made it look like you've been training in combat for over a year or so, said Darling. It was only possible thanks to having a teacher that knew how to spot my strengths and weaknesses, and know how to make them work for me in my favor. I could never be as strong or as skilled as I am right now if I trained on my own, explained Izuku. Darling smiled at how highly Izuku spoke of Goku, as he was very grateful to the man for helping him get as far as he currently is. The two teens sat in silence for a while, and enjoyed the sunset on the beach. Darling felt like she wanted to know more about Izuku's drive to want to be a hero, as she felt like sharing her own. Say, Midoriya, why do you want to be a hero so much? It's simple, I just want to help people who can't help themselves. People who are like me, who are scared, untrained, and can't stand up for themselves because they lack many things to do so, said Izuku. That's really nice of you, Midoriya, replied Darling. Thanks. Are you interested in becoming a hero? Asked Izuku. Yes, I am interested in being a hero. The only problem is that everyone around me only sees me as a pretty girl that's better suited to be a damsel in distress like in those old fairy tales, explained the blonde girl. I'm sorry that you have to go through that. I guess in different ways, we both have people in our lives that don't believe we can be heroes for different reasons, realized the green-haired teen. That's so true. However, I like it that some people are doubting us, as it will make the look on their faces when we prove them wrong so hilarious, giggled the platinum blonde girl. Izuku had to agree that Darling did have a point, as he remembered the day at school after the sludge villain attack on Katsuki, how much the blonde made a fool out of himself when he attacked him, only to be stood up to by him, and see that he wasn't going to be pushed around by him anymore. A part of him couldn't wait to see Katsuki's reaction when he reveals more of his tricks to the blonde. We'll prove them all wrong and show them that hard work is what determines success, not a powerful quirk, natural talent, or gender, declared Izuku. You know, Midoriya, I like people who know that they need to work hard in order to get what they want. A lot of people nowadays think that your success is determined by how powerful your quirk is, your talent in certain skills, or your family relations to a successful person. But the hard workers know that they have limits and need to overcome those limits if they want to reach their goals. That's what keeps us grounded and what reminds us that we are only human. The fact that you're such a person like that gives me the feeling that we're going to get along just fine, smiled Darling as she rested her face on her right hand, all while giving Izuku a flirtatious look. I'm glad that you think that, charming, said a nervous Izuku as he looked away to hide his face that was turning bright red. The two teens enjoyed the sunset for a few more minutes before they decided that it was time to head home for the day. The two bid farewell to each other, and promised to meet at the beach again in the future. Izuku was still trying to process the fact that a girl talked to him, and that he might have made his first friend that didn't care that he was quirkless. They didn't exchange numbers, as Izuku wasn't completely trusting her yet. Darling understood and agreed to wait until he was ready to exchange contact information when he trusted her enough. Izuku left the beach and made his way home, as tomorrow was going to be the first day that his journey to being a hero would properly begin. The next day, Izuku was now ready for his first day of UA. He was already wearing his school uniform, which included a light gray blazer with dark turquoise trimmings over a white dress shirt and dress pants, along with a red tie. The young teen was now standing in front of his door and was about ready to leave. He was just saying goodbye to his mother first. "I'm still having a hard time believing that all of this is really happening," said the excited young teen. "You all set, Izuku?" asked his mother as she was standing right next to him. "All set, Mom. Are you sure? You packed everything that you'll need, right?" "Of course, Mom. I've packed it all last night." Izuku was about to grab the doorknob and leave, but his mother spoke one more time. "Hey Izuku." The green-haired teen turned to look at his mom again. "You've really grown a lot during those last few months thanks to Goku, and I'm happy that your quirklessness didn't stop you from getting to your dream of becoming a hero. I'm just so happy for you and all the hard work you've done to become who you are today. I think you super cool," said Inko. Izuku smiled and turned around to give his mother a hug. The two wrapped their arms around each other and stayed like this for a minute until they both let go and Izuku turned to open the door. "See you later," he said with a bright smile. "Look after yourself, Izuku." "I love you," replied Inko. With that all said and done, Izuku Midoriya started to head out towards the start of his high school career. A few minutes later, once Izuku was out on the street, he looked up into the sky, and before he held out his hands around his mouth and called out, "Come, flying nimbus." Izuku waited for a moment to see if what he called for would come. It eventually did, and flying through the clouds came a yellow streak line that got closer and closer, until it came to a stop in front of Izuku, and was revealed to be a little yellow cloud. "Hello there, Nimbus. Thanks for coming to get me. You think you can take me to school?" asked Izuku. The yellow cloud lowered itself down. This allowed Izuku to lift his legs and stand on top of the yellow cloud. This was truly a sight to be seen, as the little cloud raised up higher into the sky and started to fly away as Izuku rode on it. You're all probably wondering what the little yellow cloud is and why Izuku can ride it. Well, it was a birthday present from Goku a few months back. Flashback. It was Izuku's 15th birthday, and he was having a small party with his cousin and Goku's family being invited. Izuku got the chance to meet his mentor's wife and sons, and they all seemed like very nice people to hang out with. The party was still happening inside the apartment, while Goku and Izuku were outside the building, as Goku was going to give his student his birthday present. Goku, is the present that you've got me small enough to fit in my home?" asked the quirkless teen. Don't worry, kid, it'll fit in your home. Not that you'll have much use for it in there," replied the martial artist. The two stopped on the sidewalk, and the younger of the two watched as Goku called out, "Come flying nimbus." Izuku waited in confusion at what Goku just called out for, but he received his answer a few seconds later as he watched a small yellow cloud fly through the air and stop right in front of them. What is that?" "This, my dear student, is the flying nimbus cloud. I've had it ever since I was a little kid. I gave it to both Gohan and Goten when the two of them were a bit younger, but they don't need it anymore, and after talking about it with them, we've decided to give it to you as your present," said Goku. Izuku was shocked to hear that he was being given something that Goku and his family have had for generations. He wasn't sure how to respond to this. It was simply too much. "It's yours now, kid. We've decided you're going to need it more than we do now." How does it even work? What do I use it for?" asked the green-haired teen. The Nimbus is a flying cloud that can fly super fast and can take you anywhere you want to go on Earth. That is if you can ride, explained Goku. "What do you mean?" "You see, this cloud is made up of good energy. So in order for you to ride it, you need to have a good heart and be a good person in order to ride it. If you aren't a good person who had done evil or bad things or have evil or bad thoughts, you'll sink right through it and won't be able to ride it," explained the quirkless adult. "A good heart?" wondered Izuku. He was sure that he wasn't a bad person. He was always respectful to the people around him, and even put himself in danger to save someone who always abused him for years. So that had to count for something. Not to mention, he was working hard to be a great hero, so that he could help make the world a safer place, unlike a certain blonde. The Nimbus cloud lowered itself down, so that its new owner could stand on it and see if he was worthy. Izuku was a bit hesitant, but also nervous about what it would mean if he couldn't step on the cloud, as it would mean that he wasn't as good as he thought he was, or that he couldn't be the kind of hero he dreamed he could be. The boy then swallowed both his fears and doubts before jumping up on top of the cloud. He landed and looked down to see that his feet were on the top of the cloud, and he was indeed standing on it. Flashback ends. Izuku watched the buildings pass by as he rode Nimbus towards his destination, which was growing closer within his sight. UA High School was near, and that was when Nimbus started to lower itself to the ground, so that Izuku could get off. "Thanks for the lift, Nimbus," said Izuku as he got off the cloud. He then watched the yellow cloud fly away into the sky. He always wondered where Nimbus went off to after he finished giving a ride. "Well, I guess it's not important right now. What is important is that I get to class." The teen ran into the building and started to search hard for his class that he would be attending. "Let's see, I was placed in class 1A, so that means it should be right about there." Izuku finally spotted the sign that had 1A on it right next to the classroom door. The door itself, however, was huge, like it was made for giants or something. "Just how big are the people that use these things?" asked Izuku. He placed his hand on the door and was about to slide it open, but he stopped and thought for a moment to really think about who was going to be on the other side of the door. They were his future classmates, which meant that they were all going to have very powerful quirks that will help them to become heroes in the future. How would they react to someone who is quirkless being their classmate? Or how he could keep up with them without a quirk? "It doesn't matter what they think of me. If they're like my other classmates from the past, then I'll just work harder than them and show them that a quirk isn't required to be a hero." Izuku encouraged himself as he slowly opened the door to the classroom. "I just hope that I'm not stuck with Bakugo again. Not that I'm going to let him push me around anymore, but I just don't think I can deal with his yelling or superiority complex anymore." "Take your feet off of the table," called out a familiar voice. Izuku fully opened the door and saw that not only was Katsuki in the classroom, but also the guy that called him out and made him feel uncomfortable during the entrance exam. "Great, now I have to deal with both of them," thought the green-haired teen. "Why would I take orders from an extra like you? Did your old school put a stick up your ass? Or were you just born with it?" said Katsuki as he kept his feet on top of the desk. The boy with glasses realized that he wasn't getting anywhere while arguing with the blonde, so he calmed himself and decided to first introduce himself properly. "Let's start over. I'm Tenya Ida from Same Private Academy." Tenya introduced himself. "Same? Huh. So, you must think you're better than me. I'm going to enjoy putting you in your place, you extra," smirked Katsuki. "You're threatening me? Your own classmate? Are you sure you're in the right place?" asked Tenya as he was caught off guard by Katsuki's violent nature. "Already he's causing a scene, why am I not surprised?" signed Izuku. However, his sign caught the attention of all the students in the room, as they turned their attention from the argument between Tenya and Katsuki to the door, where everyone saw Izuku standing there nervously. The two arguing students also saw Izuku. While Katsuki glared at the green-haired teen, Tenya walked up to him. "It's you again, from the entrance exam. It is good to see you again," said Tenya. Izuku was a bit surprised to hear that the tall boy was happy to see him again, given that he was a bit hostile towards him in their last encounter. "I'm Tenya." "Yeah, I heard you say your name already a few moments ago. I'm Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you," said Izuku as he offered his hand for a handshake, to which Tenya responded by shaking Izuku's hand with his own. "A pleasure to meet you, Midoriya. Allow me to personally apologize as well. I underestimated you at the entrance exam. But you were able to see that there was more to the exam, didn't you?" said Tenya. No, not really," replied a nervous Izuku. "What? You mean you didn't know about the rescue points?" asked Tenya. "Nope. I just saved the girl because I thought she needed help, as no one else was doing so as they all ran away from the robot. So I helped her out since she needed it. I didn't know about the rescue point and was super surprised that I'd gotten the most without even trying," answered the green-haired teen. "So not only did you help a competitor that was against you like everyone else, but you did it because you felt like it was the right thing to do, and you got rewarded for it, without even knowing you would. You truly are a superior student and hero in training than me," said Tenya in frustration. "Well, just keep trying and you'll end up getting better. Practice does make perfect after all," encouraged Izuku. "Your words of encouragement are most appreciated, Midoriya," thanked Tenya, as his mood was quickly lifted. "Hey, is that you, Midoriya?" asked a familiar voice from behind the green-haired teen. He turned out and saw that it was Achako Uraraka in her UA uniform as she entered the classroom. "Oh, Uraraka, glad to see that you're all right," smiled Izuku. "I have you to thank for that. And now that we're in the same class, I get to see what other moves you've got. That wind move you did on the robot was the coolest," said Achako, as she thrust out both of her hands, similar to how Izuku fires a Kamehameha. "It's going to be kind of hard for you to see what I've got, since you don't see Kai, meaning you won't see the full extent of my abilities. I guess that just gives me an edge when in combat against someone who can't see what I can do," thought Izuku. As the conversation went on, Katsuki stared at Izuku with disgust and rage, as his blood boiled at the memory of what happened after he found out they'd both made it into UA. Flashback: both Izuku and Katsuki's lives at Aldera Junior High have come to an end, and they were ready to move on to the next stage of their lives, that being UA High. Unfortunately for Izuku, when his teacher congratulated both of them for making it into UA, that was when Katsuki found out that he had been accepted into the hero school. He did not take the news well. Izuku was now outside of the school, but he was not in a very comfortable position, as he was being held up against the brick wall of the school by Katsuki. Thankfully, the boy had his Kai barrier surrounding his body, so he wasn't going to suffer any serious damage from what the blonde bully had planned for him. Answer me, Deku. How long have you been hiding those quirks of yours from me? Asked the blonde as he held the quirkless teen against the wall. Haha, are you serious? You of all people should know that I don't have a quirk. It's the main reason you've made me suffer for more than a decade. And now you're having this theory that I somehow have more than one quirk? Did you hit your head and get dumber or something? Slam. Katsuki slammed Izuku against the wall, and was now breathing heavily from how enraged he was from being talked back by the quirkless teen. Answer me, you nerd. How did you go from being a punny weak bug to being able to do all those things? Katsuki shouted. What things? Saving you from the sludge villain, withstanding your explosions, or passing the entrance exam? Asked Izuku sarcastically. He was really enjoying pushing the blonde's buttons, as he no longer feared being injured by him. All of that. I was supposed to be the only student from this crappy school to make it into UA, but you had to go and screw that up for me, replied Katsuki. We can't always get what we want. We just got to learn to deal with it. This how we're going to deal with it. You're not going to UA. You're heading somewhere else. Last time I check, you're not the boss of me. I can do what I want with my life, and I choose to go to UA and be a hero. You don't have any authority to prevent me from doing that, said the green-haired teen. You must think that you're some big shot now. That's why you've been showing off these past few months. You think you're better than me or something, you damn nerd, growled Katsuki. That's all in your head. Bakugo, look, can you please let go of me? I'm tired and feel like going home now, asked Izuku. It's incredible how he's still being polite to the blonde despite the situation he was in with him. You think that you can just tell me what to do, you quirkless low. Slap. Katsuki fell to his knees, and in doing so he let go of his hold on Izuku. The blonde felt a burning sensation on his left cheek, and slowly lifted his left arm to feel it as it stung from the fresh injury he just received. Izuku looked down at the blonde bully, as his right hand was still out from when he slapped him. He really didn't want to do that, but Katsuki was just too stubborn to listen to reason when he isn't getting his way. I'm sick and tired of you always picking on me and thinking that I'll just do what you say. All because you have a powerful quirk. Bakugo, I don't need a quirk to be a hero, since I was able to get into UA without one. You don't like the fact that we both got in, deal with it. Maybe we'll end up in different classes so we won't have put up with each other. But you don't tell me what to do, and you are in no place to tell me I can't be a hero, said the green-haired teen as he started walking away. Katsuki looked at Izuku as he left him on the ground, holding his cheek in pain from the slap he had received from him. He was not at all happy that he was just got struck by the quirkless teen that he always saw as inferior to him. He couldn't understand how and why things were changing the way they were, and that the results weren't going the way he wanted them to. Deku, you won't look down on me and get away with it, thought Katsuki as his right fist trembled in rage. Flashback ends. Ever since that day, Katsuki wanted to jump out of his seat and attack Izuku in rage for slapping him like he did. He couldn't understand what was happening with the green-haired teen. Ever since the sludge villain incident, Izuku had managed to gain more than one quirk, if that was even possible, withstand his explosions, and grow a backbone to stand up to him to the point that he even strike back at him. The blonde didn't like any of this one bit. He wanted to know what happened that made Izuku change the way he did. How did he get so strong in such a short span of time? Why he grew a backbone after all this time? The questions just kept on piling up. He looked at Izuku as he was making conversation with the brown-haired girl whose name he didn't know, nor care. He just stared at Izuku with rage and disgust, promising himself that he'll ruin the green-haired teen. Right after he found out the answers to the many questions he had on him. What do you think we're going to do for our first day? Asked Ichako excitedly as she was ready to get started. Your guess is as good as mine, Uraraka. I believe in it. Izuku stopped talking for a moment as he saw something or someone behind Ichako on the other side of the door. It was a man that was inside of a yellow sleeping bag that stared at them from the outside of the room as he rested on the floor. If you kids are here to make friends, then pack your stuff and leave, he said. Achako heard his voice and turned around to see the make behind her. She and all of the other students that saw him were shocked at what they were seeing. What was this man doing here in their classroom? Was he lost or something? It took you kids about 8 seconds to shut up. That won't do. Time is precious and should be used wisely, said the man as he got out of his sleeping bag and started to drink from a juice box. Who the heck is this guy? Was the thought of a majority of the students in the classroom. I'm Shota Izawa. I'm your teacher, he said. That's our teacher, thought almost every student. Mr. Izawa reached into his sleeping bag and pulled out a blue workout suit with red and with strips on it. Put on these workout clothes and head outside. We're going to start our first class together outdoors, he said. Huh, was the response he was met with. It was made pretty clear to the students that UA didn't follow a normal academic path like most schools do. A few minutes later, after the students have finished putting on the UA workout uniform, they all went outside to meet Mr. Izawa by the school's sports track. It was there when he told them what they were going to be doing for their first day. A Quirk apprehension test, asked Achako in slight confusion. That's right. With this I'll be able to see just how strong each of you are on the first day, and compare today's results with how much progress you make over time, to see how each of you are getting stronger, explained Izawa. What about orientation? We're going to miss it, said Achako. If you want to make it into the big leagues, then you can't waste time doing pointless ceremonies like that. At UA, we teachers are free to teach our class the way we see fit, so we're not bound to tradition, explained Izawa. His answer caused a few students to get nervous, as they wondered what he was going to do to them as they took this test. You've all most likely taken standardized tests for most of your lives, but that meant you haven't been given a test where you were given a chance to use your quirks physically. The country is trying to pretend that we're all equal by having those with more power hold back. That's not rational. One day the Ministry of Education will learn to see the truth, said the teacher. Izuku felt a bit uncomfortable with how Izawa mentioned how people aren't equal, as the more powerful ones are held back to keep up that illusion. He knew what it was like to be outclassed by those who were stronger, and to constantly have it rubbed in his face. Thankfully, that was all in the past for him, as he made it those far and wasn't planning on stopping. Bakugo, you've gotten first place in the entrance exam. How far was the furthest distance that you've ever thrown a softball back at junior high? Asked Izawa. Think it was 67 meters or something like that, replied the blonde. Alright, try doing it with your quirk. Kitsuki walked up to what looked like a shot put field and stood in the circle. Izawa tossed him a softball. Anything goes. Just stay in the circle and throw the ball as far as you can with your quirk, instructed Izawa. Kitsuki brought his arm back and threw the ball with a large explosion to add to its speed, which ended up launching the ball with a fearsome bang. The student all watched in awe as the ball went flying through the air with great speed. Izuku was also left in awe, but he also had a bit of fear as well. Since when was Kitsuki that strong? The ball kept on flying through the air until it started to lose momentum and started to fall. Once it hit the ground and stopped, Izawa looked at his phone before turning to his class. You all need to know your maximum capabilities to see if you've improved at all. It's the most rational way to figure out if you have potential to be a pro hero. He then turned to show the phone to his class, as he had the distance of how far Kitsuki threw the ball. The phone showed a distance of 702.2 meters. Everyone was surprised at how far Kitsuki threw the ball. Izuku was the most shocked as it was Kitsuki's left arm that he used, the same one that was broken by Slade months ago. Even after the event, it looked to do little to slow down the blonde's talent and power. Man, he threw that thing far, said a blonde-haired student. I can't wait. This is going to be so much fun, cheered a pink-skinned girl. I can't believe that we're going to get to use our quirks on the first day here, exclaimed a spiky red-haired boy. While the students were all getting excited about the thought of using their quirks, Izawa was getting annoyed at how carefree they were all acting and treating it as it was one big game. If you think that your time here at UA is going to be all fun and game, then you're going to be sadly mistaken. You have 3 years to become a hero, and you can't waste it by not taking it seriously. Today you're all going to compete in 8 physical actives in order to see how good you are with your quirks, and how much potential you each have. The person that comes in last place will be expelled, said Izawa. His declaration caught everyone's attention and quickly killed their good moods. What? Expelled? It's only the first day. We worked hard to get here. You can't do that. It's not fair. Fair? So you're saying that natural disasters are fair? How about power-hungry villains? Or an earthquake, floods, or gang wars? Anything that can wipe out entire cities? Does any of that sound fair to you? Asked the teacher. The students all stayed silent as they couldn't think of anything to argue with Aizawa, as he had a good point. None of the things he listed were fair, as innocent people ended up hurt or killed in those kinds of situations. The world is filled with unfairness. It's a hero's job to combat that unfairness, and to try and protect as many people as possible. If you want to be pro-heroes, then you're going to need to push yourself to the limit, and then work hard to surpass your limits for the next 3 years. You're going to be thrown hardship after hardship by UA, so go beyond plus ultra style, said Aizawa. The student all felt extremely worried about the thought of being expelled on the first day here at UA, as they all worked really hard for the entrance exam, and thought it was going to be the only obstacle in their way for the first few days. But they were now proven to have been foolish to think that way, as their new homeroom teacher was threatening to expel them on the first day here. They knew that UA was the best hero school in Japan, but they didn't think it was because of such cruel teaching methods. Izuku was also nervous, but he was sure that if he could place second on the entrance exam, then this Quirk apprehension test shouldn't be too hard, as long as he gives it his all. He has to, or else all the training Goku had put him through will amount to nothing. He couldn't let that happen after he was finally given the chance to become a hero at the school he wanted to attend. He will pass this test no matter what. He will prove Quirkless doesn't mean worthless. 50-meter dash. 2 students were getting ready to run on the track, with a machine resting next to the track to measure their speed. The first pair that we're witnessing is Tenya and a girl. The girl was short and had long deep sea green hair that was tied in a bow on her back. She had white eyes with black rises and lower eyebrows. She also had a wide mouth like that of a frog. This was Tsuyu Asui. Runners, ready? Asked a robot near the end of the track. Tenya and Asui got into position and waited for the moment to move. Bang! The machine let out the sound of a gunshot, which signaled the 2 students to go. They both moved as fast as they could in order to get the finish line first, but Tenya was the faster of the 2, and he ended up crossing first. 3.04 seconds. That was the time he made it across. 5.58 seconds. That was Tsuyu's time. Tenya's quirk called engine allows him to engine-like protrusions from the pipes at the back of his legs to help him reach great amounts of speed. Tsuyu's quirk was called frog, which gives her the characteristics and abilities of a frog. It was clear that this test was definitely in Tenya's element with the speed his quirk provides him. However, that didn't mean that others also didn't have a way of matching his speed. The next pair to go were Ichako and a student named Yuga Aoyama. He had a slim build and a feminine face. He had long blonde hair that was flattened down around the majority of his head, spiked and sticking out to the sides at the bottom of it, with a side fringe that curves upwards a bit before it curves down. He has noticeable long eyelashes and indigo eyes, giving him the appearance of a young prince. Achako's quirk was zero gravity, which allows her to remove the effects of gravity from solid objects and make them weightless. Yuga's quirk was called navel laser. This means that he can fire a sparkling laser beam from his navel. Alright, I better use my quirk on my clothes and my shoes as well, to make sure I'm as weightless as possible without floating away, said Ichako. She started to use her quirk on her clothes and shoes in order to remove all of the weight that was stored up in each of them to hopefully make herself faster. Meanwhile, Yuga turned around and faced away from the finish line while standing in his lane backward. Runners, ready. The 2 of them got ready to run and give it their all. Bang! The gunshot was heard and Ichako took off running as fast as she could, while Yuga leaped into the air and fired a laser from his navel that moved him across the track. However, he wasn't able to stay in the air for long, and he fell to the ground as Ichako continued to run. But Yuga got up from the ground and once again jumped while firing his laser to take him to the finish line. 5.51 seconds. That was Yuga's time, as he somehow managed to win despite his fall from earlier. 7.15 seconds. That was Achako's time. She may have not won, but she gave it her all, and all she could do was hope that it was enough to pass. Now it was time for Izuku's turn to do the test. Unfortunately, he had to take it with Katsuki of all people. He better not try anything, or he'll be in trouble with our new teacher, thought Izuku. Aizawa kept his eye on Izuku specifically, as he wanted to see what he can do. He saw the green-haired boy tip over the zero-pointer robot during the entrance exam. But one thing that puzzled him and the rest of the teachers that observed the boy's display of power was that his personal health and record papers said that Izuku Midoriya was quirkless. Many of the teachers thought that was some kind of mistake or joke, as someone who lacked a quirk couldn't possibly have done everything that they have witnessed from the young teen. But one answer did cross Aizawa's mind, and he was going to see if he was correct at this very moment. Izuku and Kitsuki walked up to the track and got into their lanes. Izuku could feel the heat radiating off of Kitsuki, and knew that it was from the blonde's anger with him. Izuku knew that the explosive hothead won't like him being here, as well as how they've acted towards each other during the past 10 months. Only helping to add fuel to the fire that was his rage. However, the green-haired boy ignored it as he had to stay focused on his goal and go as fast as possible. "Runners, ready?" asked the robot. The two boys got ready to run. Izuku started to use stilt leg sweep on his legs to give himself a boost in speed. The kai flowed through his body to his lower appendages and added strength to them in order to help him perform better. Bang! The two boys were off. Izuku was running down the track as fast as he could, with his kai-enhanced legs, giving him increased speed in order to keep up with Kitsuki, who was using his explosions to propel himself across the track without his feet touching the ground. Both were neck and neck with each other, and it was hard to tell who was winning until they crossed the finish line and were given their respective times. 4.13 seconds. 4.19 seconds. Kitsuki ended up winning and getting the faster time. However, the fact that Izuku was able to push him into putting into using so much effort didn't sit well with him, as he wanted to be able to win by a landslide and not have anyone be a threat to him being the one to take first place, especially Izuku out of all people. Izuku put up his kai barrier in order to protect himself if Kitsuki tried to take a surprise swing at him. He knew the blonde wasn't happy that he didn't win as easily as he thought he would, and with it being against him, that only made things worse. But Izuku wasn't going to let that bother him, as he had to worry about the other tests that they would be doing. Aizawa was amazed at what he just saw from Izuku. He was able to see that the green-haired kid put energy into his legs to give himself a boost in speed. Now he was seeing him put a white skin-tight barrier around himself for some reason. It didn't matter, as he now knew that his theory about the boy was correct. So, you can use kai, huh? Midoriya. Grip strength. The grip strength test was simple enough. Use your natural strength with your quirk, if you could, to squeeze the handles on a machine that would measure your strength. One boy was showing the best results so far, due to how unique his quirk was for this test. He was a tall, muscular young man with pale gray hair swept forward, covering most of his face. He also wore a blue mask that covered the lower half of his face. The most noticeable feature about him was that he had 6 arms with skin-like webbing between them. This student was Mizo Shoji. Using only 3 of his arms on the grip, he got a result of 540 kilograms. A score this high surprised his classmates. It was now Izuku's turn. He started to use Big Fist Blower on both of his arms, as they started to glow yellow with red veins appearing around them to boost his strength. This was only visible to him, but unknowing to him, Aizawa was also able to see what was happening. Izuku gripped the handles as hard as he could, and ended up with a result of 280 kilograms. Not too bad compared to everyone else minus Mizo. Standing long jump. This test was simple. Use your quirk to jump over the large sandbox, and try to clear it. Yuga Aoyama used his laser to fly past the sandbox, and ended up making it. Kitsuki was next and uses his explosions to propel himself over the sandbox as well. After that, it was Izuku's turn. He used stilt leg sweep on both his legs, and jumped as far as he could, which resulted in him clearing the sandbox. Just like the last 2 jumpers. Repeated side steps. Minoru Mineta was a short boy for someone his age, and his quirk allowed him to pull off purple balls from his head and stick them to things. He placed multiple purple balls on the ground and started to jump on them, going from side to side in order to increase his speed. Izuku tried his best by using stilt leg sweep, but even that wasn't enough to catch up to the speed that Minoru was moving at. Distance running. The students need to use their quirks in order to run a long distance, in order to test out their stamina and endurance. However, they needed to be running, so if their quirks couldn't help them with their leg power, they couldn't use them. Stilt leg sweep once again proved to be Izuku's saving grace here, as it allowed him to catch up to Tenya, and the two of them ran as decided to make this test a race between the two of them. Kitsuki was getting angry seeing as how he needed to run this test without using his quirk, as he relied on it for speed so much, while his feet were off the ground, that he wasn't the fastest runner, and this allowed Izuku to leave him in the dust, as well as Tenya. He was really getting more pissed off than usual today. Seated toe touching. Due to training his body for the last 10 months, Izuku was able to do pretty well on this test, as he did toe touches as a warm-up with Goku almost every day before they started their more serious training. Sit-ups. Sit-ups were another exercise that the quirkless teen did with his master on a daily basis, and it proved to be a piece of cake for him here. Izuku laid down on a mat while Achako held his legs in place, as he did his sit-ups without much difficulty, until he started getting to the hundreds, which is when he really started working up a sweat. Ball throw. The final test had come and it was the ball throw, which is what Katsuki was told to do at the start of this whole event. Since that was the case, the blonde didn't need to repeat it a second time. Everyone else needed to give it their all with their own quirks, in order to make sure they passed and avoid being expelled on the first day here. Achako was currently taking the test, and with her zero-gravity quirk, she didn't have to worry about failing, as Aizawa showed her score to prove it. "Infinity!" exclaimed the other students in shock at what they saw. Izuku was incredibly impressed by what Achako was able to do. It makes sense that with a quirk that could control gravity, she was the one who would get the highest score in this test, when it involved distance. "Midoriya, you're the last one to go," Aizawa informed him. Izuku walked into the circle and caught the ball that Aizawa threw at him. The green-haired teen started to think about how he could throw the ball to get it to go as far as it could, in order to get a high enough score to pass. He knew that he did well enough on all the other tests to get a good enough placement, but he needed to give it everything he's got in order to avoid being expelled on his first day here. An idea suddenly formed in his head, and he started to put it into action. He held the softball in his right hand and started to use Big Fist Blower on his right arm in order to increase the amount of strength he could use in that arm. Izuku felt the power in his arm increase, and when he felt ready, he pulled his right arm back to prepare for the throw. "You say run starting at 0:22 My Hero Academia." Izuku threw the softball with all of his might, and it went so fast that it created a powerful wind pressure that the shockwave could be felt by his classmates. Using the Big Fist Blower to throw the softball was only the first step in his plan. However, as when he saw the ball starting to fall, he cupped his hands together and placed them on the side of his body. Kamehameha. Izuku fired the Kamehameha from his hands and launched a large blue beam of Kai at the softball, in order to give it more momentum and push it further away to gain more distance. It worked as the blue beam pushed the softball higher into the air, until it fell out of the beam's path and fell down once more, as the Kamehameha kept on flying into the sky. The softball eventually landed and bounced on the ground before coming to a complete stop. Aizawa looked at Izuku's score, which turned out to be a score of 699.8 meters. Everyone was surprised by how far Izuku had managed to throw the ball, and how he used his quirk to send the ball even further away even after he threw it. It was a clever strategy, and it proved to have worked thanks to the results that showed. The only person that wasn't thrilled about what he saw was Katsuki. He was livid and refused to believe that Izuku could do all of the stuff he displayed during this exam. "So, how was that, Mr. Aizawa?" asked the green-haired teen. "You've defiantly proven that you've earned your place here and worked hard for it. Despite the lack of a quirk, you've made it this far. Well done with your Kai control, kid," grinned Aizawa. Song ends. Everyone was shocked by what he just said, but for completely different reasons. Izuku was shocked that his new teacher knows about his ability to use Kai, and that he's also quirkless. The rest of the class were confused when Aizawa said lack of a quirk to Izuku, but they realized that meant that Izuku was quirkless, and had done the entrance exam, and this quirk apprehension test without a quirk. Katsuki wasn't buying what he heard one bit. He couldn't accept the fact that Izuku had gotten this strong and still be quirkless at the same time. His mind went back to the words that the green-haired boy said to him when he found out they both made it into UA. "I don't need a quirk to be a hero, since I was able to get into UA without one." The blonde then remembered the way that Izuku cupped his hands together to launch the softball further into the air, while calling out the name of his move. It was the same move that he used to save him against the sludge villain months ago, the moment when Izuku's true strength was revealed to him. Katsuki's rage had now reached its peak, and started to use his quirk to create explosions in his hands. "I'm getting to the bottom of this." This caught the attention of a few students, but Katsuki was already rushing at Izuku with a face that showed he had the intent to kill. "Hey, Deku, explain to me how you did all that stuff or you're dead, you nerd," the blonde yelled at the top of his lungs. Izuku knew it was only a matter of time until Katsuki snapped, but to try and attack him here in front of their new classmates, was he this insane? Izuku quickly put up his Kai barrier to protect himself from the blonde's fury. However, that proved to not be required, as Aizawa's scarf shot out and wrapped itself around Katsuki's arm, torso, and face to halt the blonde's movement. Despite his best effort, Katsuki was unable to take another step forward to continue his attack, no matter how hard he struggled to do so. "What? Why the hell's your scarf so damn strong?" demanded Katsuki as he continued to struggle against the scarf. "Because it's made out of carbon fiber and a special metal alloy," answered Izawa. He then made his eyes briefly glow red, which ended up stopping Katsuki from creating explosions in his palms. "Stand down now, kid. It'd be wise to stop forcing me to use my quirk so much after today. It gives my serious dry eye," he warned. That last sentence ended up causing Izuku to remember the drawback of a quirk that belonged to a hero that heard about in the past. "Wait, you said that overusing your quirk gives you eye troubles. Does that mean that you're Eraserhead?" asked the quirkless teen. "You're defiantly clever for picking up on my quirk's drawbacks, kid." "Yeah, I'm Eraserhead, your homeroom teacher," replied Izawa as he removed his scarf from Katsuki, seeing as with his quirk now erased. For now he hoped that the blonde wouldn't try anything for the time being. Katsuki just glared hatefully at Izuku, who in turn just narrowed his eyes and walked away from him back to the other students. The blonde just kept on glaring at the back of Izuku's head. He just couldn't understand what was happening. Why did Izuku start to grow a backbone? Why he got so strong when he was born quirkless? How was he able to do all the things that he did and still call himself quirkless? And what did he do to get this strong in such a short amount of time? Alright, with Midoriya being the last one, that means we're done here. Gather round and I'll show you the results," announced Izawa. The students all gathered in front of their teacher. As he stood alongside everyone else, Izuku could feel like he was being watched by more than one pair of eyes. His guess was that a few of his classmates were looking at him because of Izawa's mention of him lacking a quirk caught their attention. He was starting to feel a bit uncomfortable now. "Okay, I'll show you all your scores to help you understand where you stand with each other in terms of the strength of your quirks and physical abilities. I won't waste time going over your individual scores," said Izawa. He pulled out a remote and pushed a button on it to show a holographic screen that showed the results of the students and where they were placed on the quirk apprehension test. Izuku didn't need to look long, as he spotted his name almost at the top of the list. He got third place. The young martial artist smiled at his results, happy to see that all the training that Goku put him through for the last 10 months had paid off, and that he had secured his place at UA. However, he saw that in fourth place came Katsuki. Izuku quickly surrounded his body with his Kai barrier, in case the blonde would try something with him. "No, he can't be," said Minoru Mineta. He saw that he came in last place in the ranks, and knew exactly what that meant for him. By the way, about the last place person being expelled, it was a lie. "No one's going home," grinned Izawa. "What did you say?" asked Izuku as he overcame his shock before everyone else in order to speak up. "I lied about expelling one of you in order to scare you all into doing your best and hold nothing back," said Izawa with a grin still on his face. "Wait!" yelled Izuku, Achako, Tenya, and Minoru together in shock at what they just heard. "Of course it was a lie. I'm surprised the rest you didn't figure it out," said the tallest girl in class. This was Momo Yoira's. She had a mature physique with long black hair tied up in a spiky ponytail, and a strand of hair hanging on the right side of her face. Her eyes were thin and sharp, dark in color, and paired with short eyebrows. Everyone turned to look at her in shock to hear that she knew that the expulsion was a lie and kept it to herself. "I thought that most of you would have figured it out by now. I guess I should have said something." "Huh," she said as she scratched the back of her head. "Yeah, you should have," yelled a bunch of students. "It was a lie," yelled Minoru, as he was now pale white from how shocked he was that the expulsion was a lie, and that he got last place, but in the end, he ended up worried for nothing. Mineta own count 1. "Okay everyone, that's it for today. Make sure you all come prepared for tomorrow, cause that's when your real training beginnings, so be prepared for anything," warned Izawa. Everyone watched him as he started to walk away back to the school. Izuku was a bit unsure of what to think about having Eraserhead as a teacher. He was defiantly a strange man, that's for sure. But he could tell that it was just him showing off a bit of tough love, as he wanted his students to push themselves and succeed. Izuku just shrugged it off and focused on the important part, that being that he made it past his first day of UA. It's not what he was expecting, but he now knew how strong he was compared to his new classmates, and how he was going to get stronger in order to become the best hero he could possibly be. As Izawa kept on walking, he turned his head to look at Izuku for a moment, before turning his head back as he kept on walking. He now knew the secret to the teen's great power, and couldn't wait to see how he would grow from here. After all these years, A Quirkless had finally discovered the secrets of Kai and aims to be a hero. I look forward to seeing what you can do, Midoriya, he thought to himself. Sometime later, Izuku was now walking out of the front gates of the school, and was pleased to have made it through the first day of UA without too much difficulty. That was an intense first day, but it's nice to know that I've gotten strong enough to match everyone else in the class. I just hope I can keep up with the training I've been doing, since I'm going to need to step it up a bit in order to keep up with everyone who's had their quirks for years, he said to himself. It sounds like you work hard to make it this far, Midoriya, said a familiar voice from behind him. Whoa! Izuku turned his head to see that it was Tenya who was behind him. Iida, I didn't expect to see you again today, he said after he calmed down a bit. I actually came hoping that you could confirm something for me, Midoriya, said the taller boy. Izuku was a bit surprised and wondered what Tenya could possibly want to know and think that he could be the one to give him the answer. Hey, wait up you two, called out another familiar voice. The two boys turned their heads to see that Ochako was coming their way while waving at them. Hi there, you're Araka. Is there something you need? Asked Izuku. I was hoping to get a chance to walk with you guys. If that's alright with you, that is? She asked. I have no problem with it. I'm always up for having company, smiled Izuku. The more the merrier, said Tenya. The group of three began to walk off of school grounds and head towards their destination. The silence between them did not last long, however, as Ochako asked Izuku a question. By the way, Midoriya, why does Bakugo hate you so much? She asked. Let's just say that he has a big ego, and he throws a temper tantrum when things don't go his way. He wanted to be the only student from our junior high school to make it into UA, but since I'm here that pretty much ruined his plans, explained Izuku. That's so childish, said Tenya. Also, why did he call you Deku? Izuku was about to open his mouth to answer Ochako, but he suddenly stopped himself, and had an idea as a small smirk appeared on his smile. It's a nickname that he calls me to encourage me. It stands for determined Izuku, said the green-haired boy. But if it's meant you encourage you, then why does he hate you at the same time? Asked the brunette-haired girl. Don't worry about the details, they're not important, said the quirkless teen. He couldn't wait until Katsuki learned how he turned his insult for him into a compliment. Well, can I call you Deku then? I think the name is cute, smiled Ochako. Sure, Deku is just fine, blushed Izuku as his face started to turn red. I also have a question that I want you to answer as well, Midoriya. Tenya spoke up. What is it, Iida? Asked Izuku. When Mr. Izawa said you lacked a quirk, did he mean what I think he meant? Izuku was now placed between a rock and a hard place in this situation. On one hand, he couldn't lie since he knew that neither Ochako or Tenya would believe him if he just came up with an excuse for what Mr. Izawa said about him not having a quirk. On the other hand, if he told them the truth, he might lose the chance of his two new classmates becoming his friends, because of prejudged views of quirkless people. But since he was able to make it this far without a quirk, he thought that if they did look down on him for his handicap, he'll just prove them wrong by surpassing them through his own hard work. That's exactly what he meant, Iida. I'm quirkless, he said. While this conversation was going on, none of them noticed that they were being watched. However, it wasn't another person that was watching them, but a machine. Crawling on the gates of UA was a tiny robot made to look like a ladybug. In between its wings was a small camera lens that ended up zooming in on Izuku and his two classmates as they walked away. The end. Thanks for watching. Subscribe our channel for more.